governance framework that's helpful. It is one that understands that the use of data responsibly done is critically valuable for the way companies run. We live in a global and operate on a global stage, and so that's what everyone needs. And so I very much agree with the opening comments about the type of framework that's invaluable for us, and then was specifically talking about as leaders of companies or localities, governments, we need to go and find and use and leverage the available data analytics and tools that are there.
It's funny because we had this conversation, I was chairing something with Oracle and SAP, and they were encouraging people to invest in data storage. And now to not have that physical architecture, it's almost like a leap of faith. But what are you learning from the cloud, Ruth, in terms of managing and transforming a business, right? And there's the new terminology of working on the edge of the cloud. How do you define the two?
So the value of the cloud, we and others have invested meaningfully in the compute capacity, the data analytics, machine learning, AI, that is now available to be leveraged by all of our partners, customers globally. And I would say that one of the most important elements, and it really again goes back to opening comments, the world is moving at an accelerating pace. This move to digital acceleration has profound implications for each of us. And I would say that the opportunity with the cloud and leveraging the tools that are available comes across all that we do. If you think about what does it mean for revenue generation, I very much agree that the expectations of consumers, users, young people is evolved, and we need to be able to meet consumers where they are. And so accelerating your digital presence enables you to be with your customers as and how they want. The cloud and tools that we have similarly enable you to meaningfully improve operating efficiency. As an example, at Google, we challenged ourselves with machine learning to see if we could improve energy efficiency in our data centers. We did that with the view that our data centers were already the most efficient on the planet. And yet with machine learning, we were able to reduce energy consumption by 30%, which is not only a cost savings, but very important to us, also very much in line with our sustainability objectives. These are the types of tools which make institutions, make governments sharper. I've talked about the risk analytics. I'll give you another example where we've been doing work with Unilever on their really extraordinary focus on sustainability. And one of their questions was, how could they better understand what was going on through their supply chain, where there's such a dependence on getting a core ingredient, palm oil, and should they be worried about deforestation? How could they actually have the visibility they needed? So by combining Google Earth Engine with data analytics, I think you're going to be hearing a lot more about the importance of combining geospatial data with data analytics. We're able to help them look through their supply chain to better understand whether there are deforestation issues that they should intervene to address. So core to sustainability issues. So again, it's revenue, it's operating efficiency, it's risk analytics, it's big goals like sustainability that everyone can leverage available tools and resources, working with cloud providers and the analytical tools that we have, and are excited to evolve with our partners.
Yeah, the average consumer probably wouldn't think that Google and Alphabet are in this space. Your Excellency, you spoke to this idea of having a build it and they will come mentality. That was the hard infrastructure part of the conversation we've known here for 4 decades. As a matter of fact, before you were born. We have to do the same in the future of rewiring societies, right? And I kind of say the proof is in the pudding with Souq.com now, which is part of Amazon, Instacart, Telegram, Mums.com, Zeta are here to play. So that's an accomplishment, and you say, okay, what was the right regulatory structure, the right attributes, the right DNA for the UAE to attract that sort of talent? What's the next wave? Because the whole purpose of GMIS this year is to look forward. What do you think you need to do next?
Thank you, John, and it's very insightful to see the comments from His Excellency and from Ruth as well. You know, there are certain things you can buy, and there are certain things that money cannot buy. You can put the infrastructure, you can invest in it, but getting people to use it and build something meaningful out of it, is actually the hardest thing to do. And we've seen that throughout history with many different projects, not just in the region, but globally. What lets people actually leverage the infrastructure to build something meaningful is the quality of talent that actually chooses to reside in a specific country or a geography. And that was the very first step that the UAE took more than 2 decades ago with the launch of the Dubai Internet City and the Dubai Media City and some of the clusters that brought people together. It actually attracted talent first and foremost in a region that was not aiming for leading to be a global player on technology or in media or on certain other fields. The second part of it was, as this technology evolves, the requirements of building something meaningful changes. So high performance computing was not as required as it is today. And today, if you want to be meaningful and relevant in the AI space, you need to have access to high performance computing. So as a government, we took it upon ourselves to take 2 decisions. The first is we need to invest in having a supercomputer that is bigger than our need today, but will reach a point where we can actually create something proper out of it. And that can be seen through Artemis, which is within the top 25 fastest supercomputers on the planet that is situated in the UAE. But also the fact that as a government, we decided to invest in a supercomputer with NVIDIA and open it for free for startups and for academia to use to train their algorithms and to do simulations. And that is an investment from our end, an infrastructure investment that is going to take us forward in this digital age and also accelerate the rate of startups, whether it's unicorns or decacorns that come out of the UAE. The second factor here is talent in the past, and it's good to be critical of historic things, the challenges that we've seen, used to use the UAE as a pit stop to move to Silicon Valley, to move to Europe, to move to anywhere else. But through very progressive regimes like the Golden Visa regime with the permanent residency or the citizenship regime as well, we're seeing a lot of talent actually come and live in the UAE and build something meaningful in the UAE to stay in the UAE. And then also putting the right regulations. So our data protection law, which was announced in September, is one that did not look at how do we become over-protectionist and how do we close down our market, but how do we be a global player in the data regime in a way that continues our momentum as a hub for players from around the world to come here. So yes, we maintain certain rights, like the right to be forgotten, the right of access, the right of information, and so on and so forth. But we also allow for companies to do third-party access to data and to do cross-border data flow and to actually host their data abroad. Because we do believe that Google's availability or Amazon's availability or these companies' availability of services in the country affects the quality of life of citizens. Imagine if Google closes down Google Maps for a day. It will affect the quality of life of people. It's the same for Facebook, same for Amazon. So the way that we're looking at it and we're approaching it is we don't want to come with a stick. We actually want to come with a carrot. We want to work with the private sector. We want to invest in the infrastructure. We want to bring the talent in a way that is going to create a paradigm that does not exist anywhere else and create solutions in a very short period of time that become globally relevant and global players. So today we see the unicorns and decacorns that are in the UAE. 63% of all foreign direct investment in digital economy companies in the region come to the UAE today. It's a small country with much less population than anywhere else, but because of the quality of talent and because of the quality of output, many people are actually believing into it and investing into it. We're also seeing right now that the number of scale-ups that we have compared to the size of our country is one that's incomparable to any other country but Israel at this point of time in the region. So this is only going to increase as we invest more in the infrastructure. Cloud is a big player right now in edge computing as well. And we see some of the investments that Abu Dhabi is doing through Edge, TII, and Mubadala in quantum computing, in really pushing forward in these fields that are today seen as far future, but are going to quickly, as you said, become the necessary future infrastructure that we need to have within a short period of time.
Okay, we weren't planning to talk about it, but I'm going to finish with you on the potential, because you mentioned Israel, because it's kind of the IPO startup central, right? And that even surpasses the United States. Think about where the collaboration could come, and we can finish there if you don't mind. Lori Grimstone, I don't want to go old school on us, but we've had a chance to spend some time in Saudi Arabia together at FII and again here, right, in terms of our conversations. And there is that link between the hard infrastructure and the future infrastructure that we're debating here on the panel. You have a very tight relationship. The UAE had a very senior delegation led by His Highness Mohammed bin Zayed to look at collaborations There's a similar architecture, not as far along in Saudi Arabia. Is the GCC, the Gulf Cooperation Council, fit for purpose for your new infrastructure ties and new investment ties? And if not, do you have to consider and say, okay, I'm going to start with the UAE, then I go to Saudi Arabia? And what's the time frame you give it for the hard and soft infrastructure, because it does include data?
Well, look, I start off from a perception that I'm a fan of multilateralism. I think multilateralism has brought the world to where it is today. But for multilateralism to work, of course, it has to live up to its responsibilities. It has to be genuinely multilateral, it has to be efficient, and it has to get things done. I've high hopes for the GCC. In the United Kingdom, we're just in the process of starting our free trade agreement negotiations with the GCC. By definition, it has to be with the GCC to start with, because the GCC is a customs union, and in terms of the flow of goods, our free trade agreement has to dock on to that. But I wouldn't be at all surprised if, once the core has been done, if different countries in the region want to move at some different speeds. And it's often a feature of these agreements that you have add-ons that some countries want, which go further and faster than other countries. So I wouldn't be surprised at that. But I'm looking for speed. I'm looking for this to be, done within the next 12 months. Because what we've learned around the world is that the benefit of free trade, the benefit of investment flows, it speeds adoption of new technologies enormously. And of course, John, in the old days, what was investment? It was about money. Why did people come to the Gulf? Let's be straightforward. They came for the money here. But what you're now increasingly seeing is that investment is a mutual activity. Of course, money flows, but also technology flows, expertise flow, and these flow two ways. So I think investment is becoming very sustainable, often driven by digitalization because of the ease of communication. So I think this new industrial revolution that we're living in, driven by the essential drive to eliminate carbon, I think it's a really exciting time for us all.
Yeah, in fact, you defined it in our last conversation as the next industrial revolution. I think you're absolutely correct if we get it right, and that is a generational importance, I would say. Yes. Ruth, this is going to be your final question because we're a little bit tight on time this morning. I was wondering if you can dovetail the two for me. As the chief financial officer of Alphabet, you can look literally through the whole world to say, where do I want to deploy assets? Where are the startups coming from? What would fit into the Alphabet ecosystem? At the same time, His Excellency talked about it's not grand. Sometimes you pick a market because of the scale, right? The population, the consumer market. But sometimes it's just an easier place to do business. The Singapore, Hong Kong's, UAE elevating to that status. What's the landscape of where Google and Alphabet are deploying assets?
Yeah, it's such an important question. When I think about where we deploy assets, really goes to two questions, which is one, in what are we investing? And then two, I think more to the heart of your question, where globally? But I have to start with the in what, because to me, capital allocation is the lifeblood of every company. And the most important thing is investing for long-term growth. And if you're not investing aggressively for long-term growth, I think you're sowing the seeds of your own destruction. And when we look at our business, our CEO, Sundar Pichai, said he thinks that our biggest moonshot still is search. And what are we investing in to continue to improve the experience, to be ever more helpful? A lot of that is really driven by our investments in AI. And it's both the talent, but very much the comments from today. It's also the compute capacity globally. And that is transforming experiences like digital language capabilities, visual search, and a whole host of things. So then it takes you to this question I'm very often asked, which is, and where? We've invested over 100 billion in R&D in the last 5 years. And when we think about where to invest, much of what was already covered is absolutely top of mind in the list that we go through. There are kind of four major areas. First is the government's commitment to infrastructure, to a digital infrastructure. You need that foundation to have a vibrant digital economy and be a meaningful player. Second is investing in people. We need to make sure that we have people who are trained and ready for these jobs of the future. It's an area where we work very closely with governments and think that's how you amplify and accelerate efforts. We have a program called Grow with Google, which is all about digital skills training. We've trained millions of people across Europe, the Middle East, and Africa, and have seen an uptick in their compensation, their career path. And so this Grow with Google program, we're very proud of and think it's a critical part of what we can also do to accelerate the environment. The third is really the government's posture with respect to technology. To what extent are governments migrating their own services to the cloud as really case studies and proof points for companies across the country? To what extent are they looking at how you can, for example, enhance and accelerate what you're doing on procurement by moving to the cloud and using digital tools? And so it's really that absorption, talking the talk and living it. And then finally, really the core of everything that we've been talking about this morning, which is what is the regulatory environment? Is it technology forward? Does it provide a level of consistency that enables companies, us as a cloud provider, but also our customers looking to us and saying they need to operate in a global environment? So having the consistency and quality and focus on what does it mean to operate effectively in a technology driven world. Many of the comments that were already made, I completely, I would agree with.
Good.
John, we've just heard a perfect description of the United Kingdom.
Or the UAE.
We're very much invested in the United Kingdom and across the UAE.
That's great.
Now we know why he's the minister.
Yeah, pretty shrewd one, by the way. He's moving very fast. Ruth, stand by. I just had the final question for His Excellency. We're out of time, so you have to keep it on the tight side. Kind of part of my new life here is having the honor to teach a course at NYU Abu Dhabi, and it's how do you raise the GCC, by the way, Lord Grimstone, but specifically the UAE for the next 50 years into a global emerging market status, right? Both hard infrastructure and soft. But one component of that course is going to deal with the new relationships because of the Abraham Accord, and you're in the technology space. Clearly, there's a common DNA to be harvested there. Am I speaking out of turn? Am I moving too fast, or are the conversations taking place? I even saw a bilateral meeting when I was with you 6 months ago at the Dubai Future Foundation, so I think it is part of the conversation, sir.
So we're having conversations with many countries. I think the Expo is just testament for that. Israel is definitely an important partner, as well as everyone else that we're talking to. The fact of the matter is, what makes the UAE relevant when you talk about Israel? Israel is a startup nation. You know, there are many books written about it, everyone knows this. And the UAE is slowly but surely becoming the scale-up nation because of one unique factor, which is, if we think about artificial intelligence and the digital landscape, you need to have, if we're going to look at data, you need to have not just big data, you need to have also good quality data that fall into 3 V's. So you need to have good volume of data, you need to have good variety of data, and you have good velocity of data. And this is what Ruth mentioned with regards to infrastructure, readiness, and the investment that's being done there. And for those 3, the UAE is actually very uniquely situated. We have 200 nationalities living and thriving in the UAE, and the demographic mix is actually one that is unique, which cannot be found anywhere else. You have a very good, Arab representation, European representation, Asian representation within the UAE. So any algorithm that you develop here becomes global relevant from day one. But if you look at any other geography where the local population is probably 80% or 90%, what happens is you become irrelevant if you want to expand on the global landscape because you have a lot of bias that's inherent within the data. The second thing is we're actually focusing a lot right now on women coders. So we want to have the highest percentage of women coders per capita in the world, locals, and actually attracting women coders as well from abroad. And we're also looking at having over 100,000 coders in the UAE in total over the next year. So we're investing a lot in that. I think that both Israel, India, and other countries will either be suppliers of talent or will help actually bring solutions that will scale up out of the UAE. So we're working with many countries. I think that this is only going to be something that we can reassess in the coming years. Thank you.
Okay. I was giving you a signal to wrap it up. I didn't think in 5 seconds. But I do appreciate you'd be fantastic in television because sometimes we have to wrap up very quickly. Let's give a warm thanks for Ruth Porat joining us Sunday evening from Silicon Valley. Lord Grimstone, the Minister of Investment of the UK, and His Excellency Omar Olama, of course. First, I want to congratulate His Excellency Badr Olama for putting together such a fantastic lineup of this. This morning, we're going to have a fireside chat with His Excellency Khaldoon Al-Mubarak, John Kerry, the Special Envoy for the United States as well. And we have a terrific panel coming up shortly that picks up on our conversation. Thank you again for the time. Thank you.
A truly excellent session there. Thank you so much on technology and partnerships driving 21st century growth. Thank you so much once again to our panelists there. Now, just to let you know, our next keynote session will be in Arabic. So please do get those headsets. If you need translation, you can get those headsets just at the back of the room where you came in, as our next session will be in Arabic. Well, yes, we turn our attention now to our next keynote session and to talk about industrialization in a post-pandemic world. It's a great pleasure to introduce His Excellency Bandar Al-Kurayaf, Minister of Industry and Mineral Resources for Saudi Arabia.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين نبينا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. أصحاب المعالي، أصحاب السعادة، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. يسعدني أن أكون معكم اليوم في الدورة الرابعة من القمة العالمية للصناعة والتصنيع في الوقت الذي بدأت فيه الحياة تعود إلى طبيعتها تدريجيا بعد تخفيف الاحترازات من جائحة كورونا. هذه الجائحة التي شكلت تحديا للعالم أجمع، مجتمعات وحكومات وقطاع خاص على حد سواء، وكانت اختباراً حقيقياً للحكومات والقطاع الخاص على مدى قدرتهما على الصمود ومواجهة أكبر أزمة في العصر الحديث وما لديهم من مقومات لمواجهتها. إن هذه الجائحة أبرزت الدور الهام والمحوري للحكومات بكيفية التعامل مع الأزمات بحكمة وفي الوقت المناسب.
What we have seen in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia was impressive. Our government has proved to be very effective and efficient in dealing with this pandemic and putting the human health and safety as a priority. Business continuity came first and economy support as well. We have proved that we are on the right track as to the directives and vision of 2030 to create a vital society and a prosperous economy and an ambitious nation. What we have achieved since launching the 2030 vision of activities, of legislations, of systems and regulations ensure the effective digital transformation, and the investments in the telecommunication infrastructure was the factor that helped us face this challenge. Ladies and gentlemen, we as governments, we have a responsibility in front of our people to be ready, completely ready, and to ensure that we have successful digital transformation in order to fulfill all the requirements of the Fourth Industrial Revolution. Governments should focus on three important aspects: regulations and legislations, infrastructure, and human wealth capabilities. We have to adopt a system of very flexible regulations and legislations, and to build systems that can cope with changes swiftly and that cope with the requirements and that provide us with the tools of cybersecurity and of infrastructure readiness, and investments in infrastructure is essential in order to ensure that we are able to deal with changes and that we are able to automate all our services and to adopt new paradigms of business. Building the human capabilities is the only guarantee of business sustainability and business growth in a way that realizes the aspirations of our people. We have to reconsider education, training, and preparedness in order to be in line with the future business requirements. Speaking of the private sector, and especially the multinational conglomerates, we have to work hard on creating an environment that encourages innovation, creativity, and that provides the talents and skills that guarantees the sustainability of business. Ladies and gentlemen, our aspirations in the KSA towards the industrial sector are huge, because this sector is very significant to the economy, and it is important to expand the economy's scope, not only domestically, but also in order for us to be a global hub. We have to create investment opportunities and jobs for our people. Hence, we have launched NEDLib program, which is one of the most important programs for the 2030 vision that targets all the 4 sectors: industry, education, energy, and logistic services. Those 4 sectors will be our focus in order to maximize the economic returns and to have harmony and to activate their role and to make them serve each other. We have also established the Ministry of Industry and Mineral Resources to complement this role and to focus on managing the industry and mineral resources sector effectively. The industrialization scheme in the KSA is blessed by the cooperation of so many entities that are working hard to realize the objectives and to create promising opportunities for growth, for development, not only to meet the domestic demand, no, but also to increase the exports and to make KSA a global logistic hub. Praise be to God. And to our relentless efforts and to our planning, we are working hard to make the KSA an exporter of technology, not only an importer of technology, and to make the industrial sector a sector that is based on innovation and creativity in order to realize quality objectives and to focus more on the priority industries and to create quality opportunities that are in line with our aspirations as a nation. I am proud to announce the establishment of Oxido, which is an industrial city that is unique in its paradigm and that relies on quality investments, renewable energies, and that is a complementary of the initiative of a green KSA and a green Middle East. In conclusion, I would like to thank all those who have contributed to organizing this conference and this summit, and I would like to thank our sister nation, the United Arab Emirates, for their generosity and how they received us. Thank you very much.
Well, a huge thank you once again to His Excellency Bandar Al Kharayef, Minister of Industry and Mineral Resources for Saudi Arabia. Thank you so much for being with us here today. Thank you. Well, we move from one keynote to the next, and in the true spirit of GMIS, we travel from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia to France to talk about how to deal with the digital revolution. Please join me in welcoming His Excellency Bruno Le Maire, Minister of Economy, Finance and Recovery for France.
Thank you and good morning, everyone. I'm really very pleased to take part to this summit, and I would like to address my many thanks for your invitation to the 4th Global Manufacturing and Industrialization Summit. I'm also very glad to be back in the UAE. The UAE, as you know, and France have a long-going friendship based on trust, on respect, and on a strong political and economic partnership. Today we are discussing the challenges of the 4th revolution, the so-called digital revolution. More than any other revolution, this technological revolution radically changes the course of our lives and the competition between the nations. I would like, as a starting point, to emphasize 3 consequences of this revolution. The first consequence is clearly on our daily lives, on our social relationships, on our mindset. Now we are living through this digital revolution in the world and in our smartphones, with the real people, with our real friends, our real family, and with digital people, with digital reality, with a digital community. We are part of the real world and part of a digital community. We are living in the world and out of the world. Let's just think about our family dinners. Family dinners have become digital dinners. You are talking to your kids, but your kids are talking to their iPhones. The second consequence of this digital revolution is that we are giving billions of data every day to digital giants that can control our lives, control our ways of thinking, control our democracies. The question is quite clear. Do we want the digital giants with private interest to replace sovereign states with public interest? This is one of the key questions and one of the key consequences of the digital revolution. The third consequence is that we are building, thanks to this revolution, a new and more flexible productive model. Just take the example of the 5G. 5G networks enable the development of autonomous vehicles, new technologies, Internet of Things, better management of energy power. To make a very long story very short, if we are looking closely at the 3 consequences of this digital revolution, it is a mix of opportunities and threats, empowerments and concerns. It is the best and it is the worst. It is the devil and it is an angel. This is how I would describe this digital revolution. And this is why my stronger belief is that it is time for citizens and political leaders and business leaders to take the lead, to play their role, and to guide the digital revolution. It's time to commit. It's time to work together, people, governments, private companies, so that we can draw the best from this digital revolution. For that, there is a prerequisite. The prerequisite is to be economically strong. That's exactly what we have done with President Macron in transforming the French economy, in putting more competitiveness in the French companies, in facing the economic crisis and in having the best economic recovery among European countries, and in defining a new investment plan for the future. The results are quite clear. We will have a growth of more than 6% in 2021, more than 4% in 2022. We are back to the level of economic development before the COVID crisis. We have a level of unemployment which is better now than it was before the crisis. And we have become the country which is the most attractive for foreign investment among European countries. So please, come to France, come to our country, you are most welcome. On the basis of this new economic and new economic results, I think that this new policy to face the digital revolution could be based on 4 pillars. The first one is investment. There is a need for huge investment in new technologies, in the fight against climate change, in artificial intelligence, in quantum calculation, in hydrogen. On all these technological revolution, we need to invest to get access to the best processes and to the best technologies. The second pillar is cooperation. To face these challenges, we need to cooperate very closely. We need to invest together. And the fact that we have been able, both France and the UAE, to work together and to invest together in new fields of technologies like hydrogen is very good news for all of the countries. The third pillar must be regulation. Regulation because we don't want the private companies to get access to all data without any control. We don't want these private companies to have access to the most sensitive data of our private companies without any control. That's why we have created with Germany the so-called Gaia-X, a sovereign cloud, to protect our data. We need regulation because we want to avoid hate on the web. Social media are a place of freedom. They must not be a place of violence. The last and fourth pillar for this new policy could be to take risks. We must take risks to get access to disruptive technologies. We must get risk to be able to master this digital revolution. So my conclusion would be that as political and business leaders that gather together here in Dubai, we must all build and implement the policies that will help make the digital revolution a success, an opportunity, a way of reducing social and economic inequalities, a way of bridging the gap between developing and developed countries. That's all that we have to commit for, and I will thank you for your invitation because this is the place to be here in Dubai to think about the future. Thank you to all of you.
Well, a huge thank you once again to His Excellency Bruno Le Maire, Minister of Economy, Finance and Recovery for France. Thank you so much for being with us here today. Well, as I mentioned at the beginning of this morning, I'd just like to reiterate that GMIS, of course, is a joint initiative of UNIDO and the Ministry of Industry and Advanced Technology of the United Arab Emirates, and it truly is fantastic to have you all here joining us, and to the thousands of you as well who are joining us virtually, of course, from around the world. Now, to continue the conversation, please do follow us on @GMI Summit, and also you can spread the word on all of your social media channels, and also please do feel free to download the app that has been especially made, of course, for the event today. That's where you can get to know the speakers a little bit more, because we're only giving them very brief introductions today. So if you'd like to read up on any of our speakers, our esteemed speakers here today that have flown in from all over the world to be with us here, please do read up on them on the app that's been especially made for the event. You can also find the agenda on there as well, of course. And you can also set up meetings with any fellow delegates. Did you know that? You can head on over to the app, and there's a meeting room where you can actually set up meetings with other delegates and also possibly some of the speakers here today. So please do get that downloaded, and you can get meeting people as well. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we move on now to our next session. As innovation continues to see a huge surge, we move on to a session on investing in the leading edge of innovation. And it's a great privilege to have here with us today and to welcome to the stage, please give a very warm welcome to His Excellency Khaldoon Al-Mubarak, Managing Director and Group CEO of Mubadala. What a great privilege to have you here with us. And now, of course, to steer the conversation, please welcome back John Defterios, Professor of Business at NYU Abu Dhabi and the World Economic Forum Energy Fellow. Over to you, John.
Laura, thanks very much. And it's great. This is almost like a GMIS family tradition. Please sit down, Your Excellency. We couldn't have a GMIS without His Excellency Khaldoon Al-Mubarak, who's the Group Chief Executive of Mubadala Investment Company. And I say that because the last time we actually did something on stage together, although it was virtual conferences, as you know, over the last year and a half, was in Yekaterinburg, right? That was fun. It was an incredibly nice city, which I think it probably even surprised you as well, in the heart of Russia. But the relationship goes back pretty far, because in 2007, the rest of the outside world didn't know Mubadala, but I remember when we launched the CNN program, Marketplace Middle East, our first guest on the program was His Excellency. Let's give him a warm welcome back to GMS.
Thank you, John.
I don't want to say this is speed dating, but it's going to be a highly focused 13 minutes of conversation.
Check.
Works? We're good.
We're good?
Yeah, it works. Yeah, thanks very much. Yeah. I think it's great as we go into 2022 to try to take a pulse of what's ahead, because in the last two conferences and kind of the mumbling that's taking place in London by very senior bankers, there's a concern as we look into 2022 with such a global recovery of 6%, that there are some potholes along the way, because G20 governments had to put in so much stimulus to make sure things were working again. The supply chains are only starting to unlock, and do we have a retrenchment? So from the MIC standpoint, what are you looking at next year that poses any sort of problems, and a big enough problem for you to adjust the portfolio of what you've built, particularly over the last 13 years? How would you see it?
Well, first of all, thank you, John. It's a pleasure to finally see you in person and talk to you in person. There's nothing like that, so I'm delighted for that. I also want to thank the organizers at GMIS. It's my honor to be here today, and certainly all visitors here today and guests. Thank you for being here. I'm sure you will join me in agreeing it's great to finally have a conference in person and be able to witness and speak and converse in a direct way, which is something we've all missed. So it's a pleasure. Going back to your question, so I think when I look at 2022, for us at Mubadala, thematically, there's no shift in terms of our strategy, in terms of the themes we're investing in terms of how we look at this next 5 to 10 year cycle in terms of where we invest. I think you've known us long enough, John. We take a long-term, patient investor approach. We take thematic views. We go through the cycles once we have convictions. And we've done that in multiple sectors, and we'll talk about that in a bit. So from a short-term perspective, yes, there are challenges ahead. I think inflation is creeping in many places. I think we would anticipate, obviously, interest rate hikes. All that will have implications, changing and differing from market to market. But I think overall, thematically, the world is coming out of COVID. There's that transition from pandemic to endemic that's happening in multiple speeds in different countries, different geographies. That will continue, I think, in 2022 and 2023. I think there's so much, clearly, liquidity out there all over the world, from east to west. And let's not forget, the world was, in many places, closed for business for between a year to 2 years, depending on the economy. So that, let's say, boost of energy that you are seeing right now in many places, I expect will continue. I expect there will be some adjustments here and there, but not to the point where I would change my perspective or our perspective as Mubadala from an investment and thematic view.
It's very interesting because I've followed you for the last decade intensely, and you've combined this with strategic partnerships which have come into use, for example, during COVID-19, and we did the story on the floor of your facility at Strata, which is a manufacturer of aerospace, parts for the global players of the world, and you had Honeywell working on N95 masks, and you moved with, quick speed. But I would say, if I took a step back, the three key pillars are technology, life sciences, and this very important energy transition that's taking place. And the UAE is a major oil and gas producer, but it's saying, I've got to look 20 years out and plan for the transition. These are kind of the three themes that I wanted to talk about. But GlobalFoundries was fascinating because early days, if you will, in 2009, you decided to take on AMD in chip fabrication. Everybody's like, why are they going into it? And then there was a glut into the market, and you could have panicked, right, as a group, as a nation, as a sovereign fund, development fund, but you didn't. And now it played to your sweet spot, and you just took the IPO out. So what does it tell us about the UAE mentality and the patience to say, I know we picked this right pillar. I know there's going to be demand for this in data and in driving technology in the future, and we can invest in this, and we will get the payout. When do you decide when we stay in and when we stay out?
Well, that's the magic formula. What we've done, and I think GlobalFoundries is a great example. I'm glad actually you started with that, because that's a good example that reflects how we look at investing as Mubadala, how our shareholders supports us institutionally in terms of taking a clear thematic view with convictions, in this case, taking a view on semiconductors and taking a view on an industry and investing in that sector, to having the ability to be a long-term patient investor that's going to weather cycles, and then being a reliable / responsible investor. I think these are how I would describe Mubadala's approach and our shareholder, the government of Abu Dhabi's approach to investing. GlobalFoundries is a classic example of that. This is an investment we did in 2009. We are now 12 years on. We have invested in a challenging sector, very competitive sector globally. Thematically in 2009 might have not been very clear for many people. We had our convictions, we stuck with them, went through very difficult cyclical periods that would have challenged maybe other investors. I think credit to our investment team, our executives at Mubadala, because this is not one. This is an institution that requires obviously the board, the investment committee, the management team, all to have a view that I think we had on this sector. And of course, here we are in 2021. That industry is what we always suspected it will be. A critical industry to the supply chains of the world, an industry that will impact pretty much every major future industry going forward. You mentioned technology, you mentioned life sciences, you mentioned energy transitions. All of them have a common denominator, which is the chips. They are critical for all of them and others. So I think we feel very positive today in terms of where that business is. We have a great confidence in that outlook going forward, and I think we, have done that in other sectors. Energy transition is another one where we've been investing in renewable energy since 2006. I mean, you've known that, John. I think many people around the room know that we took a view again on energy transition. We took a view on renewables not when it's the popular subject as it is today, but 15 years ago, 16 years ago. And we started investing. We created Masdar. Masdar, over the last 15-year journey, has become a global investor in renewables. We have investments and assets in over 33 countries. We're almost at 11 gigawatts of power generation, renewable power generation, that Masdar is involved in, over $20 billion worth of investment that has been made over that period. And again, it's proving very clearly that thematically, I think we made the correct choice in 2006. And here we are, where we are today, well positioned in that space. And I think with the clear convictions going forward and the ability to continue to grow with scale in that space.
Okay, let's circle back. I have time for just 2 questions because we're a little bit tight on time. On life sciences, it was interesting because your partnerships set up through Mubadala were kind of stress tested, if I can put it that way, right, during COVID-19. And what I've seen now is your life science investments coupled with the data technology, which Mubadala is a major player. That's the name of the game right now. It's data tracing and also life sciences working in collaboration. Do you feel you're well positioned for that? Is there more to come?
So here we take a very strong view on the science side of it and on the data analytics side of it, which includes obviously artificial intelligence, AI, and all the way down the data infrastructure side. So it's a big, big circle of a theme. We're very well positioned. We've been investing in that space for a couple of years now. We have very strong partnerships across that value chain. That one, I would say, unlike the other 2 themes we described earlier, we were not as early as I would have liked. I would have loved to have started and taken that thematic view maybe 5 or 6 years ago. We probably took it 3 years ago. I mean, it's fine.
Well, in a sense, it was just in time for the
yes,
global shock.
It really
right?
was. It really was, and it paid off handsomely in terms of that initial period where we needed these partnerships to kick in to help solve some of the supply chain issues we had here in the country, and they kicked in, and they really performed. And now going forward, I would say I'm very optimistic about that space. I think it's a space very clearly all of us recognize right now is going to be a high growth arena. I think as in everything, you have to have the right partnerships, the right platforms, which I think we do. And I think institutionally, I would say we have the right allocations and the right convictions, and I expect it's going to be an exciting space for us.
Okay, final point, which I didn't talk to you about, but I think it's very important because China sits in your portfolio. That's how strategic the UAE has approached it. So they've assigned it to you, and you have very tight relations in Washington through an excellent ambassador that the UAE has been represented with, Mr. Otaiba. It's a good sign in the last week that you saw Joe Biden and Xi Jinping actually hold a virtual summit when there was no discussion. Again, how does the UAE, small country, but it's positioning itself both ways, and that could have gone horribly wrong if there was a trade war and a protracted dispute. Do you think, were you relieved in a sense that the two recognize that the US and China have to get along? Does it make you feel better in terms of getting through the rougher patches perhaps that are ahead next year?
You know, it's very important, particularly when you are a nation like the UAE, which is a trade hub, an economic hub, and central between East and West. That's been the recipe of success for the UAE for the last 50 years. And beyond that, even before that, always being that transition between East and West and vice versa. We continue to be very well positioned as a nation. Today, I think the economy is in a very strong position. Our trade ties with the East, from China to Korea to Japan to India, are substantial, and our trade relationships on the West, from the United States to UK, Europe, the EU, France, etc., is also substantially strong. So I think for us, you know, with that view, stability is crucial, and anything that creates geopolitical stability only enhances our proposition in terms of economic growth and in terms of growth in trade and growth in business, which is ultimately what the UAE is all about. So these gestures I think are ultimately in the best interest of the world, in my view. It's in the best interest of stability from a security and political sense, but also crucially very important from an economic sense. I think the world wants and needs continuous economic prosperity, and I think maintaining open lines is in the best interest of global stability.
Even if they're virtual open lines in this case, the next one will be face-to-face. Let's thank him again for joining us here in Dubai for the discussion. His Excellency Khaldoon Al Mubarak of Mubadala Investment Company. We can loop out. Thanks a lot. Sorry, it was tight on time.
في وزارة الصناعة. احنا يمكن عارف كل اللي في وزارة النقل
Yeah, please.
Thank you very much. If I can get my microphone, we're all good there. We're going to go straight into our next session, which is Connect to Collaborate and Revolutionizing Supply Networks. Let's bring one by one to the stage His Excellency Osama Al Zamil. He's the Deputy Minister of Industry and Mineral Resources at Saudi Arabia. Shadi Malik, CEO of Etihad Rail. Luc Remont, the CEO of International Operations at Schneider Electric. Vincenzo Sarsfield, the Global Head of Italian Infrastructure. That's at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Italy. Vivek Chand Sehgal is Chairman of Motherson Group. And Peng Zhao is the CEO of G42. Let's give him a warm welcome.
Vincenzo is not here. He did not show up.
Who's that?
Vincento.
Okay, perfect. Thanks. Thank you, gentlemen. I was going to have you get up because I'm on the far seat, but I'll fill the void. Okay. No, stay right there. Thanks very much. I understand Vincenzo couldn't make it, so we have 5 of us, which is actually a good thing. Peng, it's good to see you now. I didn't get a chance to meet you for the last 3 or 4 years, but I got a chance to see you at ADIPEC and then back to back here. Welcome.
My good fortune.
Yeah, mine good fortune. So we have a half hour with 5 of us to have a very robust debate. We have to watch that clock. I wanted to define what this means when we say connect to collaborate and the tools that we have at our availability. I was at the FII, Your Excellency, and had a very robust debate there that was taking place about this idea of melding 21st century infrastructure we have in front of us today, and that's at the heart of GMES, and at the same time what's being built up in Saudi Arabia from the hard infrastructure. It's like an absolute construction boom. How do you blend the two together now in terms of the collaboration to bring in the foreign direct investment that His Royal Highness has earmarked for the next decade for the kingdom? Go ahead.
Thank you very much, John, and really it's a pleasure to be here today and with the nice panelists we have. Actually, reference to that, I mean, His Royal Highness have, and when he now launched the Vision 2030, he have focused a lot on how to stimulate the economy in a way that really become robust and be investor friendly and to attract more investment. Actually, I would like to start that when launching the Vision 2030, there was a lot of work on central government capabilities and increasing the way that how reliable and efficient our central government. And the 5th anniversary of the launch of 2030, His Royal Highness have announced that we have reached to 70% efficiency and reliability in the central government, which means that really this set a base of how leadership are looking at seriousness of how to look on the infrastructure, the economy, and how to deal with it. And this is by itself means a lot to the Saudi economy and to the investors, that how agile is the government to respond to their requirement, and also to be ready for the 21st century requirement and development for the future. What I can see also that our government is really focusing on 5 main roles that need to be worked out, which first one is the infrastructure maturity, capability, not only the conventional infrastructure, but also the future infrastructure, which they call it the digitization and Industrial 4.0 infrastructure and the data requirement. Second, about the legislation framework. Actually, our government is very serious about changing the legislation part and how this will be making readiness for the investors to come and invest in Saudi Arabia. And third, about reinforcing those legislation. Because without reinforcement, this means that will be loose and loopholes in the system, which is we need to avoid it as a government to strike the balance for keeping a fair play competition in the ground, and at the same time stimulate the economy. Fourth is about incentivizing. We need to incentivize those investors and give them whatever tools that they need to be really having their investment in Saudi Arabia. And last but not least is how to give them a growth opportunities, either through export or local content, which is His Royal Highness always focus on, especially in this, very strategic sectors like in the medical sector or in the military sector, which is really very important that we have its own authority, the General Authority of Military Industry, which is also goes to local industry.
Great, thanks very much. I'm going to circle back on a couple of things, because one of the things I picked up when I was in the Kingdom for the Future Investment Initiative is the trust that was built up in the COVID-19 pandemic, because that really stress tests the systems. Peng and I had that conversation last week at ADIPEC. It was the ultimate stress test for a government and for all the entities around it, right? So let me see if we can get to it as a follow-up question. Shadi Malik of Etihad Rail, is quite interesting. The obvious hard infrastructure project is looking at 4i technologies, and that is for what, do you say? What are you finding in the experience of this grand project, which is connecting the dots in a very real sense of the hard economy?
Well, I think for Etihad Rail and for all the physical supply chain, I mean, digital supply chain is not going to replace it, because it's not like music or movies or something like this. But digital supply chain is enabling us for, as we all figured through the pandemic, to utilize e-commerce much better and to learn how to do it at much ease. And this is creating a lot of opportunity for even companies such as the railways and other providers. So what used to be taking 2 months of planning, with the modern tools that's being offered to us, we're able to plan every 15 minutes. And in the case of Etihad Rail, probably it'll be every 15 minutes. And in the case of everybody else, they have to shift towards this. It's easier for us because we're starting from on a green field purpose to imply all these technologies. But you can look around the globe, and what it used to be taking months and weeks to be able to plan your routes, your delivery, your supply chain, the full chain. And right now, thanks to the new tools, it could take you to 15 minutes. But there is also a question that will be asked to all the suppliers and all modes of transport, I guess, which is, as you saw with the bookings and the Amazon, data is becoming the most important and valuable tool. And these companies, to survive, they need to be able, not to survive, to better and be more efficient, to utilize these platforms and be able to shift towards more of platforms and collecting data rather than leaving it to the other suppliers. This will enhance your service and will make sure that it enables you to deliver to your end customer and to the end user. So I think we're looking at a real, fourth industrial revolution. that will have an impact on the supply, not maybe in the same way it has on some other parts of or technologies, but definitely on transport sector, you need to band the wagon, if I might say this.
Yeah, it's very interesting. With Etihad Rail's DNA, it started as an industrial artery, did it not? I mean, it's the connection between an ADNOC and collaboration. How have you found blending systems of IT and IR, right, for the Industrial Revolution?
I think you could look at it from two angles. First of all, I think Etihad Rail, from day one, when it was established in 2009, it was envisaged to be a fully logistics provider company that can provide a full logistics solution. And this is what other train companies and railway companies have done across the globe. You could look at Germany, France. I mean, DB Schenker Logistics is well known. It's an arm of Deutsche Bahn. So we've always built into the DNA that this is going to end up being a logistics company. And if it's a logistics company, it has to invest in mobility tools and platforms. But also, if I jump into maybe slightly a separate subject, but with all this data analytics, look at our trains right now, even in our work in the Western region, we've got thousands of sensors on them. Those could potentially, they're already helping us in preventative maintenance and helping us in supplying and learning more about the behavior of our operations and our maintenance. So, in generally speaking, I think in Etihad Rail, we're fortunate in a way that we started in 2009 and not in 1820.
Yeah, that's great, because modernization would have been, as you say, a lot
more complicated.
Hill. Yeah, a lot more complicated. Luc Romand, I've watched what you've done at Schneider Electric, and it's interesting because it's almost like COVID-19 was an accelerator for your roadmap, was it not? Because you're trying to support companies to leverage into the fourth industrial revolution and to how best manage the data that they're getting today. How do you see yourself as an enabler as a company for partnerships, whether it's in the GCC or the broader MENA region?
Well, first I should say that COVID-19 has put our own supply chain on the test bench, of course, because all the phenomena that you've described and my colleagues have described before were, of course, at stake for ourselves, delivering out of our 200 factories, all our customers in more than 130 countries. And we have, of course, based our efforts to overcome the challenge of COVID-19 on the digitization and on the systems that we have put in place for ourselves. Now, of course, we have shared this experience with our customers, and the way to do it is very pragmatic, actually, is really to help our customers to extract the relevant data from their operations to enable people to make the relevant decisions. We are not lacking data most of the time. You know, all the supply chain, all the organizations have plenty of data. The real question is how to get the relevant data out of the stack and to get the data organized so that people can make the right decisions. So people starts with the shop floor, making sure that people on the shop floor gets the relevant data about their operations, but then it goes up the chain to the people who drive the company so that they can have, at company level, aggregated data, information that is then treated and analyzed so that these decisions can be made in the right direction for the company. And of course, in COVID times or in times when things are moving super fast, this is when this analytics, this is when these chains are put to the test to know whether this is relevant or not. And hopefully it was. We have seen many, many more questions coming from our customers to, for example, to overcome the incapacity of moving people across borders during that period of time. So more and more needs for enabling people across borders thanks to virtual reality, for example, and more needs to do maintenance at distance. So enabling people at distance has been absolutely key, just to give you one example of what has been critical over this period of time.
Okay, I want the rest of the panel to think about this because you raised a couple of really good points. Nearshoring for the future, just-in-time delivery, is it really possible? I mean, did we learn that from the COVID-19 pandemic? Because if you look at the aerial pictures of ports in Los Angeles or those in China, you see a sea sea of ships, right? And do we have to rethink that model? So put it into your mindset, because I think that's what we're finished. Vivek Chand Sehgal, tell us about Motherson Group and how it applies to this conversation of the Fourth Industrial Revolution collaboration. Why would it apply to you?
Thank you very much. Motherson is in the automotive supply chain. We are supplying to the OEMs 100% of what we produce. We're in 43 countries, so we are having the last laugh because we didn't believe that one plant in the world is going to supply to everybody. And we have about 278 manufacturing plants all over. So we could, in some sense, say that we were earlier into the whole thing. We started putting up plants all over and thinking how we would maintain the supply chain. In the automotive field, where the parts that we make are probably some of the last parts to be designed and first parts to be fitted into the car. So our breathing time is really small. So the ability to merge and mix air, sea, rail, all transports together, I think that is the real genius that Motherson today puts on the table. So 4.0 is very, very relevant to us.
Good. It's interesting. Do you have to rethink any of the processes as a result of this, though?
Absolutely. I think you have to be on your toes, and you have multiple challenges. You have challenges like the people at the ground level, the associate levels, people who are doing. Do they understand even the kind of technology that the needs are of the customer? So all that particular thing to retrain, train, retrain, retrain, train, I mean, I could go on. It just goes on. And the ability to then make sure that you don't stop the line of the customer. That is a huge combination. So constant training. We have our own software company which does this particular thing. We really can't go to somebody else to ask them to teach. Our own software company comes in and takes care of this particular gap that is always there between the customer and the associate level in our plants.
How much change can you deal with? Because you have a whole different supply chain to the electric vehicles, my point. So your industry's changing while the world of data is changing and trying to manage it, correct?
Well, the thing about electric vehicles is that that's going to be even more dependent on these things. So that's one point against it, actually, because the people who are driving the cars, they have to be that much tech savvy. So it's a lot of learning, a lot of things, and you have to be on your toes. And if you can deal with that, you're the winner.
Good. Peng, I wanted to start with this idea of what's next to fully automate the DSNs of the world, right? And to integrate them into smart cities. So all of these companies, all these ministries can leverage it. You have to kind of almost take a look at the bigger picture where the UAE is trying to go. Give us a sense of the buildup here to make a city fit for purpose in this new next wave of investment in technology. How would you put it?
Thank you, John, for having me and my esteemed colleagues here in this very exciting forum. I think my colleagues already outlined some of the key principles of DSN. Might be useful if I can give you some concrete examples as a digital native, so to speak, and practitioner of AI in the context of the smart nation of the UAE. We talked about everybody being put to test during the pandemic, and UAE certainly was right in the middle of this global fight. 3 examples I want to share with you where smart technologies came to bear and accelerate our ability to combat this unprecedented human risk. One is that during the height of the pandemic, contact tracing program. In the UAE, not only did we do everything other countries did, for example, Singapore, Germany, leveraging telecom network, Bluetooth signals, to figure out who is with whom, how do we track clusters, and predict the spread of virus. We also use computer vision, the camera system, to be able to detect images and figure out the matching of human behavior with electronic data transmission. So adding that additional layer of AI-driven computer vision analytics, we create a safer, smarter, healthier society. Second example has to do with what we did in that large-scale 45,000 people clinical trial of the vaccine here in the UAE. In fact, it was a multi-center, multi-nation vaccine trial. We did that in record time. And this is the first time ever in a region such a trial was conducted. It was only possible because we leveraged smart technology using big data, very intelligent customer, in this case, patient profiling, to match the trial program with the right people and track the results very accurately and rapidly. So that's another example where smart technology was able to transform a previously older, slower business model. Finally, I want to give an example of what we're doing today in vaccine manufacturing. So as you probably know, UAE already delivered one large factory to produce vaccine locally right here, talking about nearshore, onshore. It's being produced right here in the country, for the country and for the region. We're building a second one right now in the Kisa port, not far from here. That is going to be able to produce over 500 million doses of vaccine on an annual basis and beyond. In addition, our digital model of rapidly developing factories is now being exported. His Excellency Haldon, who was with you, was with me in Serbia recently. We launched our factory together with Serbia, and soon this factory will be able to come online before the end of this year in Serbia, producing over 100 million doses of vaccine on an annual basis. Wow. I think these are examples of how smart digital technology, especially AI, is able to transform the way we do business, safeguard health, and building smarter societies.
It's interesting, Peng. I wanted to follow up quickly, if I may, then. This legacy way of building a factory, is it going to go away with the 3D printing and strategies? It takes sometimes 2-3 years to go from signature to opening a facility. What's the power of AGI, which you've talked about recently, artificial general intelligence, to speed up the process if a country wants to have a vaccine factory, if it wants to have an electric vehicle manufacturer?
I believe the traditional manufacturing is not going away anytime soon, meaning the next 5 to 10 years. However, 3D printing aided by AI will increasingly be injected into that process, especially componentry. For example, aerospace industry, key components now can be printed using 3D printers. And also, believe it or not, dentistry. We know of companies in China today printing 3D-based dental kits, custom fit for you, faster and cheaper, and on demand. In terms of AGI, we can spend hours here talking about AGI. I'm a believer that we still live in the age of narrow intelligence, 3D printing, language processing, computer vision I mentioned earlier. These are all very specific narrow domain applications of AI. But eventually, as nations collaborate, as different sectors converge, especially in the supply chain domain, general intelligence is a matter of time to come into being. And if and when we achieve general intelligence, I think industries will be completely transformed, disrupted, and new industries will be created.
Good. Does it, Luke, in your view, does it speed up the investment cycle? You were nodding at me and saying, I agree with what Peng's saying. Does it speed up the ability for countries to leapfrog as a result of this revolution we're going through?
Yes, it does. And I think among the digital tools that are enabling the manufacturing side to accelerate, there is clearly the digital twin capability, which is the way we build a factory today compared to a few years ago is really changed, is leapfrogged, as you say, thanks to the ability to model the factory from the design to build, to operate, to maintain phase along the life cycle with one digital twin, which is enabling to forecast first or to design the factory from before its inception and to follow it along the life cycle. That's what AVEVA, or the company with Schneider, does, which is enabling really to follow the factory from end to end and saving a lot of time and saving, most of the time what we are losing in doing a new factory is that we are redoing things all the time. And thanks to this digital enablement, you can do things right immediately and you can follow them for the lifetime. And that's really enabling to go much faster for any country to transform an idea or a principle into a factory.
That's fascinating. Let's bring back Osama and Shadi on this idea that I talked about, nearshoring. I'm not a believer in it. I don't think it's, you know, even though you had that ultimate test, and I'd love to have others, Vivek, you can weigh into this debate as well. Are you really going to pick up sticks after you've invested in a factory in China or in India and move it to the Middle East because you're worried? Or is that part of the pitch for Saudi Arabia now, would you say, Osama?
Well, exactly. Our, as His Excellency mentioned in his keynote speech today, we are looking to be a regional hub for many manufacturers in the world. As you know, in the pandemic, there was a big test on how the supply chain was moving around the world. And now there is a shift of how to have regional hubs for major corporations.
Is that a blip, or you really think it's going to happen?
I think it will happen from my side, from our side. This is what we are preparing for. And I think we saw signs, a lot of signs that of companies coming to Saudi Arabia and asking for such capabilities to be handled. Also looking with the relationship with countries, you know, like South Korea, for example, and China. They are all looking for also how to have a presence regionally. And I think from our side, in our strategy, industrial strategy, we're looking at to be a regional hub for manufacturing, for what we have a competitive advantage in Saudi Arabia, going to serve the regional area. As you know, know that Saudi Arabia is one of the biggest economy in the Middle East, and at the same time, the G20 member, and they have all the means and tools to be that in that position. However, we need to work on terms of how we can become more agile and more transparent in our regulatory framework to make that happen. On the other hand, also, you mentioned about how trustworthy we become in Saudi Arabia when we're dealing with the pandemic. And this is actually have given a good signal to the world that we have no compromise on three things: the health of the people, and the security, and the food supply. And this was really exemplified in the pandemic in Saudi Arabia. For example, in our ministry, young ministry have established in 2019, we worked heavily on keeping that supply continuing all the way in the pandemic time. And not for that only, but also we've been able, companies, to continue working during the pandemic and not stopping their operation, which was very important for them, especially in manufacturing facilities. And this was really one of the areas what Ministry of Industry was focusing on.
Yeah, in fact, give us just a sense of what it was like trying to get through that, to make sure that the food lines, deliveries stayed open, that the hospital system could cope with it, and at the same time you had to bring Saudi citizens back from every part of the world. It was like all hands on deck, right?
Exactly, and this was, as I mentioned, it was not coincidence. As I mentioned in the beginning, it was being built since the inception of the launch of the Vision 2030, and the government was working in harmony to work together that the data was available for everyone. This one. Second,
the data was available.
The data, sorry, yes. The same data was available through e-government, which really makes a lot of sense to many people and investors, that really they were being able to get the knowledge and information hands-on. And the second, also using some very important applications. As we have mentioned, in Saudi Arabia, we have a very robust application like Abshir, and then we have bring another application like Tawakkalna, which is all those are really focused on people, how they will be ready and know about their health and hands-on, and they can deal with what they do in their daily operation. On the other hand, in terms of factories, we've been awarded just recently from Ministry of Industry for the customer experience. That how they've been able to get their permission to mobilize during the pandemic time lockdown, and they continue the supply of their product in the food or in the pharmaceutical business, and without any interruption.
Okay, very good. Shadi, there's two topics that I wanted to cover. One was just-in-time delivery. Are you having to rethink the model at Etihad? And are you building the infrastructure for the nearshoring trend that's just underway? And do you believe it as a company?
I think I like the question a lot. And I think there is an angle that we need to look at it. This is in preparing for this session, I've researched a lot of expertise, and there is a consensus that...
You just took it to the brain, to the paper? That's the idea, right?
Unfortunately, this might not be the last pandemic, and this is not the last, unfortunately, time that we will see disruptions. And disruption is going to happen again. And all of us are preparing for a series of disruptions. Might be as big, might be as small. But what does that mean for businesses? It means that there's a huge opportunity, in my opinion, for SMEs, for small, medium enterprises, to actually work with the global manufacturers and try to replicate that knowledge at a smaller level here in each region. So I give you an example. For us in Etihad Rail, a key component of building the railway is having sleepers. We built the sleepers factory inside the UAE, and that guaranteed our ability to deliver the project. Otherwise, we could not if we have not built it over here. So I think for SMEs, there is a huge opportunity to start serving the big customers that normally, if we are frank about it, we try to always go to global names, big manufacturers that are offshore, and it costs us a lot of money. Even without any disruption in the supply chain, it's expensive for spare parts to come from all parts of the world. But there is now, because of the pandemic, we had to go work with the industrial zones within the UAE, in Abu Dhabi, in Dubai, in Ras Al Khaimah, and many other places in the country, and to help them produce our requirement. And therefore, there is a huge opportunity for these smaller enterprises to work with the global and try to do it from within the UAE. And you could see in the UAE tomorrow, I think you have a panel called Operation 300, is about building industries in the UAE and industrialization and make in the UAE. And I think there is a massive opportunity for collaboration. If you take what Pink said earlier about how you replicate a factory and how could you do it, I think there's a huge opportunity for everyone to win in this situation, unfortunate situation.
I know, because we're trying to shape what the next 50 years looks like at the same time. I'm surprised you said that there's a good opportunity for the SMEs. Do they have that capability or not?
I think they do, and I think you could train them and work with them. So if I give an example from Etihad Rail, we looked at certain small, medium enterprises where we have actually told them what we require, and it's not very different from what they produce, for instance, for airlines or cars. But sometimes we all fall into the luxury space where we need to get the exact piece from the exact manufacturer. Yes. But right now, with all the data available and the ease of access to information, they could actually get the details in a legal way and produce it here. And there is also an opportunity for cross-functional learning from industries. So we're in railways. It doesn't mean that somebody who's producing parts for planes cannot help us. So we could actually formulate things, and I'm a big believer into this, that can help the supply chain. And just because I look at the time, and I've got to score that point before I leave, trains played a huge part in regional supply across regions during the pandemic, where trucks were not allowed to move from one place to another, and we had to actually, many countries had to utilize the railways because they are contactless for most of the part, and they continue to help in the supply chain across many countries.
Yeah, it's interesting because we didn't have the infrastructure in the UAE, so it was a blessing that it was built and ready, fit for purpose is the terminology, right, Shadi? Yeah. Vivek, I've got to get your views as an auto parts manufacturer. Do you have to rethink the model? Do you tell your customers, our system is robust, but we have to be prepared, as this panel has talked about, future pandemics, right? This is something Peng was talking about as well. Go ahead, how do you see it?
Absolutely, I agree 100%. It has to be nearshoring. It has to be in different countries in the world. I think we have to follow, as an auto ancillary, we are always following the main car makers, wherever they go, we definitely have to go there. But I think it's even more important, like Mr. Shad just now said, the ability to think out of the box, to be able to produce in different countries at different levels. I think that particular thing is going to be a major differentiator between a good company and an average company.
Ah, that's interesting.
Yeah, so
it's a new label of testing a structure and a company, how you judge a company.
That's true. I think it's very, very important that you should be able to go. You know, India, when we became independent, we had 563 different kingdoms that became India. So we used that as our stepping board and said we can go to any country in the world and we can actually set up. So we are today in 42 countries, and don't hesitate to go to 120 countries either. We don't mind. We can go anywhere. So I think the ability to be able to translate whatever your DNA is of your group into a different country through artificial intelligence, through using or onboarding great artificial intelligence, helping you guys, I think you can do miracles in this new world, new manufacturing world that's coming. So you have to be absolutely out-of-the-box thinking, not the traditional way of thinking.
Okay, Peng, this leads me beautifully to a point that you wanted to address, is how do you future-proof organizations using technology? Because a lot of people, if they look back at GMIS when we were in 2019 in Russia, it sounds good, right, on the label. How do we rewire societies, right? How do we use data most effectively? How much investment do we need to make for the fourth industrial revolution? It's like, as Greta says, the blah, blah, blah. But this is no longer the blah, 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 right?
I think first and foremost, we have to upskill our human resources in organizations. We need to, as my colleague mentioned earlier, on a large industrial scale, we're building digital twins, right? This is the way of the future in DSM. But inside our organizations, more and more will be assisted by AI, big data, and other digital capabilities. Our workforce has to get used to coexisting with these capabilities. They need to learn, not to be afraid, and they need to find, by the way, new challenges, new value they can deliver that AI can still not do today. So training program, as we're doing today at the MBZ University for Artificial Intelligence for our workforces and even executives, will be critical to get our organizations ready for the next generation of deployment of AI technologies.
Good. Are people knocking on the door, Luke, to Schneider Electric and say we've learned a lot in the last 2 years? About how sound our systems are, what sort of training we need for people, and what we need to invest in next? What's the process you're going through?
Well, the process we are going through with most of our customers is to really understand what their priority pain points are, which is, you know, technology doesn't come first, purpose comes first. And then from their purpose, then we work on what can be enabled by technology and how people can be enabled by technology. So it really relies on their purpose first. So first purpose today, sustainability. It comes across the board for everyone. So we are working on the sustainability agenda of most of our customers and trying to understand how they can make their own operations more sustainable. By making them more sustainable, they make it more reliant, more efficient as well. And then we work on how AI and digital can enable this journey, and this is most of the time based on understanding where we can source the relevant data to make the relevant decisions, as I was explaining before, and then going down to the shop floor, and in the shop floor we would continue to work on which are the connected objects, the IoTs, that are relevant for the shop floor to provide the right information and the right decision at the same time, and then how we train the full workforce, the one from the shop floor and the decision makers, to use these data technologies in a purpose-led manner, which is enabling sustainability. That's really the journey we are in.
Okay. Peng, one more question to you on this. We had a conversation at ADIPEC, and it didn't surprise me, but I think you're in the ready realm of deployment. When we talked about sustainability, which Luke brought up, which I think is very important, where does AI come into measuring, for example, methane emissions or an efficiency of a factory to get real-time data if you're making the progress that you want to make in the spirit of the net zero targets that we're trying to achieve?
So, great question. We did have a very nice discussion about this earlier at ADIPEC. I think when you look at AI, at the end of the day, it doesn't exist at all without the meaningful data, as my colleague mentioned here. And to get data, you need to have proper sensors. For sensors to connect, you got to have proper connectivity. So this is an entire ecosystem we have to build to promote that efficiency, both in business processes and also in environmental protection. So in the case of what we're doing at ADNOC today, we're deploying sensors across the oil field, shipping lanes, all the way to the office floor. And these sensors are properly connected through microwave, through 5G connection. They bring mass data into a central command control center. From there, we have end-to-end visibility on every part of the value chain, upstream, midstream, downstream, all the way to trading floors. That's how we holistically get value out of this digital asset and improve efficiency across the board.
Okay, we have 6 minutes left. It's good for less than a minute each to say what is the biggest challenge coming out of COVID-19 and how it applies to how you want to improve your ministry, your railroad, a large major technology group, a auto parts manufacturer, and a cutting-edge technology company. Go ahead, Minister, less than a minute.
Well, first of all, is to increase the maturity of digitization in the ministry and in the ecosystem of the industrial sector. We had a methodology we have adopted as we call the Smart Industry Readiness Index, which is the 16 dimension that we have assessing 40 cities that's the industrial cities in Saudi Arabia that we are converting some of them to be smart cities. And this is all as an infrastructure to be ready for smart factories to come and to be investing in Saudi Arabia.
How many cities are you doing?
We have 40 cities, 40 industrial cities, yes.
Jeez,
so, and this is really a big undertaking project that we are in the ministry working on to uplift the infrastructure to be smart for smart manufacturing facilities.
Okay, perfect. Shadi, less than a minute.
I think it's common to everybody. The biggest challenge for our industry is how to balance between delivery and the health of the people working on the project or working in operations. In our case, honestly, blessed by the leadership decision, it's been easy because the health of everyone takes priority to everything else. But nonetheless, we have to continue to find ways how to ensure that people on the project or on the operations continue to be healthy. And I think we've managed to prove in Etihad Rail that there is that you can strike the balance, maintain everyone's health, and continue to deliver. I'm happy to say that Etihad Rail kicked off construction in January 2020, where actually the pandemic hit a month later, and we are ahead of schedule, and we have preserved everybody's health, full vaccination program, full separation for everybody working on the program, and maintain their health with the support of all the contractors and under the leadership. I think that was our biggest challenge, but there is a way through it, and I think we've demonstrated that we can do.
Okay, Luke, please.
Well, I think at this stage we are very convinced at Schneider that digital provides a fantastic opportunity for all kind of infrastructure and manufacturing to be sustainable from an energy and from an efficiency standpoint. The biggest challenge we are in currently is making sure that we share this in all countries, training and sharing the technology with our ecosystem, that's our suppliers and our partners, so that the skills and the know-how that comes with that can be widely shared. So we are really engaged in partnerships everywhere, in all countries, so that we can grow the crowd of people who are sharing this know-how to make it big.
Good. How did you do that with relationships? Was it all virtual, Luke, for the first year, right?
We have operated virtually for more than a year, yeah, of course, but I feel so good being not virtual for now. And going forward, we are, of course, coming back to a certain degree to a more in-person life, which is quite important.
But it also tested your partnerships, right?
It did, of course.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Vivek, go ahead. As an auto parts manufacturer.
I think trying to summarize what we are trying to do is to focus on our 8 verticals, which is quality, cost, design, delivery, management, safety, environment, and sustainability. And to be able to teach this across the globe is the basic that Motherson wants to do. And we believe that it is absolutely possible because people are becoming that much more knowledgeable. They understand the values, how the values have changed because of the pandemic and all that. So I think there is a huge sense of learning amongst the people as well. So I think good companies will try and focus on these 8 verticals to make them very, very aware that it has to be, because even near sort of sourcing into their own country, you have to be cost relevant. You can't be cost irrelevant. So everything has to be very, very indoors given to the people so that they understand it.
Great. Last point to you, Peng, and I think this is interesting. How much is going to be we connect and people want to live abroad and will come into office 2 to 3 days a week, and then you're a manufacturer like Vivek or Luke working with all these partners around the world. Shadi's running a railroad, right? How do you strike the right balance, and where does technology allow you to be like a Goldilocks scenario where it actually works to collaborate? We talked about connectivity for collaboration here. How do you do it?
I believe we reached the point where digital nomads will be a norm. And I think physical collaboration will still be there, but more and more we're going to go online, connect virtually, especially with more and more maturity in AR and VR. But to answer your question earlier, John, about the biggest challenge we face, as a technology practitioner, I don't believe the greatest challenge facing us today is a technical one. The greatest challenge is in the human will, is in collaboration. Can we truly collaborate and work with each other or not? I'll give you 2 simple examples. Currently, UAE is undertaking the largest human genomic program. We cannot succeed on our own. We're leading the way. We need other nations to collaborate together to build a global genome platform to prevent the next pandemic. One country, one company, one organization cannot do it. Another example is in quantum computing. We'll be announcing very soon an amazing program between Israel and the UAE to join hands to develop quantum platform together. This is, again, something that not China or US can win on its own. The world needs to come together to collaborate. Otherwise, we'll be suffering one more time at the mercy of another pandemic.
Yeah, it did talk about stress tests. It certainly stress tests collaboration within the G20, for example, Saudi having to do that virtually, but also in terms of vaccine distribution, which finally is getting to a level to the developing world that we absolutely need. Let's give a nice round of applause to all our panelists for fielding a lot of really great questions and directly. Thanks very much. Nicely done. Excellent. Really good.
A huge thank you once again there to our panel. That was on Connect to Collaborate, Revolutionizing Supply Networks. And thank you so much once again to John Defterios, Professor of Business at NYU Abu Dhabi and World Economic Forum Energy Fellow, for moderating so wonderfully. Thank you so much once again. Let's hear it one more time for our panel there. Thank you. Well, Your Highnesses, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, what an excellent morning we've had so far. Some very in-depth, informative conversations there. Some on investing in the leading edge of innovation, revolutionizing supply networks, and so much more. Now, please do not go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen, as in just a short while, we shall start the official opening ceremony of GMIS 2021, where we have some very special addresses coming up, as well as a number of very important keynote sessions for you. That's going to be just after a very short break, which is now. In the meantime, please do continue the conversation for us through your social media channels. You can use @GMI Summit. And please do make sure that you have downloaded the app that I mentioned earlier. That's been especially made for the event today. And that's where you can get all of the details of our outstanding speaker lineup for the whole entire week. That's where you can get to know them a little bit more, as we're only doing very short introductions over the next couple of days. Now, you can also set up meetings on the app, so please do be vigilant and get to know one another. In the meantime, we're now going to take a very short break, and we will be back with the official GMIS 2021 opening ceremony. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, please to be reminded to now take your seats and to keep that central aisle clear, please. Please do take your seats and keep the central aisle clear, please. We'll be starting in just a moment. Ladies and gentlemen, please do take your seats. We will get started with the opening ceremony in just a moment. And please do be reminded to keep the central aisle clear. We will be starting in just a moment. Thank you so much. Please do take your seats.
We once imagined a future, a promising and prosperous future. Then we created it. We channeled our human ingenuity and unleashed the power of our environment. We developed capabilities, tapped into new opportunities, and formed connected societies. We marched bravely into the future, innovating, exploiting, and destroying. Our bright future is turning dark. We are consuming more than we need, neglecting our planet, and leaving the most vulnerable behind. We built the future that we wanted, but at what cost? It's time to reset our priorities. Artificial intelligence is enabling a new dimension of analytics and intelligence, so we can think and act more responsibly. Hyperconnectivity enabled by 5G is making our world more efficient, optimizing energy to generate less waste. And the cloud is bringing humans closer than ever before, creating one world, one humanity, one shared destiny. Industry must adopt the new bottom line to carry forward a more inclusive, responsible, and sustainable future. The time has come. Here, now, today, to rewire our society and repurpose digitalization for prosperity. Welcome to the 4th edition of the Global Manufacturing and Industrialization Summit. The future starts here.
Your Highness, Sheikh Mansour bin Zayed Al Nahyan, Deputy Prime Minister, Minister of Presidential Affairs, Your Excellencies, esteemed guests, on behalf of our co-chairs, the United Arab Emirates, Ministry of Industry and Advanced Technology, and the United Nations Industrial Development Organization, it is my great honor to welcome you all to the official opening of the 4th edition of the Global Manufacturing and Industrialization Summit, held under the patronage of His Highness, Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, Vice President and the Prime Minister of the United Arab Emirates and ruler of Dubai, hosting the GMIS in the UAE during a time when the world is uniting to create a better future. It is a unique and humbling opportunity. Held under the theme, Rewiring Societies, Repurposing Digitalization for Prosperity, GMIS 2021 will bring digitalization to life, exploring the connection between minds and machines to realize solutions to the humanity's greatest challenges. Across the next 6 days, over 250 speakers from more than 100 countries will take part in thought-provoking discussions around the latest digital technologies shaping manufacturing. Leaders from all over the world will share their insights, spark debates, and forge new connections for a better world and a more prosperous future. Please direct your attention to the screen as we watch the opening ceremony show.
Your Highness, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to welcome our first keynote speaker for the welcome remarks. Please give a very warm welcome to Badr Al-Alama, head of the organizing committee for GMIS.
Your Highness, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum, good afternoon, and a very warm welcome to you all here in the United Arab Emirates. It has been more than 2 years since we had last held an in-person gathering. And we have now realized that our world has come to a critical juncture. It is one where the decisions we make today will have a vital bearing on what our future will look like tomorrow. Many factors have brought us to this point. Technology is just one of them. The advances we've witnessed over the past many decades have turned our lives around. Just about every way in which we do and experience things has changed, much for the better. It has shrunk our world to the point where we talk about its widely dispersed and disparate societies as the global neighborhood. This in its own speaks at depth of our common destiny. Along the way, we have encountered many challenges. Technology's progress has brought its own set of complexities, not least in the workplace. But none of the challenges have stood out most starkly before us as the one presented by COVID-19. The first priority for all of us has been to get control over the virus and put an end to its disruption of our daily lives. But it also poses a bigger question. So drastic has the pandemic's impact been that we may well wonder what imprint it is going to leave behind. Ladies and gentlemen, we are at the advent of a new world order. It seems fair to ask whether its legacy might be anything like the 2 world wars, whose horror and devastation set off massive social, economic, and political shifts that changed the course of history. But by bringing the world practically to a standstill, the pandemic has given us an opportunity for reflection. It has allowed us to face the daunting challenges, bearing down and to take stock of the responses we have so far been able to fashion as a global community. And in the process, we have perhaps gained a better appreciation of the implications from the widening gaps between rich and poor within and among the nations of the world. We have watched it play out in the shape of the daily tragedy of waves of refugees bumping up against and crossing borders in search of a better life, away from grinding poverty and enduring conflicts. And we have seen the trouble that so much of the developed world has been having in coming to terms with this persistent catastrophe and finding effective ways of countering it. We have seen the fragility of our existing world in the shape of renewed geopolitical tensions between the big powers. It is happening despite the hopes for a more secure international dispensation that marked the creation of the United Nations after World War II. The list goes on and on. But what we have also seen is a growing awareness of the impact that our modern lifestyle is having on the natural environment. The fearsome specter of climate change is expressing itself ever more destructively in the form of extreme weather events. The negotiations at COP26 have established a greater sense of urgency to confront the threat, but this consensus has not fully transpired into a fully effective global plan of action to keep the temperatures down and to curtail emissions as best as possible to counter the environmental devastation. The path away from danger and towards a better future is, of course, marked out by the United Nations Sustainability Goals. Humanity simply has to gather the will to enact change for a new world order that is more sustainable, inherently inclusive, and relentlessly resilient to unpredictable black swan events. In doing so, we have to weigh in powerful means like digital technologies to assist us with the transformation. We have to resort to new forms of collaboration and cooperation, removing the barriers that exist in our minds and embracing technology as we move towards a connected society where everyone and everything work in tandem. To reach such a dispensation is going to require leadership of extraordinary quality. As the mainstay of society, industry could and indeed should play a leading role in all of this. Being here today, this is our opportunity to lend shape and impetus to the new world order. It is our chance to set the wheels in motion for a world that is safer and inclusive. It is our time to demonstrate to the next generation that we did everything we could to secure them a promising, bright, and prosperous future. Ladies and gentlemen, the 50th anniversary of the United Arab Emirates proudly reflects the transformation of a small nation into a leading global hub for business, commerce, and progress. The future is bright, the future is prosperous, and for many of us, the future starts here. Welcome to the 4th edition of the Global Manufacturing and Industrialization Summit. Thank you.
Thank you, Badr. We will now have a special address from His Excellency Antonio Guterres, the Secretary General of the United Nations, who will be joining us virtually from New York.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I'm pleased to convey my greetings to this 4th Global Manufacturing and Industrialization Summit. My thanks to the co-chairs, UNIDO, and the Ministry of Industry and Advanced Technology of the United Arab Emirates. The COVID-19 pandemic has highlighted the importance of digitalization in increasing business resilience and competitiveness and safeguarding essential value chains. But it has also made clear that we must do more to strengthen global digital capacities and close the digital divide. UNIDO has found that just 10 economies account for about 90% of advanced innovation patents worldwide, while 88 countries have yet to utilize advanced technologies and digital production in a significant way. Women also continue to be marginalized, comprising just 30% of STEM researchers. Digital technologies can propel the circular economy and help address the climate crisis. But making the most of this potential, particularly to help the most vulnerable, requires strengthened partnerships for climate finance, more robust commitments to decarbonize, support for innovation ecosystems, and greater investments in digital infrastructure. Thank you for coming together to forge solutions to promote inclusive and sustainable industrialization as we accelerate progress on the 2030 Agenda and the Sustainable Development Goals.
Thank you, Your Excellency. I am honored to welcome to stage our esteemed co-chair, His Excellency Dr. Sultan bin Ahmed Al Jaber, Minister of Industry and Advanced Technology, to share his opening remarks.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum, Your Highness, Sheikh Mansour bin Zayed Al Nahyan, Deputy Prime Minister of the United Arab Emirates and Minister of Presidential Affairs, Your Highnesses, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed with great pleasure that I welcome you to the United Arab Emirates and to the 4th Global Manufacturing and Industrialization Summit, GMIS. I'd also like to welcome you all to Expo 2020 Dubai, which has convened a record number of countries and seen almost 4 million visitors since opening last month. And before I continue, allow me to acknowledge my co-chair, Lee Yong, for his vision and commitment to GMIS since it was created 4 years ago. Thank you, sir, for your great effort and support. Ladies and gentlemen, throughout history, industry and manufacturing have transformed the world. During the first 3 industrial revolutions, life expectancy doubled and global average incomes increased by a factor of 15. Today, we are at the beginning of the 4th industrial age, and 4IR technologies are pushing the boundaries of the possible. Over the last 5 years, 3D printing has doubled productivity across a range of industries and sectors. Computer vision has achieved 99% accuracy. And as we saw during the COVID-19 pandemic, machine learning has moved into pharma, where it has shortened clinical trials and saved countless lives. Of course, the pandemic also presented some significant challenges to manufacturing and industry, like many other sectors. Industrial output fell sharply as demand in some sectors disappeared overnight. And with demand now bouncing back at the fastest rate in 50 years, supply chains and logistics are very stretched like never before. Overall, global manufacturing output increased almost 20% in the second quarter of 2021. The auto industry expanded 50% year on year. High-tech industries are growing by over 20%, and pharma by 14%. As the global economy comes back to life, this uneven recovery is causing supply chain bottlenecks and backlogs. And if not carefully addressed, this dynamic could potentially slow future growth. Ladies and gentlemen, for industry leaders, the lessons of the post-pandemic recovery are very visible and, in fact, very clear. Real recovery requires resilience and agility. We need to reinforce industrial capacity, strengthen supply chains, and control and reduce costs. We need to operate more flexible business models in response to new challenges and opportunities. And we need to strengthen balance sheets and financial statements with a mix of cash reserves and sensible debt financing. In addition, we should build public-private partnerships to manage risks collectively so that we can better deal with potential future disruptions. In all these efforts, cutting-edge technologies can give us the edge and the differentiator we all need. This is where GMIS has a critical and an important role to play. It was established to manage uncertainty within global manufacturing while maximizing the benefit of 4IR technologies. And here in the United Arab Emirates, we are doing both, adopting new technologies across our manufacturing and industrial landscape and prioritizing sectors that will deliver the highest value add. Ultimately, our goal is to more than double the industrial sector's contribution to our GDP in less than 10 years. And to do this, we are growing sectors where we have existing strengths, including energy, chemicals, petrochemicals, metals, and heavy industry and manufacturing. We are investing in sectors of vital importance, including healthcare, agri-tech, and advanced manufacturing. And we are expanding into sectors of the future, like life sciences, biotech, and space. Ladies and gentlemen, the UAE recognizes that our industrial progress depends on smart and true partnerships. We therefore invite more partners to join us on our industrial growth trajectory. We have a world-class infrastructure that we will need to capitalize on. We offer easy access to diverse energy sources and a range of feedstocks. And we have nurtured an open and inclusive culture that combines the talents of over 200 nationalities here in the United Arab Emirates. Oxford Analytics just ranked our country as the region's most attractive destination for investment. And the World Bank rates the UAE as the region's easiest place to do business. We will maintain and build on that position. We are improving our policies and regulatory frameworks across the board. And we are expanding access to finance, offering new low-interest loans to SMEs and large companies. Ladies and gentlemen, as the UAE celebrates its 50th anniversary, our leadership has issued a blueprint for prosperity for the next 50 years. And it is our guide to building a dynamic, world-leading economy. And at the core of that blueprint is partnership. No economy exists in a vacuum. And we know that progress is faster, much faster, when people work together. And in that spirit, I invite all of you to partner with the UAE. Together, we can reinforce our collective resilience and agility. We can all succeed, and we can all help bring prosperity, true prosperity, to the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. I'm delighted to welcome His Excellency Leong, the Director General of the United Nations Industrial Development Organization and GMIS Co-Chair, who will be joining us virtually from Vienna to share his opening remarks.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is my great pleasure to address the Global Manufacturing and Industrialization Summit 2021. The theme of repurposing digitalization for prosperity is timely, particularly as we observe that COVID-19 pandemic has accelerated the pace of digitalization, but many small and medium enterprises, women and the young people continue to be left behind. Furthermore, the data from the UNIDO Industrial Development Report 2020 shows us that just 4 economies account for 77% of all advanced innovation patents. Meanwhile, 88 economies of the Global South play little meaningful role in this sector, either as consumers or producers of advanced technologies. The digital divide continues to grow with the risk of a small number of digital haves being outnumbered by a much greater number of have-nots. We have less than 10 years to achieve the internationally adopted 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. These statistics give us reason to pause and reflect. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, throughout modern history, technology development and industrialization have gone hand in hand with poverty eradication, better living standards, and social mobility. This is why inclusive and sustainable industrialization is included as part of Goal 9 of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Research has shown that artificial intelligence can help meet 134 targets of the Sustainable Development Goals, although 59 can also be impacted negatively. With its unique mandate to promote ISID, UNIDO is poised to assist its member states to raise their capacities in order to meet the demands of the ongoing digital transformation. We are rolling out the technical cooperation pilots worldwide, including, for instance, developing smart factory in Morocco, establishing smart manufacturing centers in Belarus and China, deploying digital twinning for product optimization in Colombia, and harnessing 3D printing for creative hubs in Ethiopia. We are addressing sustainability through our global call for innovative solutions in clean tech and sustainable land management. In terms of digital policies, we are promoting several normative frameworks. At this summit, UNIDO will launch several normative papers addressing technical recommendations for AI adoption by SMEs in developing countries, digital standards, and science and technology parks. UNIDO's flagship Industrial Development Report 2022 will also be launched next week. Our 2022 report focuses on industrial resilience and recovery, on the future of industrialization. You will find in the report that digital sectors are recovering much quicker than less digitalized sectors. As I conclude, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, this year's GMIS is a special one for me. It is my last summit as Director General of UNIDO. Towards this end, I would like to thank our co-chair, the Ministry of Industry and Advanced Technology of the United Arab Emirates, for its strong cooperation over the years. Together, we have watched the GMIS grow into a hugely important forum, addressing the diverse opportunities and the challenges of advanced manufacturing. The Abu Dhabi Declaration continues to be our strategic guide on how to pursue inclusive and sustainable industrial development in the digital transformation age. I believe GMIS should continue to expand its horizon, engaging with the new audiences and addressing new challenges. It is clear that multi-stakeholder partnerships are key to unlocking the challenges that lie before us. I'm glad to be able to participate in this year's edition and look forward to observing its future progress and growth. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. I'm proud to welcome our guest of honor, His Excellency Mohammed Ould Sheikh Al Ghazwani, the President of Mauritania.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم صلى الله على النبي الكريم صاحب السمو
Your Highness
الشيخ منصور بن
Sheikh
زايد
Mansour bin Zayed,
أصحاب المعالي
Excellencies,
أصحاب السعادة
dear guests,
سيداتي سادتي
ladies and gentlemen.
أود بداية
I would like in the outset to address my thanks to the United Arab Emirates, the sisterly country, the leadership and the people for the kind invitation to attend the fourth summit, Global Manufacturing Industrialization Summit, that is held in Expo 2020 Dubai. I would like to thank Emirates for the kind hospitality and the generous welcoming since arriving in this sisterly country. The United Arab Emirates as hosting Expo 2020 and the Global Manufacturing Industrialization Summit proves yet once again its long-sighted vision. Ladies and gentlemen, industry is truly the locomotive of comprehensive development, because it contributes to creating job opportunities and the production of value-added and higher growth rates. The volume of the contribution of the industrial sector in the economies doubled in the past 2 decades at the world level, thanks to the digital transformation. This reflects the importance of the slogan of this summit, rewiring societies, repurposing digitalization for prosperity. Ladies and gentlemen, the developing countries' economies in general and in Africa in particular are characterized by weak industry, despite the resources some developing countries have, especially in Africa, including the good positioning to attract investments, good natural resources that are inputs in industry. We still have low levels of investment. And we still suffer in trying to improve our industrializations and to increase the industry's contribution to the economy. Based on all that, we know that the reason for all that, some structural problems because of the weak infrastructure and difficulties having access to financing, and the weak private sector, over-dependency on exporting raw materials, and low levels of digital infrastructure. Based on all that, the African countries have placed industrialization on top of its Agenda 2060. And the African countries now exert immense efforts in order to have diversified, competitive industries through ambitious programs to improve the supporting infrastructure, transportation, communication, and new technologies. This is with the aim also of encouraging the private sector and developing free zones, also attracting the investments of the private sector. This is the will of Africa to win in the field of industry and to capitalize on new technologies. Ladies and gentlemen, The industrial sector in Mauritania is dependent on some minerals and some small and medium-sized factories that are based on our natural resources. We have been impacted by COVID-19, and this sector was impacted. Its contribution decreased from 10.7 before the pandemic to about 4.9% after the pandemic. We work now seriously in order to upgrade our industrial sector throughout an extensive program with the aim of diversifying our products, increasing productivity in line with the aspired sustainable development. Our strategy aims at increasing the contribution of the industrial sector in the GDP through developing transformational industries of the raw materials and supporting the competitiveness of our industrial facilities and creating a conducive environment for investments, developing the human resources, launching big projects with good industrial prospects, such as a project to produce green hydrogen. We work at the same time to develop the new technologies, and we realize the pivotal role that can be played by digital economy in creating job opportunities, supporting growth, and improving economic indicators. We believe that digital innovation can launch more capacities of our youth. And we established a special ministry for innovation and digital economy in order to build strong digital infrastructure to provide quick and quality services for everyone. This is to guarantee the possibility of making use of what is developed by the world and to attract technologies in the field of industry. However, we face, within the framework of implementing this strategy, many challenges, including the following. First of all, the difficulty we face in providing big investments needed for industrial development in a country where there are many priorities, especially as we endeavor to have development and we have the repercussions of COVID-19. We work to support public-private partnerships, and we focus on developing some success factors in order to attract investments, such as creating a conducive environment to attract investments, having security and political stability, some tax holidays and incentives for the investors, in addition to other incentives to attract investment. Ladies and gentlemen, industry, as you all know, is one of the Sustainable Development Objectives. Actually, it is objective number 9 because it plays an important role in creating job opportunities and pushing growth forward. It also helps to eradicate poverty. We in the Islamic Republic of Mauritania are very serious to achieve this objective, and we are ready to enter in all different forms of cooperation and partnerships, a partnership that can speed fast the transformation. Thank you and Assalamu alaikum.
Well, a huge thank you there to His Excellency, the President of Mauritania. Thank you so much for being with us here today and honoring us with your presence. It really is a great privilege to have you here with us here today. And I'd just like to now extend a huge thank you to His Highness for being with us here today as well and for gracing us with your presence. Thank you so much. Thank you. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please do remain seated while His Highness now leaves. And we have another session just in a couple of moments, just after His Highness leaves. And please do stay seated and do stay with us as we have a very exciting session coming up now. Thank you so much. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please do take your seats and we will get started with our next discussion. And thank you so much once again to His Highness for being with us here today. What a true privilege. Thank you so much. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we move on to our next discussion to talk about COP26 and beyond, sustaining momentum. It is a great privilege to have here with us today John Kerry, Special Presidential Envoy for Climate for the United States. Please give him a very warm welcome to Mr. John Kerry. And now, to steer the conversation, please give a very warm welcome to John Defterios, Professor of Business at NYU Abu Dhabi and World Economic Forum Energy Fellow. John, it's back over to you.
You'll be in this second seat here. No, in the next one here. Perfect. Laura, thanks very much for the introduction. I appreciate that. And this is fantastic for the GMIS, considering shortly after COP26 to get Secretary Kerry to spend 7 minutes with. He had all kinds of bilaterals, so instead of me doing a formal setup for Secretary Kerry, we just wanted to jump right in. Number one, thanks for coming back to the UAE. You've been traveling, literally spinning around the globe ahead of COP26. There's a lot of things, Secretary Kerry, that were accomplished that were kind of drowned out by the overall targets, right? The agricultural innovation, the methane pledge, a whole group of countries coming forth to stop deforestation. When the dust settled now and you look back at it, do you say, okay, we accomplished everything we wanted to, we didn't get a deal on coal, you want to grade ourselves as a global community? How would you frame it?
Well, thank you, John. I'm glad to be here with everybody. Actually, we did get a deal on coal. We signed an agreement with China, and China did two things. China agreed to put forward an ambitious methane reduction plan, action plan, next year. And they have to report it publicly by the time of the Sharm el-Sheikh COP27. And if we achieve the goal that 109 countries signed up to in Glasgow on methane, then we would have the equivalent by 2030 of taking all the cars of the world, all the trucks of the world, all the airplanes of the world, all the ships of the world to zero by 2030. That's the equivalent of a 30% reduction globally. So that's a big deal. Secondly, China agreed to a phase down of coal beginning in 2026, which we think is farther than we like, but it's a phase down. And what they did agree to, and this was very hard fought over, was a effort with us in a working group, which we're going to then immediately set up right now, where we will share data, information, ideas. We'll go to China, they'll come to the US. We're going to work together to cooperate to accelerate that effort. And they agreed they would make best efforts to accelerate the phase down of coal. So if you add that to the fact that over the last 9 months, as I traveled around the world dealing with Indonesia, with Mexico, with South Africa, with Brazil, with Saudi Arabia and India and so forth, we actually raised ambition in those countries very significantly. And today, about 70% of global GDP, that is to say 70% of all global economic enterprise, countries that produce that are committed to reduce emissions by enough in between now and 2030 that we keep 1.5 degrees alive, those 70%. So obviously we have 30%, 35% missing. We have to get them on board, and that's India and Russia and China and so forth. But the fact that 65, 70% of global GDP has a 1.5 degree track, we're going to reduce 50 to 52% in the United States over the next 10 years. Europe, 55%. UK, 68%. Canada, 45 to 50%. Japan, 45, 50. South Korea, 50. South Africa, around 50. So we're seeing incredible movement. And what's important for everybody here as you think about global manufacturing and industrialization, the industrial sector for the first time is really stepping up. We've started something with the World Economic Forum called the First Movers Coalition. There are about 40 CEOs of major companies in the world: Amazon, DHL, Maersk Shipping, banks, various United Airlines. They've all made commitments for green product. In the case of the airlines, 5% of their emissions will be 5% of their fuel will be 85% emissions free, and that will be sustainable aviation fuel. In the case of Maersk, they have ordered 8 container ships that are carbon free. In the case of Volvo, they've committed 10% of all the steel they buy going into their cars will be green steel. The biggest cement manufacturer in the world, LafargeHolcim, has committed that they're making green cement today. And they told me that people are buying the green cement, not because it's green, because it's better. It's better cement. So moving, technology, and the marketplace, trillions of dollars are absolutely, definitively going to be moving in the direction of the new technologies, carbon storage, long-term storage, CCUS, direct air capture, battery storage.
There's clearly a market for
green hydrogen. Yeah, what's happening is people are seeing economic opportunity, and the money is always going to chase economic opportunity, and there are going to be profits, and people are going to make a lot of money as they move into this new economy.
Okay, I'm going to have time for 2 questions. I'm going to ask you to try to keep it very tight. I'd love to go a half hour with you because it's so interesting what you're talking about. The opportunity of COP27 and COP28, it's Egypt representing Africa and the UAE, as you well know, representing Asia as West Asia here. Because of its abundance of natural gas and oil right now, do you see it as a benefit to have 27 and 28 here, where you can bring the oil and gas producers to the table and a much more transparent, open dialogue? One of the criticisms with COP26, they didn't have a seat at the table. I just chaired an oil and gas conference last week. Can you make something happen?
Who didn't have a seat at the table?
The oil and gas players suggested that they didn't have a voice in a common floor.
I don't agree with that. The oil and gas industry has never had a hard time having its voice heard. And whether it's advertising or any phone call that any CEO of an oil company makes, I've talked to Darren Woods at ExxonMobil. I've talked to, Bernard Looney at BP. I mean, we talk to these folks all the time, and that's just not accurate. They're very much in a lot of different ways. But I'm not here to argue about that. That's not the point.
So that's a positive, is what you're
Well,
saying.
oil
the
and gas,
dialogue.
I think it's terrific that the COP is going to be. I supported the COP being in the Emirates, and I supported it being in Egypt. I think it's terrific. Africa is critical to this challenge. And obviously, any oil-producing country, but the UAE never ceases to amaze in the way that it steps up and really bats way above its weight, in a sense. We held the first ever regional climate dialogue here in the UAE. We had it in Abu Dhabi, and we had 11, 12 countries from the region, 5 of them oil producing, and they all signed up to an important document that said we have to reduce emissions, we have to be responsible. The challenge of oil and gas is not the oil and gas per se, it's the byproduct of what happens to it. So if you can do CCUS, or if you can actually capture sufficiently, then who knows how long it goes on for. What will govern it then will be cost in the marketplace. And now solar and wind are cheaper by far than coal. Not necessarily than gas, but gas is going to be a very important part of the transition. I'd rather have a gas-fired turbine and a plant that is a 50% reduction in emissions over mines. If you're not flaring, there are plenty of things that you can do to reduce the level of methane. Methane reduction is the cheapest, fastest gain you get in reducing emissions. So I'm hopeful that I mean, right now we have tremendous cooperation from many oil and gas companies. They know there's a transition. This isn't the first time the world made a transition. We used to light the streets of London and the world with whale oil. And then we transitioned, we had coal. Coal they got rid of for that purpose. And we've just always transitioned in our economies, and we will transition. The question is, will we transition fast enough to avoid the worst consequences of the climate crisis? And believe me, this is existential. People need to understand it. You know that if you live near the water or in the islands or elsewhere. But Africa is at risk of having its entire agricultural base implode. If we see the heat rising as it is today, more and more of the power sector of the Middle East will be spent just cooling, creating air conditioning. Most of Saudi Arabia's oil, in fact, a lot of it goes to air conditioning, and then they export the higher end and the gas. So my sense is that we're in a transition because the marketplace is going to demand it. You see disclosure in finance beginning to occur. Companies are going to be required to report their long-term vision with respect to climate impacts on investments. That will change the allocation of capital. We're just in a transformational period. And I don't think anybody can sit here and predict all the costs. By the way, on coal, nobody calculates, there's no accounting in the marketplace for black lung disease. There's no accounting for the warming of the ocean and the cost to all of us of coral die-off, of coral reef. Nothing for the change of currents and the warming of the ocean faster than any time in 25,000 years. We're playing with, I don't, and in many places in the world, we're seeing actual fire. Economist now than it is to wait.
The special envoy.
Be back on stage for just a moment, please. I have a very important question for you. So far on your thoughts for the day so far.
Shall we sit down for a second?
Yes, yes. Is there a microphone?
Because we could even tie it into what we're talking about with Secretary Kerry and COP26. When we were in Yekaterinburg, it was pre-pandemic, and there was this excitement about the Industrial Revolution, the Fourth Industrial Revolution, would mean. Did we ever think that COVID-19 would accelerate artificial intelligence into the manufacturing system? In fact, in the roundtable we had with the Deputy Minister from Saudi Arabia, with Etihad Rail, with Schneider Electric, with Matheson from India, and Peng from G42, the whole dialogue, Laura, has changed rapidly. It was forced upon us in terms of, does a supply chain robust enough to survive the challenge of a lifetime? It's a 100-year challenge. The answer is yes, but the key point here at GMES 2021, do we take those lessons and put them into action? One of the points that came up is, does just-in-time manufacturing exist in this crazy world when you don't know when your supply chain is going to change? How do we take advantage of artificial intelligence to protect those supply chains, to know exactly where everything is, and then to be able to start up quickly, and then using data to protect your society? We had a record turnaround in terms of vaccine rollouts. That we didn't think we could live to a challenge in less than a year, and we did it. And did the supply chain, did the manufacturers, were they able to respond to the challenge? The answer is yes. We just went through a lot of pain along the way. So the idea here is to reset and say, how do we move forward with the best practices, and what did we learn from the last 18 months of that challenge?
Do you think we're ever going to see this type of acceleration in our lifetime again, very quickly, because we've got our next speaker, but do you think we'll see that type of acceleration ever again?
Well, it's 6% growth this year. We turned ourselves inside out to respond to the pandemic. I was disappointed as a global journalist to say, why didn't we get the distribution from the developed world to the developing world faster? I think the UAE worked on connecting Africa, connecting Latin America. So we can't have the have and the have-nots. So I think that's the one lesson we've learned out of this. We responded to the challenge. We kept supplies on the shelves. We got the vaccines rolled out, but we did have the have and have-nots. And in a globalized world, we need to collaborate in a much deeper way to make this a success.
Thank you so much.
No
That's
problem.
what we've got time for. Thank you for that key highlight there. Ladies and gentlemen, please, let's hear it for John Tefterios there. Thank you so much.
It's always nice to get a surprise, Laura. That's what I say.
No. Keeping you on your toes there.
Yes.
Well, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please do stay with us and take your seats as we have another very exciting, very informative session coming up. And we continue the summit with more inspiration and leadership conversations. And what a great place to start with our next keynote address. It's a great privilege to welcome to the stage His Excellency Mata Al-Tayer, Director General and Chairman of the Board of Executive Directors of the Roads and Transport Authority, Dubai.
Let's imagine together. Or more accurately, let's fast forward into the future. You are getting a ride in Dubai in 2030. You open the S-Hail Smart app to book your journey, and suddenly, a self-driving car turns up at your door, or a flying taxi lands in your area. You're not in a sci-fi film or a dream. This is your new reality in the smartest city in the world. You no longer worry about road traffic or driving for long distances. The Enterprise Command and Control Center is behind the wheel, sending real-time information to the vehicles using AI technologies to give you a seamless ride. Welcome to seamless and sustainable mobility. Welcome to the future.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. In 2020, the world changed. Our ways of living, working, and almost every aspect of life were all impacted to levels unpredicted before. But as a global society, it was also a time for reflection, a time to challenge our norms, and a time to be inspired by a new vision of what the future could be. As such, I am pleased to be here today to share with you how we are shaping the future of mobility based on lessons learned from our achievements. And there is no better place to see how we are connecting minds and creating the future through sustainability, mobility, and opportunity than here today in Expo 2020 Dubai, where we are proudly hosting the global mega events for the first time in the Middle East and North Africa region. Before we begin, let us have a quick look at the evolution of industry and technology since the invention of the first motorized mode of transport. As you can see, the period between major technology advancement is getting shorter and shorter. And this trend will continue to accelerate as we move towards the future. A comparison can be made with the number of people owning smartphones today versus 10 years ago. And I believe that in a few short years, using autonomous modes for mobility will be as common as owning a smartphone today. This will be a main feature of the next wave of Evolution Society 5, which will be human-centric and with a focus on integration of virtual and physical spaces. In the United Arab Emirates and Dubai, our leaders have foreseen this evolution and are keen to keep up with the fast-changing world by innovation and resilience. In this context, let me take you through Dubai's smart cities journey, which began actually in 2000 with the launch of Dubai e-government initiatives, followed by Dubai Smart City in 2013. This journey set to continue with recently launched Urban Master Plan, Dubai 2040. This plan is people-centric and focused on moving the quality of life in the Emirate, enhancing global competitiveness, providing new life option and business opportunity with its vision to transform Dubai into the best city for living in the world. Dubai 2040 reimagine the city through different strategies and policies. And one way is through the addition of the 20-minute city. 20-minute city concept, which will allow residents to access more than 80% of the daily services by walking, cycling, and other modes of mobility. The total area dedicated to high-tech industry and economic activities will increase to 168 square kilometers, or 25% of the total urban area of Dubai by 2040, which will boost innovations and attract international companies and startups and create new business models. Given that the infrastructure and mobility are key components of urban planning, RTA is currently updating the Strategic Transportation Master Plan for the next 20 years to align with the Dubai 2040 Urban Master Plan. This is supported by our leadership belief that investing in infrastructure is the main driver of economic growth. In preparation for the future and smart societies, we also revised the RTA vision to be the world leader in seamless and sustainable mobility. Now, let us look at some of the key enablers and how we are always keen to foresee and shape the future of mobility in the city in order to prepare for Society 5. In order to remain ahead, we are always exploring for the latest global trends in mobility and investing in future opportunities. To ensure that the future transportation is realized, 3 main enablers identified, namely infrastructure, upgrading the transport infrastructure with technology to support future modes and trends. For example, integrating flying taxis, landing areas, adding smart sensors, and upgrading control centers. 2, fostering new modes through a new method of calibration, investment, and testing to make transportation more accessible to all people. 3, legislation, enhancing and developing new legislation to support new modes and business models like e-scooter and self-driving transport. Technology is a key pillar in supporting the future models and trends. Here are some examples. In 2017, His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, Vice President of the UAE, Prime Minister and ruler of Dubai, integrated our state-of-the-art Enterprise Command and Control Center, ECQ, to control all modes of transportation in Dubai, aiming for seamless transportation. It is the biggest integration. It's the biggest integrated transportation center globally, hosting 8 major functions, such as providing an integrated command and control facility for all transport modes of RTA, and providing response to accident, emergencies, and crises. This was followed in 2020 with an intelligent traffic control center, which will increase the coverage of our road network from current 60% to 100% in 2023. Understanding the power and value of data, we annually collect and analyze 50 billion data records using big data and artificial intelligence platform in our control center to support our plans, operations, and predict the future of mobility in Dubai. It is worth mentioning here that RTA has finalized a study to develop a roadmap for the design and implementation of smart infrastructure required to accommodate connected and autonomous vehicles into a mixed road traffic scenario. As part of the study, we have completed the process of identifying and selecting potential locations in Dubai to deploy a fully operational smart infrastructure to monitor and communicate with connected and autonomous vehicles in a safe and gradual way, in the line with the speed at which these technologies are becoming fully mature and reliable over the next few years. There are several options for technology that could be used for the communication between the vehicles and the infrastructure, such as 5G and dedicated short-range communication, in addition to related roads, civil work such as upgrading traffic light controllers, road markers, and static and variable signs. In many places, the private sector usually takes the lead in innovation, where here the government is leading the transformation in collaboration with the private sector. For example, in 2016, the self-driving strategy was announced, which aims to transform 25% of all trips in Dubai into self-driving modes by 2030. That transformation to the future society has already started. For example, autonomous robotics for logistics have been tested as part of Dubai World Challenge for self-driving transport this year. Self-driving shuttles have already been trialed in several areas of Dubai. And if you think about it, it is even started long before that with the Dubai Metro, which became the longest fully driverless metro in the world, and reaching up to 650,000 daily passengers. I will tell you an interesting story. When Dubai Metro operation started in 2009, where people were reluctant to use a fully automated mode of transport without the assurance of having a driver to take control. Ridership figures in the first few months of operation averaged only 40,000 passengers, trips per day. In order to get culture acceptance to this new mode, we placed a train attendants in each metro in order to assure passengers, even though the attendants did not have any form of control. And then after 6 months, the ridership on the metro jumped by almost 200%, and accordingly, people were comfortable with the idea of using the metro without having a driver on board. In addition, we are piloting several futuristic transportation modes with global firms, which are expected to come to life within the 3 to 7 years from now. These futuristic modes include autonomous aerial taxis, piloting the first global city demonstration in 2017. Dubai Skybuds, a futuristic hanging bud transit system for rapid travel within communities with the minimum disruption to existing infrastructure. And as part of the future micro-mobility trends, we also piloted the e-scooter service. Adopting new futuristic modes and technology does not come without its risk. And above all, else we take the safety of our user to be the top priority when implementing them. On that note, I want to highlight 4 specific risks and our mitigation measures for each. Number 1, accidents. We perform careful testing of autonomous capabilities, including certified and approved software to build a public confidence. Number 2, technology failure. We implement the highest standard of software security to prevent hacking. Lack of readiness of infrastructure. We are also creating test location with defined areas equipped with the required infrastructure to operate. Number 4, difficulty in public acceptance, launching public awareness campaigns in addition to the availability of trained emergency drivers and pilots to manage unsafe situations that may arise. To meet people's changing expectation and provide new experiences, we constantly look to collaboration and partnership with the private sector. And I would like to mention 2 key examples here. Number 1, a joint venture named Hala was established with the e-hailing company, called Careem, to enhance our taxi booking service. This resulted in reducing the wait time for taxi in the city by 70%. Number 2, a first of its kind partnership world between a government entity and GM Cruise, a self-driving through technology leader to operate robo-taxi service towards achieving Dubai vision of having 25% of all trips in driverless mode by 2030. This was the first collaboration for GM Cruise outside the United States, and we are proud that RTA has been trusted in this regard. These partnerships are based on leadership direction to be a hub for innovation and partnership, and we always welcome international cooperations. Here I want to highlight some of the steps we took in foregoing this successful strategic alliances between RTA and GM Cruise for deploying 4,000 robo-taxi in Dubai. Number 1, active outsearch. RTA respond quickly to market changes and trends and proactively started on outreach campaign to get on board leading autonomous vehicle providers globally. Number 2, attracting leading and innovation companies. Dubai has established itself as proven ground for trials, testing and deployment of autonomous vehicle by providing robust infrastructure and resilient legislative framework to create an ecosystem that encourages the private sector. Number 3, agile partnership. We have adopted a new agile contracting principles that are faster and more flexible with shorter sprint cycles to quickly negotiate and sign the landmark agreement between RTA and GM Cruise. Number 4, accelerated deployment. RTA recognizes that a competitiveness advantage when it comes to execution and delivery of project. And as such, we have defined very ambitious time frame to challenge ourselves to launch the robo-taxi service by 2023. Recognizing the powerful force of R&D, RTA established a research and development program that is considered one of the major drivers for innovation across RTA, which resulted in almost $30 million saving for operation development and implementing a new innovation solution. I'll give you some examples here. One, replacing parking inspectors with vehicle equipped with digital cameras powered by AI and machine learning technology, and can inspect over 10,000 parking per hour at 99% accuracy. Number two, using the big data to optimize our public bus schedules, which resulted in improving 45 service routes from 2018 to 2019 and improving 24 routes in 2020. To support R&D culture across the organization, we have 11 partnerships with international and local academic partners, as well as dedicated Innovation Research Fund and Cooperate Research Scientific Award for RTA employees that resulted in more than 400 scientific research papers in the past few years. These are just a few examples of how we are transforming into Society 5. We believe our success story we believe that our success story is based on key factors, and I will mention only 6. Number one, leadership. His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum has a clear vision for Dubai future and dedicated team headed by myself to ensure the vision and plans are achieved. Number two, non-traditional organizational structure. Adopting a structure that challenges the traditional hierarchy is the secret for determining how will a business function. Number three, agile policies and regulation. New technology required new legislative environment, which Dubai is agile enough to take on board. Number four, innovation partnership models. We need different way of thinking and operating new mobility modes as they become safe for public to use. Number five, world-class infrastructure. We have a comprehensive and flexible plans to support public's needs and meet the changing requirement for the future. And six, last but not least, calculated risks. There are clear direction from the government towards the innovation, and we are open to take calculated risks. In closure, there is no better words to leave you with than the word of His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum.
والفرص موجودة. نقطة انطلاقنا هي الحاضر وهدفنا هو المستقبل، ويجب أن نقرر كيف نصنع المستقبل ونصنع التنمية. نحن أولى بصنع المستقبل ولدينا القدرة على ذلك.
Thank you.
Well, a truly fascinating look into the future there. Thank you so much once again to the Director General and Chairman of the Board of Executive Directors of the Road and Transport Authority, His Excellency Matar Al-Tayer. A great honour to have you here with us today, and a reality that is a lot closer than we think. Very exciting times indeed. Well, our next session here on the main stage is on Society 5.0. Building super smart societies. And to do the introductions, it's a great pleasure to welcome to the stage your moderator for this session. Please give a very warm welcome to Danny Seabright, President of the UK UAE Business Council.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. I'll just make one little correction. I'm the president of the US UAE Business Council, and my brethren, my friends in the UK are making great strides, obviously, here in the region, but the US is still, that's where my heart is, and that's where I'm from, and that's the Business Council that we're supporting today. I want to ask my panelists to come to the stage, if I could. Her Excellency Sarah Al-Amiri, Minister of State for Advanced Technology, UAE, and Chairperson of the UAE Space Agency. Your Excellency, we're so pleased to have you today. His Excellency Amr Talat, Minister of Communications and Information Technology from Egypt. Your Excellency, please. Dr. Peter Glassman, Global Strategy and Leader and Global ESG Leader of PricewaterhouseCoopers. Please, Dr. Glassman. Martin Wazowski, Chief Futurist of SAP Global. And on the virtual, zooming in, I believe, from Paris, is the CEO of Thales, Patrice Caine. Welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a short amount of time, so if it's okay with my panelists, I'm going to move right into some of the questions. We're here today to talk about Society 5.0. Our conversation will utilize, obviously, the newest technologies and innovations available to us to try to solve challenges such as unemployment, poverty, or air pollution. We'll look at how we seek to accomplish Society 5.0 in a way that is sustainable and beneficial to all of society, as well as the role of the public and private sector in making such change both possible and feasible. Ladies and gentlemen, I was having a conversation earlier with the panelists about an author whose work has made a great impact on my thinking about the world. Yuval Harari, I'm sure most of you know him, an Israeli writer who wrote a book, his first book, Sapiens, really setting a better understanding of humankind's impact on the world and the future. And I think that some of the issues that we're going to talk about today will really help us understand the crossroads that our culture and our world is at this moment. Your Excellency, Sarah Al-Amiri, the UAE is incredibly future-focused in its forward-thinking outlook. The Mars mission proved that when it comes to its ambitions, the impossible is the possible. We're here at Expo 2020, the world's greatest show. You made an announcement last week about the lunar mission. The UAE is going to put a rover on the moon next year, supposedly, on a SpaceX rocket. Very exciting, not only the mission to Mars, but now what you're doing with the moon as well. Tell us a little bit about the possibility of Society 5.0. What improved elements can citizens expect from Society 5.0 from your perspective, please?
Sure. Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon to everybody. From a perspective of Society 4.0, and as we discussed today, the advent and the intervention between industry and technology and the more interconnected world that we're living in, Society 5.0 gives a different perspective of how industrialization will move forward down the line. And the way that we're doing it is looking at the holistic perspective of integration of technology across industry, how that impacts the fabric of our being and the fabric of our lives, how it impacts well-being overall and the way that we live and the way that we do business and the way that we approach development in an overall perspective, without forgetting the interconnectedness and the role that each nation and each society and each economy plays in the wider perspective of the world. It's not a technology game. Technological advancement talks about industrial development as one, and transformation of manufacturing processes and creating larger impact onto the economy. It also looks at ensuring that societies are benefiting from the output. There's a lot of discussion on ethics, and we need to continue discussing ethics, not only in a traditional sense of what ethics is, but on the wider space of where does it impact and where does it encompass and what goes under ethics. And how do we ensure that the advent of technology and the utilization of technology is inclusive across societies around the world?
putting technology aside for a moment, what do you see as the biggest challenges associated with building this connected society? What do we have to overcome for the future? And then I'm going to ask you, Your Excellency, for the same comment, please.
The first is access, ensuring equal access to technologies and ease of use of technologies across the board. You told me you don't want me to mention technologies, but this is something that's quite important to impact development across the world and impact development together, because the speed at which advances are happening today will leave a lot of people behind. So if we don't have that in mind, there will be a lot of negative implications on the world at large. The second aspect is looking at it from the perspective of dominance and ownership and connection. There's a lot of data that goes into the process of our interconnectivity as an overall society that is very important. Then the question of ownership comes into play. Who owns the knowledge and the byproducts of that data that goes into impacting our lives collectively? And that's an aspect that needs to be addressed seriously, and we're doing it together through different partnerships, both from public and private perspective. The lines are no longer there between the roles and responsibility of industrial players, of key private companies, of key public players. And we see that actually on this panel here, where I consider all of us from different facets, from different regions of the world, from different sizes of companies, tackling different areas within our entire spectrum. We all understand the collective responsibility and the shared responsibility, ensuring that once we drive forward, once society drives forward, once the advent of the fourth industrial revolution is in play, for us to get towards the fifth industrial revolution, we need to start addressing a lot of these challenges today.
Thank you. Your Excellency, you come from the business world. You were with IBM before coming into the government. There's been a lot said in recent days about how industry is actually overtaking government in its ability to help solve problems, and government's being challenged and stymied. You have the very wonderful position and perspective of now doing both and having done both. Give us your thoughts on this, please.
Governments have a lot of challenges, I believe. But amongst in today's context is the integration of technology with the physical reality that we've known it since the inception of humanity. Now, with the advent of new technologies coming in every day, disrupting the way we work, the way we socialize, the way we access information and knowledge, this integration has to take into consideration several aspects that are very important. And here I echo my dear colleague, Her Highness, in raising the most important of these. Of course, first comes the access and connectivity. How many people today have stable access to the cyber world? This number needs to increase dramatically and in a swift manner. There are still areas in the world where connectivity is a challenge for many people, especially youth. And governments needs to work on embracing the digital divide and widening the availability and the access of the cyber world to the entire population of the globe. Second, and again I echo Her Highness, Her Excellency, sorry, is the ethics. We've got like tens of billions of sensors collecting data and exchanging data. By 2030, the estimate is around 3.3 billion cells exchanging data over 5G. So who owns this data? Who owns the privacy in this data? What about the ethics of using this data to the welfare of, again, the entire globe, not a specific geography or a specific race? These are, of course, comes the privacy of the data. And there's a balance, a very delicate balance that we need to strike between exploiting the data and driving value out of this data and turning it into useful knowledge, and the privacy of this data and protecting the owners of the data. This is another challenge that we need to work on. So net, there is a huge opportunity, definitely, and after the pandemic, it's looming large. I don't think there is still a debate on the vitality of ICT in today and tomorrow's world. But the other side of the same coin is how to ensure that when we exploit it to the best of the entire humanity.
Thank you. I want to come back in a moment, Your Excellency, but first let me draw some folks that are currently in industry into the conversation a little bit more. Dr. Glassman and Martin here in the room, and then we'll come to our friend who I think is zooming in from Paris, to say a few words from an industry perspective, if you will, about some of the challenges. Please, Dr. Glassman.
No, I mean, we heard a lot, and I can only agree about the opportunities. Let me start with the opportunities first. And we from the industry, we look a lot to also have talent, to have equal opportunities for everybody. Mm-hmm. And I think that's what we can achieve with Society 5.0, to remove barriers, be it on education, access. We heard a lot from my co-panelists. Now, I think what is fascinating here is that with this inclusiveness that we can reach through the combination of the cyber world and the real world, we can bring the S and the G of the ESG discussion into the mix more explicitly than ever before. And hence, from an industry perspective, I would agree we see a lot happening, and I can only cite what the co-panelist and Her Excellency was talking about. We see a lot more alliances, cooperation between the government, academia, and the industry, and I think that's what we need.
Martin, we're here in the UAE, a country that, with Her Excellency talking about the space program, that is sparking imagination for a whole host of countries and peoples in a region for the future, the way that our space program did, obviously for Americans and Europeans many, many years ago. You talked to me a little bit before in the green room about empathy and how the play of that is so important for the generations that are coming up now. Say a few words more about that and opportunities in that regard, please.
Absolutely. In any case, when we look what does business or brings people together, it's very seldom transactions or processes or our digital routines. It's always people. Yeah. And also another, maybe a little bit philosophical reflection, however good we are, take Marie Curie as a double Nobel Prize winner. What does she matter without being reflected in a society? Reflected in a spread knowledge about what her findings could bring to this planet. That's a reflection, and that reflection comes only with the people network, with relationships, and empathy and mutual understanding. And I mean, we are in business of data, all of us, in a way, but that's not the real business. Data can become information if you design it well. It can become knowledge, something useful, or maybe something a little bit fluffier like wisdom or collective knowledge. However you put these, features in a product and serve them, they in the end reach a human being and become a relationship. And subjective opinion, oh, I like it, I don't like it. This helps me to be augmented. That invites me to a society or spreads that technology, like Her Excellency said. This is something that is a common, empathic, mutual understanding. So actually in our long-term vision, we usually say, being a technology company, that human ingenuity is in the center. On the other hand, we have machine intelligences, and they, not like in Hollywood, come together in a man versus machine manner, but rather in an empathic symbiosis, which means that we mutually understand and need each other to progress as humans.
Patrice, Thales has a deep background, obviously, in security and defense and cyber capabilities. As artificial intelligence is set to be the backbone of Society 5.0, what, from your perspective, how can we preserve and protect AI in the future and make sure it's safe and trustworthy? Thank you for joining us.
Well, thank you, Danny, and thank you for inviting me this afternoon. Well, AI is one technology among many others that raise questions. You could have also mentioned biometrics typically, and tomorrow, why not quantum technologies? So really, this notion of trust is absolutely key. We need to restore or preserve trust people have in science and technology to meet major societal, I would say, changes. You mentioned poverty, you mentioned climate change, safe, how to live in a safer world as well. So this is key. Looking at AI, typically, I think at least 3 conditions for Thales is absolutely key. The one is having an AI which is transparent. What does it mean, transparent? It means an AI that you are able to justify the results. You cannot live with just a black box. This is somewhat frightening, if I may say, to rely on a black box. So really, transparent AI is one aspect which is key. Secondly, I will mention the fact that it has to be as well understandable. What do I mean by understandable? I mean that at the end of the day, as we need to keep the human in the loop, you need to, as a human being, to understand what are the recommendations made by the machine and why you should say yes or no, why you should press the button or not. So understandability is key. And thirdly, I would mention ethical. We need to design or to have AI ethical by design to comply with human rights, ethic principles, laws and regulations. Probably this is the aspect which is the most complex one, but clearly, if we are able to combine trust, transparency, understandability, and ethics, I think AI is one of the most promising tech looking forward.
Thank you. Your Excellency, Sarah, this morning I was catching up with my friend, His Excellency Omar Alama, the first Minister of Artificial Intelligence in the world, I believe, and really one of the gents that is, and one of the people that is in the process of pushing the UAE forward in this field so quickly. What from your perspective, how are the UAE's push towards digitization and advancements in AI, how is it putting it on a path of ensuring society 5.0 for the future? What are the contributions from your perspective of AI to this?
So if we talk about society in general, I look at it as an intangible infrastructure. And our intangible infrastructure of society was interconnected by our human connections with each other, and the way that we speak to each other and the way we communicate with each other. Bring in two different factors. One that collects the communication that we have together between ourselves within this infrastructure, and bring in together technologies that also add on either information or knowledge, that adds on to the way that we work. And by individuals within societies, I'm also talking about the private companies and the industries and so on, because at the end of the day, it's all represented by individuals within societies. And when you look at it from that perspective of an intangible infrastructure, with an advent of technologies that are interconnected, yes, they are benefiting, and companies are actually benefiting and finding new opportunities out of it, and that's creating a business perspective. The overall macro view is what's important for the UAE, because that's where you address the questions that all of us asked, and they're still open questions, but it's questions that we all need to have in the back of our minds. How is this transforming society? How are we ensuring that empathy is added into this new infrastructure paradigm, because there's a new entrant into this paradigm? How are we ensuring that what we are all advancing on as companies that have the means to do it, and as nations that have the means to do it, we are not leaving other nations behind? Even if it's not about deploying the latest technologies in societies that don't have access to it, but giving them the knowledge and the know-how and the experience that societies that are advanced and have technologies well integrated within their fabric and within this intangible infrastructure, so that they're able to also benefit from it. And it's that macro view that the UAE looks at in terms of its advancement, and it's from there that you then go and extract, for example, our Industry 4.0 program on elevating digitization within society. We saw the RTA talking about having better infrastructure and physical road networks that will help us maneuver and work together and work better. And it's from that macro view that you're able to have those micro pockets of development and have the right advancement and adoption of technologies across the spectrum.
Your Excellency, Amr Talat, I was at the Sharm el-Sheikh development conference a few years ago when you announced you heralded the announcement of the new city that you're building in Egypt. Say a few words about how you're thinking about doing Society 5.0 in these new cities, this new infrastructure that you're creating for the future of your country and the people of Egypt.
There's a lot going on in this core. First, we're building 17 new cities across Egypt, of course, crowned by the new administrative capital that is about to be inaugurated next year, inshallah. All these cities are totally reliant on technology. They're all smart cities or managed throughout by new technology. This, of course, is coupled with a lot of projects that aims to, again, increase the access of Egyptian citizens to the cyber world. We started another project, a mega project in my view, called Decent Life. By Decent Life, we're going to extend the fiber optic network, availing high-speed internet to each and every village in Egypt. We've got around 4,500 villages with 58 million inhabitants. In the coming 2.5 to 3 years, all these will have FTTH in more than 3.5 million households. In my view, this is a quantum leap in availing not only technology, but knowledge to this majority of our population, thus increasing their ability not only to access the rest of the world, but to have better access on the labor market, on education, on training, and on intellect in general.
Dr. Glassman, this is a perfect segue to the question I have for you. To what degree can the global community develop standards, voluntary standards, to help enforce building of social capital in countries that are developing and coming up? How can the rich help the poor? How can the more developed help the less developed? How can we create more equity across the top?
I think that's a very relevant question, and I heard earlier that you were addressing this, Her Excellency. I think this is one of the most important discussions that we should have, and we discussed it a lot in relation to climate when we're talking about the just transition, that we make sure we have all the countries, the developing world and the developed world with us. Now, the same, I think, is happening with Society 5.0 in the S and the G, to make sure we have equal opportunities for all countries, for the developing world. And let me state you the following. I think we can all learn from countries like Japan that are probably moving ahead in this with the principles how to do this. Maybe just to start with, they created a narrative, they have a holistic plan, so they have a clear idea where to get to. And then they have a prioritized plan and a roadmap to get there. And I think that's something that we can all learn from. Now, maybe there's an opportunity for some countries actually to leapfrog some of the developed countries, because given the nascent character of some of the institutions in those countries and the huge asset of talent which will come in, the huge asset of human development which will come in, I think the key is that we find the standards, and Patrice was talking about, this is very difficult to define the standards that is necessary, but that's what we all have to work on. The most important element for me, and maybe I'm finished with this, is we need to make sure people feel empowered, so that they have decision, that they can live their life with the help of technology and not being decided, right? So that's, I think, the aim.
Thank you. Martin, as far as I'm concerned, you have the sexiest, coolest title of anyone on the panel, Chief Futurist, for SAP. I just think that's, the ability, the time, the effort, the resource to be able to think for the future in that way, I think is amazing. So we're dealing with algorithms in our country with some of our big software manufacturers and social media companies. Talk to us a little bit about how we ensure the inclusion of the marginalized in discussing, bringing them in the future with regard to how the algorithms are written and deployed.
That's a nice way to put me on the spot. It's perfect. Because it's a tough question, isn't it? And very actual and current. Now, I don't know, I come from a business that for 50 years, I'm 50, Dubai is 50, SAP is 50, has been talking about enterprise resource planning. And what we talk about here is shared resource planning. How about a global open resource planning, like a GoRP instead of the ERP? Well, it's a kind of membership. Maybe that access we talked about. Maybe that kind of tokenization of citizenship. For me, a citizen, citizenship, it's a very valuable word. I'm a citizen, it's an honor. But when I don't feel that, if I don't have a digital access of ownership of my sovereign identity as a human being, I am not really truly a citizen in an open global resource planning, but maybe someone's enterprise planning. And we have a hard time to get out, or not get out, but nurture what we have created with the capitalism as we know it, and move maybe beyond that to some maybe open and holacratic way to belong together. And I think technology will help us with that. And exactly as you said, let's keep the Marie Curie here as a genius. The next Marie Curie won't be from Salzburg, somewhere in Europe. She will be from Bangladesh, she will be from Nigeria, she will be from somewhere around here. And she needs that digital sovereign identity that is connected, tokenized, and a member also in a value chain exchange, in a decision-making exchange, in such difficult situations like we see in a social network perspective, if you wish, that is actually not global social. It's just a tiny little community that benefits from that. The others are seen as users, or maybe the third party. But the first party is a very different entity. And I think that ties, and I will end on that as well, to when we look in science fiction as an inspiration, which sometimes it's a great inspiration actually, that imagination, we talked about the future is already here but not evenly distributed, as someone said. Future is a resource. Future is resource because we can all imagine it, but we cannot all put it, the wheels to the ground, execute on it. And such a digital sovereign membership and ownership, so I can carry myself, my digital self with me, is a ticket to such a future distributed well around the globe.
Thank you. Patrice and panelists, I'm going to ask one last question of all of you. I'm going to ask Patrice this question first because, Patrice, I also come from a long background in intelligence and defense from my work. What keeps you up at night, Patrice, when you think about the future? We've had a very optimistic conversation here today, which is wonderful. But there are things that you want to guard against and you worry about for the future to keep us on track here in a positive direction. What's one or two of those, please?
Well, perhaps I try to answer with a twofold answer. First, from a company standpoint, of course, as a tech company, one of my nightmares would be to miss at one stage a technological breakthrough. But you know, to make these technologies, I would say, accepted by the society, and this is the second, I would say, part of my answer, we really need to work on, I would say, or to explain how science and technology and how at Thales we can bring our contribution, and let's stay modest when I say so, to meet some major societal, I would say, challenges. Climate change, typically, and space is a good example where our satellites can help governments, typically, to better understand the impact of climate change on Earth, to work or to bring our contribution to a more inclusive world. And an example is to give identity to people. You know, 1 billion human beings on Earth do not have any identity, which means you don't have access to social benefits, you cannot vote, you cannot travel. So this is, I would say, our own contribution to inclusiveness. And of course, as a defense company, to bring our contribution to a safer world, be it in the physical world or in the cyber world.
Thank you. So lightning round. Martin, we're going to go right down. We're going to let Her Excellency have the last word. One thing that keeps you up at night for the future.
It's not the current pandemic, although it's disturbing. It's another pandemic, and that it's short-term thinking. That bothers me. People, we are excellent in looking at, you know, incubate, validate, scale, this innovation thinking. But still, this is normal operations. Look at Dubai. Look at His Excellency's keynote. We see the future here. However, people may be stuck there in doing things right, rather than looking for the right things to do. Because you can run very effectively in a very wrong direction. So I urge everybody to do things right, please. We are here because we are good at it. But take the good time to think ahead. Are these the right things to do? And if you think you know it, you're wrong. Ask everyone.
So as the chief futurist, your bottom line is we are thinking in the right way, but we need to operationalize quickly some of that good thinking.
Think long term, operationalize quickly now.
Please, Dr. Glassman.
I like the thinking, actually. I'm a trained physicist, so sometimes that helps. And you know, a lot of the effects we're dealing with here now have effects in 30, 40 years from now. So we need a long-term thinking. But let me also build on the pandemic. I think what the pandemic has shown us is we really can change behavior. All of a sudden, you know, we behave differently. We were all digital. So I think it is possible. And for me, it's fascinating, the idea that business, academia, government will come together with a transformation to provide, you know, access and opportunities for everyone. I think it's a great opportunity.
Your Excellency, Mr. Amr.
Technology is advancing in unprecedented rates, and almost every day now we hear about a new invention or a new concept. What keeps me awake is how to bring this to the benefit of the people of my country, and how to avoid the challenges that stems out of these technologies, because they're two faces to one coin. I always believe the technology is like a very fast train. It's not very wise to stand and try to stop it, but it's smart to try and jump on board.
Thank you. Your Excellency, the last word, please.
The hardest part. I agree with what the panelists said. First off, one of the learnings is agility in decision making, and that goes to acting now with the limited amount of knowledge and information that you have for the future and getting towards it iteratively. The second aspect that keeps me awake at night is focusing too much on technology and forgetting the purpose. And it becomes the intention of developing technology and adopting technology rather than the purpose overall.
Outstanding. I mean, I think that sums it up really well. Technology, at the end of the day, is a tool, and we have to make the best use of the tool and not forget about what the purpose of utilizing those tools are. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Panelists, thank you for this wonderful discussion. And thanks to our hosts here in the UAE for just being part of what is becoming a new global center of thought leadership in the world here in the United Arab Emirates. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful day. Thanks, my dear.
Another excellent session there. Thank you so much once again to Danny Seabright, President of the US UA Business Council, for moderating so brilliantly. I do apologize for the start of that. The US UA Business Council. And thank you so much to their excellencies, Patrice, Dr. Peter and Martin. Fantastic discussion, that one. Thank you so much once again. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we move on now to our next session, but just before we do, I'd just like to give you a couple of moments to go and get the translator headsets. We do, in fact, have 3 languages that will be spoken in our next panel discussion. So I'm going to give you a couple of moments to go to the back of the theatre just here to collect your translator headsets. Now, in the meantime, I'd like to give a very warm welcome on stage, the moderator for our next session. And the session title is, in fact, Energy as a Service, Digitalization of the Power Sector. And to moderate this session, it's a great pleasure to welcome Declan Curry, journalist and broadcaster. A very warm welcome to Declan Curry. Let's give him a nice warm welcome, shall we? Now, we actually have a few moments to ourselves. So let's take a seat and have a chat, shall we?
Yes, let's have a little sit down. I will follow your lead. Laura, it's a great pleasure to be here on the stage with you and everyone who is with us today in our audience and watching us virtually, thank you for being with us at GMIS again this year.
Well, yes, just so that we're going to organise some technicalities here. So yes, we have a couple of moments. And very much like with John, I actually wanted to get your take on, John very much spoke about Yekaterinburg. So I wanted to speak to you a little bit about the virtual summit last year, where I was the MC and you did a lot of the moderating. So what sort of differences have you seen from this time last year? Because we were in the throes of the pandemic then, weren't we?
Can I say something? May I say something that is both obvious when you say it out loud, but probably the most important aspect of the lot, which is how fantastic it is that we are all here in a room together, in conversation, in dialogue, sharing ideas, sharing concepts, talking about the best practices that there are all around the globe and bringing that information here to this event today. That's something that, for all the great success of online events, and we've all learned how to work hybrid events in the last year, 18 months, that's something that online cannot capture, that exchange, that spontaneity of conversation, that spark of inspiration. And that's a challenge that as someone who is a business reporter, and I've been reporting on business and the economy and corporate matters for nearly 3 decades now, I know from talking to business leaders that that's an issue that they are now themselves trying to address, is in a future hybrid world where some of your workforce will be on location, some of your workforce will be at home or elsewhere. How do you generate those comments, those moments of inspiration and insight in a mixed hybrid environment? And how do you sustain the culture of your organization with people that you may not see face to face for many, many weeks at a time? It's a big issue for business in the years ahead.
And it's understanding that chemistry, isn't it, with someone. But it does seem that these hybrid events are here to stay, in fact, don't you think?
Well, we will make them work because we are, as a species, adaptable and adaptive, and we always seek out the best and the most efficient solutions that we can find. So just as we face many, many other minor challenges, we'll make this one work as well. And meeting the challenge, facing challenges and coming up with solutions and with operations that will be effective is a thread that runs through GMIS as an event. You know, one fantastic example that we had today is climate change and how we work out what we need to do with that and how we meet our global obligations, and how wonderful I thought it was that John Kerry was with us. He is President Biden's climate envoy. He is trotting the globe as we speak, doing the important world of diplomacy and seeking solutions and raising awareness of the climate issue. And it's terrific he was able to spare time in his schedule to be with us today and to talk to us today in such insightful terms. And that highlights at this event, as we see elsewhere, the central importance of addressing climate change in business, in policy making, in the years and decades ahead.
And how wonderful to be here at the Expo 2020 Dubai as well. Brilliant for GMIS, of course.
The world is on our doorstep and we get a flavour of the world just right outside, and how wonderful that is. I've got friends who are here for the Expo as well, and they've been messaging me throughout the day from the different pavilions that they've been to and the different experiences of the globe's rich life that they are seeing going around the Expo. So that is definitely being enjoyed, and we know from the huge numbers of people who've been visiting it that it has been a huge success. But it is a reminder that the things we talk about in this room, on this online stream, the topics, the important topics facing industrialization and manufacturing that we are talking about today and tomorrow, these impact the rest of the world. The rest of the world is watching what we're saying today, and they are looking to us for inspiration and for solutions.
Yeah, and for a lot of guidance, of course. Tell us a little bit about your panel just before we start. I think we have a couple of moments. So tell us about what you're going to be speaking about. You've got a couple of panels coming up as well.
Several panels. The most immediate one in the next few minutes is talking about energy as a service. And the core of that, and I don't want to steal any of the thunder of my excellent panelists who are, I can see, are mustering in the wings right now. The core of that is going to be how we ensure that industry has a sufficient, secure, but sustainable supply of energy going into the future. Energy that will allow industrial development to flourish, but without exacting a price on the planet. So that's some of the concepts that we will look at in that particular session. Later in the day, I'll be back with you to talk about the importance of personalization in your dealings with your customers, how you deliver not just excellent, innovative, advanced products, but also the personalization and the customization that goes alongside that. We are told by industry experts that the experience is what matters, is what gives you the competitive advantage. We expect that you will have an excellent product. We expect that you will continue to innovate, but you need that extra slice of icing on the top by way of experience. So we'll get into some of the discussion around that. I saw a report overnight from the consultants McKinsey who tell us that 70% of consumers expect personalization as a basic minimum. Not as a nice to have, not as an optional extra, but as an absolute core part of your offering as industrialists and manufacturers. So we'll get into the details of that as well. We're also going to talk a little tomorrow in some of my panels about robotics and about artificial intelligence. And again, that gets to the core of some of the issues that we heard discussed in the last panel just on this stage a moment or two ago, about the social revolution that is taking place alongside the industrial revolution that many of you are helping to power.
And please be reminded to get those translation headsets. We do have 3 languages coming up on our next panel. And that does remind me, actually, if you do want to connect with anyone, I've mentioned the app a couple of times now. Have you downloaded the app yet?
I have downloaded the app. I'm very glad that I have, because it's kept me right up to date with the fluid nature of the schedule that you always have at events like this. But it's also packed full of information about our speakers and their great wealth of knowledge and experience that they bring to this stage when they speak to us.
Yeah, because we're only giving them a very short introduction, which is a bit sad, really, but we do have lack of time. But you can read up on any of our speakers in the app, of course. And if you want any meetings, you can connect with people, myself, and with Declan, of course, as well. But going back to the virtual summit, have you sort of seen the same sort of themes so far? Has a lot changed since last year, do you think?
I think there's certainly a change in the tone of the conversation, because last year any discussion in business was very much about how do we deal with coronavirus and what might happen afterwards, but it was very much on the basis of survival and then thriving. The conversations that we're having this year are different in that we're looking much further ahead now. We're coming back to some of the important issues that were on agendas before coronavirus struck. So we're talking once again about climate change. We're talking once again about energy security and reliability. We're talking once again about that social and industrial revolution and the engagement between human and machine, just to name 3 of the many interesting topics that we are addressing across this summit. And I don't know if you've picked up the sense of this as well, but there's certainly much more forward-looking in our agenda now. It's almost as if we can see that we now need to plan on recovery and how we build back and how we can have a better recovery and leave the world in a better place than it was before coronavirus struck.
I mean, the acceleration that's taken place off the back of the pandemic as well is actually been quite incredible.
Well, yes, and this is something that the pandemic has done to business all across the world. It has taken those advances in technology, those changes that were already in progress. How much more shopping were we doing online, for example, as individual consumers? How much more were individual workers doing more of their work remotely? I remember in the summit in Yekaterinburg in Russia, we were talking about sensors and remote monitoring of important industrial processes. Well, all of that was put on rocket fuel during coronavirus. The pandemic made those businesses that might have thought that those were optional extras, perhaps unimportant, realize that actually that technological progress is changing the world around us at speed, and we need to keep up with that and embrace the smartest of the smart technologies available to retain our competitive advantage and to keep abreast of all of those developments.
And I don't know whether you caught any of His Excellency Mata Altayer's presentation on the future of transport. And that really is a reality, as I mentioned, that really is around the corner, really, isn't it? And something very exciting to look forward to. And I think one of the main issues he was saying is obviously, you know, trust and gaining trust of the public as well. But that level of automation really is incredible, isn't it?
Within transportation, and changes in transportation are going to be crucial in our attempts to prevent the world overheating and perhaps even roll back some of the effects of climate change. Transport, we know, is a significant contributor to the gases that scientists tell us cause global warming. So in the transport industry, whether it's public transportation, whether it's aviation, whether it's even the simple matter of delivering goods and products to our shops in our retail spaces, we are looking at a whole range of automation, of electrification, of the change of fuel, of sustainability at the core of any changes in transportation. And I'm sure that we see examples of that in Expo as well, because the Expo here is meant to be the example of how we will live in a future that is more sustainable and yet allows us to enjoy the full richness of a global life.
Very exciting times ahead. I think we're nearly ready, actually, with our panel discussion. I'm hoping our panelists are mic'd up now and ready to go. So I'm going to leave you to it now. I'm going to leave the stage, and you can welcome your panelists and your next session.
I certainly will.
I wish you all the best. Thank you so much. Declan
Thank
Curry,
you very much.
You so
Thank you,
much.
everyone, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. So, hello everyone, I'm Declan Curry. I'm a journalist and broadcaster covering business and the economy for 30 years on television, radio and online. I'm based in London. I want to welcome you to our discussion on energy as a service, the digitalization of the power sector. We're going to have this conversation in the company of some excellent speakers, and I will invite them to join me on the stage now if they are ready to do so. We have Her Excellency Dr. Amani Abu Zaid, who's Commissioner of Infrastructure and Energy of the African Union. Welcome to our stage. She's been a global leader for more than 30 years, working on everything from solar farms to air transport and digital transformation, and she is regarded as one of Africa's most influential women. We are delighted to have you here in our discussion. She is also joined by His Excellency Peter Bobilev, who's the Deputy Minister of Energy for Russia. Minister, you're very welcome. He's been a senior figure of the Energy Ministry in Russia for more than a decade. He has a background in the energy industry and in academia. We also welcome to the stage His Excellency Jasmin Thabit, who is the Group Chief Executive and Managing Director of TAQA, the largest utility company in Abu Dhabi. He's an energy industry veteran with more than 2 decades of experience. Previously, he was Chief Executive and Managing Director of the Abu Dhabi Power Corporation. Welcome to the platform. And also joining us here at our event is Leo Benitez, who's the Chief Digital Officer at Indra. Indra is a global technology and consulting company rooted in Spain and Latin America. Mr. Benitez has extensive experience in the application of technology to improve the operations of companies in the energy and utilities sector. As well as my four esteemed speakers here on the stage, we are also joined virtually by two other voices. We have Dr. Barbara Fry, who is the Executive Vice President for Industrial Automation at Schneider Electric. She leads its global industrial automation business. And also joining us virtually, Dr. Wang Ye, who's the Deputy CIO for the State Grid Corporation of China, thought to be the world's largest utility company with over 1 billion customers and just under 1 million employees. The full biographies of all of our speakers are available for you to enjoy and savor on the GMIS website and also on the GMIS app. So industry needs energy, lots of it, and traditionally you generated your own or you bought it from a supplier and you paid for what you used. But as a business model that encourages consumption and has limited incentive for efficiency. The greater collection and analysis of data throughout industry and the wider uptake of smart devices allows us to rethink the supply of energy and the business model that underpins it. It allows us to reinvent energy as a service. So, Barbara Fry, if I may start with you. You are Executive Vice President for Industrial Automation at Schneider Electric. Let me ask you to set out some of the core issues that we are discussing today. What is energy as a service? Barbara Schneider, hello, can you hear us here at GMIS? Well, we seem to have some difficulty in establishing our connection with, with Barbara Fry. Let me try one more time. Barbara Fry from Schneider Electric, are you able to hear us? Well, we're not getting that connection with Barbara Fry. We will come back to her a little later in the discussion. Excellency, let me turn to you, Her Excellency Amani Abu Zaid, your Commissioner of Infrastructure and Energy of the African Union. What is the relevance of this topic to Africa?
Thank you very much. Allow me at the outset to thank the host country and to thank UNIDO for this kind invitation and to congratulate the organizers for not only an excellent event, but fantastic topics. I've been enjoying myself since I arrived, really, and thrilled by the futuristic, top technology, top edge topics that have been discussed. But, and I thank you for this question, because one or some might think, in the midst of this very high-tech conversation, why is Africa here? Probably this is a question in everyone's mind as we speak, but let me maybe say why I'm here and why Africa is here. We're talking about a continent of 54 countries and 1.3 billion people. So it's huge, it's not one country. And with different types or different levels of growth. We're talking about the fastest growing population of the world, means that the youth of the world would come from Africa. That also talks to innovation and creativity. And we're talking about the fastest urbanizing continent, meaning there's shifting and increasing needs for energy in various forms, but also the continent that suffers the most from the impacts of climate change. And even though that we are the least emitting continent at only 3 or 4%. So this is very much linked to the topic of energy and digitalization, because as we speak, this is also the fastest penetration of internet is happening on the continent, and the uses of energy and digital, or this nexus, energy and digital, is providing new hopes and different business models to the continent. The mere fact that, as sad as it is, that 49%, 55% of the population of the continent does not have access to electricity, also means at the exact same time that there is a huge opportunity to provide access to electricity to half of the population of the continent using new business models and using this new technology. And as a fact, I'm not even imagining things because this is actually happening on the continent and in various parts of it. The question is, instead of being anecdotal or sporadic, how are we going to see this more in the mainstream when it comes to energy provision in the continent? How also to make use of digitalization to make it more affordable, the future of distributed grids or decentralized grids instead of the large ones that we're having. So these are all questions and issues that we are grappling with, that we are preparing for the African Union, for the continent.
And just, if I may ask you for a brief thought on this, is Africa at an advantage because so much of the infrastructure you need is yet to be constructed? Are you able to leap forward?
It's the other, when you say there's a shortage of electricity, that also means there's an opportunity for electricity. And actually that question, and if we were, listening to all the interventions before, if you've listened to His Excellency the President of Mauritania, he was talking about green hydrogen. How many captured that in his discussion? But at the same time, he said, we're having difficulty bringing in investments. Then the issue here is less technical, rather also how do we create incentives for investments, for expertise and know-how, and a cultural shift from a traditional thinking based on traditional, maybe fossil fuel, into digitalized era. And I mean, I do not wish to offend anybody, but thanks to COVID, we are propelled to the future. So we are being digitized as we speak.
Thank you so much. Jassim Thabit, you're the Chief Executive of TAQA. Let me bring you into our discussions at this point with your thoughts on energy as a service. Why is it important? What change is it going to make?
Yeah. So first of all, good afternoon, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, and it's an honor to be part of this panel. And it's very nice to be able to physically attend these amazing events. So just maybe taking a step back so I can give the audience an overview of TAQA for those of them not familiar. So TAQA, the National Abu Dhabi Energy Company, is one of the largest companies, utility companies in Africa, Middle East and Europe, and also with the market cap of $40 billion, one of the largest companies on the stock markets in the United Arab Emirates. We're an international company. We have operations in 11 countries, and our three main business lines is we have operations in oil and gas, and our second business line is the generation of power and water, and we have different types of generation, and that's in the UAE and outside of the UAE. And then third, maybe what ties more to this topic is the transmission and distribution of power and water business that we have. We announced our strategy in March this year. It's a growth strategy with targets on renewables contributing to our portfolio. But also we've made the commitment to focusing on energy as a service. And we've established a new subsidiary early in the year, Abu Dhabi Energy Services Company. And it's a super ESCO or an ESCO model that we've applied. And this entity really focuses on approaching government entities, approaching big industries, big commercial entities, and sitting down with them, helping them understand their consumption and their demand and so forth.
And when you have this conversation with them, how do you explain to them what energy as a service is, why it's different from what we currently have, and why it's better?
Look, I mean, customers, commercial, industrial, they're expecting to have affordable and to have reliable, predictable power supply. That's a no-brainer. But at the same time now, I mean, we've seen as the outcome of COP26, the UAE is going to host COP28, and the UAE went out with its net zero targets for 2050. Customers are becoming more sophisticated. They want to understand, yes, there is their demand side of how they can reduce their consumption, and we can work with them on that by investing in certain capex, certain instrumentations, certain retrofits, and guaranteeing them from our initial energy audit that after 3 months they will have a fixed bill and reducing so forth, and that saving covers the investment in the first place. So that's one element. The second element is they're becoming more sophisticated and they're asking, I want green hydrogen, I want green electrons. I don't want your traditional gas or fossil fuels. So also we're working with them on that too.
And Leo Benitez, this is exactly the point, that it's technological advance that allows for the consumption of energy in a more efficient way than before. This builds in incentives to become more energy efficient.
Yeah, absolutely. His Excellency mentioned definitely a couple of aspects which are very relevant, which is affordable energy, sustainability. We may also include the ability of the EES model to have no capex, no investment initially. So that's very, very interesting for any industrial company. But at the same time, all this has to be supported by technology. The problem that these companies have is that the pace of change in technology is so huge in the last years that it's very difficult for a company which the energy is not their main activity to keep the pace of innovation in this technology. So that's why having a partner that can help you first to reduce the capex, the initial capex you need to put in order to build all that infrastructure, and second, to be able to accommodate, to orchestrate all the different technologies we're talking about, because we are talking about energy efficiency, we are talking about distributed generation, we are talking about storage, we are talking about demand management, and all that needs technology in order to be able to operate in any company.
And Jason, that's the key financial argument, that it is that help with it helps reduce your company capex to become more efficient.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's important, I mean, as a utility provider or energy providers, I mean, we have an obligation, if we're going to reach all of us collectively the net zero targets, we have an obligation to be working hand in hand, closer with commercial and industry parties to be able to achieve those targets. And I'll give you like a practical example that we're doing here in the UAE. So currently we have the world's largest PV plant under construction. It's a 2 gigawatt plant in Abu Dhabi, and it's not only the world's largest, but it's also the most cost efficient, the lowest tariff, at 1.32 US cents per kilowatt. And using that expertise to work very closely with big industry partners, and one example is we've signed an MOU and we're working with Emirates Steel to work with Emirates Steel to provide them from those solar projects that we're doing with the very cost-efficient solar production to help them with their green hydrogen and green manufacturing of the green steel, which there is a premium in. So that's an example. It's not only about efficiency, it's about coming closer and working hand in hand with the industry players.
Okay, thank you. Your Excellency, Peter Bogdanev, you're the Deputy Minister of Energy in Russia. As you hear this discussion and as you reflect on this issue, what are your thoughts?
Но если позволите, я вернусь немножко. Сейчас подожду, пока включит перевод.
Wait for the translation. Hello.
Я просто жду, когда включит перевод, для того, чтобы все могли услышать
So everybody can
наши
hear
мысли,
what I'm thinking on
уже
this
облекаемые в
regard
слова.
in words.
казалось бы, сегодня
So
тематика,
today the topic
казалось бы, тематика сегодня у нас более узкая, мы
is
говорим
more
о
narrow.
EAS, но
EAS,
при этом ведь на самом деле это
but
для нас,
in
Российской
reality,
Федерации,
for Russian
один из
Federation,
инструментов,
it is one
важных,
of
нужных
the most
инструментов для
important
достижения
tools
чего-то. Я вот
to,
хотел немножко,
to
если вы
reach
позволите,
something, to
перейти к
achieve
каким-то
something.
базовым
Let
вещам,
me
как
go
целям,
to the
и что же мы
objectives.
пытаемся
What are
отчасти
our objectives
решить,
in Russian Federation?
подтолкнуть к чему-то разумному,
What we
доброму,
are
вечному, в
pushing
том числе
to the
и
good, to the,
инструментами
for the society. What are the tools
Сейчас
of
действительно,
EAS?
как правильно
So
прозвучало, наверное,
currently,
все-таки к несчастью, что эта пандемия
unfortunately,
так
because
сильно
of the
побеспокоила, в
pandemic
том числе,
has tasted and
мы говорим не только о здоровье, но и о
disturbed
жизни людей,
and took
в экономиках
not
стран.
only lives but the
Так
economies of
просадило
entire countries.
энергопотребление, что только
Our
сейчас страны
consumption
возвращаются
of the
к
energy, the
уровню
countries
допандемийному, и потребление энергии
coming
растет.
back
Мы
to
это видим
recover,
и на
and
территории
the
Российской
energy
Федерации, и в
consumption
общемировом
increase in
масштабе.
the Russian
Мы
Federation
понимаем,
and
что
the worldwide,
потребление
and we
энергии, это
understand
важный для
the
нас момент,
consumption of
будет расти и
energy
впредь.
will
То есть,
continue
по той
to grow,
аналитике, что мы видели, к
and
2050
according
году
to
примерно на четверть, по некоторым даже, по
2050
некоторым аналитикам до
analytics,
трети всего потребления
all
энергии в мире,
the
то есть
consumption
ровно такой
will
объем
grow
будет
on the
увеличение. В
third.
Российской Федерации
In
у нас тоже
Russian
планируется почти
Federation,
на
we
треть
are
увеличить потребление
planning
энергии.
to
То есть
increase
в этом году
consumption of
мы
energy
планируем около
1/3.
1,1 триллиона киловатт-часов выработки. К 50
1
году мы выйдем
trillion
более чем на
kilowatt,
1,5 триллиона
and
киловатт-часов.
next
Почему я
year
озвучиваю
will
эти
increase
цифры?
this number.
Потому
One,
что
I'm talking
абсолютно
about
правильно
this
было
number
озвучено
because they said rightly
спикерами,
by
и мы
our
считаем, что, по
respective
меньшей мере, как-то
speakers
странно, мы
that
видим такие
it is
красивые
beautiful
форумы, замечательные
forums,
башни, индустриализацию,
summits, industrialization in every country, but every fifth person in the world has no access to the electricity at all, or with the serious disruption of the power supply. This is the first of the problem that we cannot forget. And as a citizen, how can I check my mobile in the morning, but some person has no even access to such a mobile? So we should include this in EAS. The next challenge which we can observe is everywhere, not only in UN discussion framework, but also in the other summit in Glasgow, is the climate change. Once more, I would like to underline that 1/5 person does not receive the energy, but the increasing of the temperature of the Earth is increasing, and all the humanity putting their efforts to decrease and trying to use alternative energy, which are more expensive than usual fuels. So we have more objectives, that is the supply of the non-expensive, quality, ecological, clean energy. And for Russian Federation, we put this objective for us. So we should not what is the capex, what the financing we should direct, and we should develop these objectives. We have to set this for the benefit of every human being, even including those who have no power to the energy. Now, what about the system? The system EAS. It seems to me that in Russian Federation we have access to the electricity by every person. We have a clear energetic balance. More than 40% of electrical energy is being produced by nuclear and hydro stations. Currently, we develop solar and wind energies. This is very close to our development. We have different supporting programs to develop these programs. More than 46% of entire energy we produce on gas electrical stations. We consider gas is the most clean fuel. Only 13% we use in coal. So I would like to emphasize that this is a very big production, a very big sector, and we are trying to increase to 1.3 billion hours of this energy. energy, and I'm reaching to my general picture to deliver to you. We will not move forward from coal and from the fossil fuels, and we can improve the clearance of the gas. We can have 13% of our balance is the coal industry. Regarding China or India, they have a higher level of coal. So we have to reach a more effective productivity. We have to rationalize this effectiveness of this energy. We have to make micro model that we were talking about for the top of the iceberg or ideal of the horizon is to make not smart sectors or smart areas. We need to make smart cities where the consumption energy will be interlooped and integrated, and we already using this. We use in distributed generation, for example, for some decentralized system. It will be expensive. We're also working on that. Our also objective is the fight with the poverty, and we are talking about multi-server contract that it's one of our under objectives. We already have adopted some of these approaches. Why I'm talking about this objective? Because if we are finding the tools, and it will help not only Russian Federation, all the entire world, and every generation, and every fifth person will have access to the energy. We will reduce the carbon print as well. Thank you for listening to me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I want to bring in Dr. Wang Yi in just a moment, but Commissioner Abuzaid, just an immediate thought from you. Minister Babilev referred to the importance of smart cities and micro generation as a way of diminishing our demand for coal and for gas. Do you agree with that?
Definitely. I mean, the model provides or is best suited also or better suited to renewables. And in that sense, it also caters very much or speaks to the decarbonization agenda. So I very much appreciate this aspect. But also, I would like maybe to make a small comment on what you said earlier. I mean, the beauty of that model, energy as a service, is also speaks to customization. Customers, whether they are firms or individuals, would like also a customized energy supply, real-time, affordable, that relates to the uses, the purposes, the appliances they are using, the time of day, whether it's a city or a village. And here I would like to applaud also what was said on this platform earlier in the previous session. Egypt, the Egyptian minister was talking, and he said that they are supplying high-speed internet to 4,500 villages, more than 50 million people. So the fact that we are extending energy to rural, internet to rural, with that comes also different forms of energy and energy supply. Mini grids, distributed or decentralized distribution of energy is definitely the future. So whether it's decarbonization, decentralized, digitized approach are the future of energy.
Commissioner, thank you very much. Let's bring in now Dr. Wang Yi, who's the Deputy CIO for the State Grid Corporation of China. Dr. Wang, welcome to our discussions. What do you have to say?
Oh, 各位来宾，大家好，很高兴参加本次论坛。我来自于中国国家电网公司。
I come from China.
中国国家电网公司以赋能美好生活、推动能源革命为己任，树立能源转型绿色发展的理念，
focus on the green
以创新
energy.
发展推动实现能源低碳转型。那么近期呢，我们也发布了
I
关
cannot
于
hear him.
碳达峰、碳中和的行
Sorry,
动
I
方
cannot
案
hear him.
和构建新能源为主体的新型电力系统的行动方案，充分地发挥电网的桥梁和纽带作用，争当能源转型的推动者、引领者、先行者。可以说呢，数字化是能源领域创新发展的强大引擎。国家电网公司呢，我们制定了数字化转型发展的战略纲要，全领域、全过程
Yeah,
推
there
进
is
数
a
字化转
connection
型。
issue. There is a
构建
connection
覆
issue
盖
because it's connected
输
through
电、
Zoom.
变
We will
电、配
resume
电、
once the
用电
technical issue
全
is
环节
resolved.
的数字化管理体系，推动人力、财务、物资等核心资源的
现在
科学高
now
效
we
的配置。
resume. Now,
那么，针对今天的主题呢，
regarding
我想
today's
谈3
topic,
点体会。
I want to
首
share
先
3 reflections.
谈一下
First of
对
all, I want
EAAS
to
的认识。
about
我们认
EAS.
为
I think
EAAS 是
EAAS
从互联网领域的
is
AS、
us
PaaS 和 SaaS 等
as
概念
pass
引
from
入的。
internet.
那么与传统的能源
And
相比，
compared to the
EAAS
conventional
的提
energy,
交手段、
EAAS
提供的方式、
delivery
用户的
methods
体验
and the
都有
customer
了根本性
experience
的改变。
is completely changed.
EAAS 将能源
EAAS
产品服务化，
It
是
makes
新型电力系统和能
energy
源
to
互联
a
网的
service.
外在业务形态。
It is
它
a
以客户
model,
为中
new
心，
model business.
需求为导向，
It is
价值为
customer
目标，
centered and
应
also
用云
focus
计
on the
算、
value
大数据、
using the
物
big
联网、
data,
移动互
Internet
联
of Things,
人工智能
connectivity,
等数字技术，
and
为客户提
AI
供
to
更便利、更优
provide
质、
to the
更
customer
高效的用
more
能服务，
high quality
提升终端能源
service
利用水平。
and maximize
那么
efficiency.
对能源行业而言，我们认
As
为
regards to the
实现
energy
这种理
industry,
念的根本途
to
径
realize
就是
this
构建能源
concept
互联网。
is to establish the energy
中国国家电网
network.
公司于2014年
From
提出建设能源互联网，
2014, we
就是
have
将
is
互联网
starting to
信
establish
息化
the
技术
energy
广
network.
泛应用到
We
能源行业，
widely use
构
this
建以电为
concept
中心，
using
传输、生产、
electricity as the
客户
center,
3个方面
share
实现
transport to our
实时同
customers,
步的能源互联，
implement
也可以
energy
说这是一
connectivity.
种典
In
型
other
的
words, this is the
EAAS。
typical EAAS.
第二，新
Secondly,
型电力系统为
emerging
EAAS 发
new
展
model
提供了有利
electricity
的条
system
件。
provides
新型
the
电力系统
conditions,
是数字技
prerequisites
术
to this
与电网
service.
技术、
This is the
控制技
digital
术的深度融合，
and
是互联网技术
it's an
在
integration of all
电
the
网中的
high
广泛应
technology.
用。对比传统电力系统，
Compared to the traditional
新型电力系
energy
统除了包
system,
含了
the new
更高
system
比例的新能源、
includes
更
high
多元
level
的用电
of
复合、更多的电力电子设备
clean
以外，
energy,
还具有
smart
更细
devices.
的全息
It
感知、
also
更多的
provides
的平台应用、
sensitive sensors
更
and
实时的数
integrate
据
more
交互
platforms
等特征。随着新能
to
源
to
比例
encourage
大
data
幅
to
度增加，
exchange.
能源数字基础设施
Energy
逐步完善
infrastructure is being developed.
，EAAS 模式将具
EAAS
备成
model
熟的发展条件，
would have
成为
the
新型电力系统
environment
的
to
一
further
种表
grow,
现形式。
and it will
应用
demonstrate as
EAS
one of the
利用数字
main
技术
services.
为传统电
We-
网赋能，
This
可
is
提升
this could
电力
provide
系统控制水平
support
和
to
效
the
率，
traditional
促进
energy
清洁
system
能源
to
优化配置和
boost
消纳，
the green
可有
energy
效应对
to be
多
used
元复
and
合
to
快速
deal
发展，
with the
提升电
rapid
能替代水平，
development
促进节能减排，
and to
可实
decrease
现
carbon
原网
and
和主
waste,
的协调互动，
to
让客户
interact
参与到
and
低碳转型的
invite
清洁能源发展，
customers to
并
join
且
us
有更
in
多
the
的获
force
得感。
to reduce
第三，
waste.
发展能源
Number
数字经济，
Thirdly,
丰富 EAAS 内涵。
enhance
中国国家
EAAS.
电网公司积极打造
We have
能源数字
positively
服务新业态，
to provide
依托
the
业务、
new
客户、
models
数据
based
等
on the
资源优势，
data and business
以电网业务为核心，
using the electricity system as the center and to positively expand into other services, to explore new services, clean and efficient energy systems, combined with the modernization to have the mutual benefited situation. For example, we use the online platform. Registration has surpassed 2,200 billion, and the amount is more than 800,000 billion. Now we have also established the network using smart meter sensory devices. This has greatly supported clients' feedback. In addition, we have established a platform called New Energy Cloud Platform. We use the new energy like wind. We have built more than 230 plants, which provide more than 480 billion. Ladies and gentlemen, we need to protect our ecosystem. It's our common goal. We are determined to work with all of you to boost digitalization and build more high-tech energy systems. Thank you very much.
Dr. Wang, thank you very much for your input to our discussion. That concludes our summary of global perspectives on this issue. I'm sorry that we weren't able to re-establish contact with Barbara Fry, and I apologize also for the interruption to the translation to Dr. Wang, but we got the gist of the message that he wished to share with us today. So I say thank you to all of our speakers. Thank you for your attention. I'm Declan Curry. Stay with us for more global insights on collaboration, community, and connectivity here at the GMIS Summit.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
结束了是吗？整个环节结束了是吧？是吧？我们可以，我们可以退场了是吧？好的，谢谢。谢谢啊，辛苦。
Come through. Well, hello again, everyone. We are back now with a discussion on the experiential era from outputs to outcomes. As manufacturers, you make excellent products. You invest in developing and enhancing that product. But as we discussed earlier, that quality and innovation is no longer enough to win customers and stay ahead of your competitors. You need to offer your customers an experience. The consultants McKinsey assert that more than 70% of consumers now consider personalization a basic expectation. You need to use smart technology to enhance and personalize that experience in a world that is always connected and always on. So this panel will explore the advantages of the fourth industrial revolution technologies in the advancement of personalizing products to suit consumer demands and drive sales. I'm joined here on our platform at GMIS by Petra Mitchell, who is President and Chief Executive Officer of Catalyst Connection, by Andrea Raposatti, I beg your pardon, who is Chair and Chief Executive Officer for Dante Labs in Italy, by Dr. Ron Tomer, who is President of the Manufacturers Association of Israel. And I'm hoping that we are joined virtually by two other speakers, by Jose Gontillo, who's the Deputy Secretary of Entrepreneurship and Innovation at the Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation in Brazil, and also by Andre Wegner, who is Chief Executive and founder of Authentize, a leader in data-driven process automation software for digital manufacturing. Welcome to all of you. Let's start by considering the use of specific technologies to enhance customer experience and personalization. Petra Mitchell, this goes right to the heart of the work that your organization, Catalyst Connection, does with local economies and with small manufacturing companies across the United States. Speak to us a little about that.
Yes, good afternoon, thank you. So I'm here really representing the small and medium-sized enterprises from the United States, SMEs. Catalyst Connection, we're an economic development organization. We work with SMEs to help them grow their business, improve their productivity, and create and retain jobs. We are focused on outcomes. We know that in the United States, we have almost 300,000 manufacturing establishments that employ over 11 million people. 99% of them have less than 500 employees at their location. I'm also part of a national network in the United States called the Manufacturing Extension Partnership, or MEP National Network. Every one of those small manufacturers that I mentioned have access to a program like ours. And so you can imagine we are quite interested in how SMEs are adopting, accelerating advanced technologies, how they're responding to customer needs, and what impact that has on communities, workers, and families. And so we certainly see a significant amount of technology adoption. I'm sure it's prevalent. We're seeing it here today. Robotics, just about every manufacturing company has implemented some level of robotics and automation in their company. We're really starting to see an accelerated pace of AI, where companies are using automation, data, intelligence to really focus on quality, preventing problems before they happen, preventive, predictive maintenance, those kinds of things. And of course, 3D printing is really accelerating that pace of customization. But again, we're looking at this holistically, and our focus is on the entire company. An SME cannot afford a misstep. And so it's not just about technology, it's about business strategy, it's about operational excellence, and most importantly, it's about the workforce and the kind of company an SME needs to be to really attract that next generation workforce to be successful in their local communities.
And when you talk about companies, you also bring with you your extensive industrial experience. You are at Carnegie Mellon University's Manufacturing Future Institute. You sit on the advisory board there. You're also a board member for the Research Institute for Advanced Robotics in Manufacturing. When you talk to manufacturing companies, which are so focused on their excellent quality and their excellent innovation, when you talk to them about experience, do they treat that as seriously as the product, as R&D and innovation?
I think there's a significant opportunity to enhance and accelerate that collaboration and focus on research and innovation. I think our companies in the United States have been quite focused on production operations, productivity, meeting customer demands, supply chain demands, and so forth. I think the next level is that interaction with our research institutions. Like we mentioned in Pittsburgh, we are fortunate. We have some of the most world-class research going on right in our backyard with Carnegie Mellon University, the University of Pittsburgh, and many other institutes of higher learning. It is that focus on connecting those research assets with the SMEs. So if we develop it in our local laboratory, we can implement it and experience the benefits of that right in our backyard in a local manufacturing company in a local community. So I really think that is the next level of collaboration that we're going to see accelerate at a rapid pace.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's look at some of the specific technologies that might be helpful here, like blockchain, like IoT. Andrea Ripasati, as I say, you're Chair and Chief Executive Officer for Dante Labs. You're a company that specializes in genomic sequencing technology, and you offer genomic testing to the general public. You've also worked with Amazon, and we'll talk about that a little bit later. But as someone who runs a customer-facing business, talk to me about the importance of the experience alongside the product.
Yes, as you mentioned, today the expectation of consumers and individuals is that personalization in services and products is a must. It's not just a nice-to-have feature, it's a must, and customers, individuals who don't receive personalization in their services and products run away and choose a competitor. So I don't want to speak today about the benefits of personalizations, but about the needs. So to have personalized services and products, you need personalized data. You need access to the final customer. You need access to its personalized data, like the DNA, the habits of this person. And all these new technologies of the fourth industrial revolution help companies and can help the right companies to gather more data in a non-invasive way with the goal of delivering a more personalized product or service to the end consumer. So from toys to cars, from medicines to skin creams, we will see a new generation of products that are really customized and personalized. But the question is, who will be the manufacturers who will deliver these products? As my fellow panelists just mentioned, some of the companies are adapting. Some of the traditional manufacturers are still focused on operational excellence, on quality. They're still using an old mantra of producing a lot of quantities of the same product, the same for everyone. So there will be some existing companies that will adapt and will start getting access to the personalized data. And then there will be new companies, new players that have that relationship with the end user. Companies, for instance, even like Amazon or Facebook that have a lot of data about the end user. And today you see Amazon already entering the manufacturing phase. And then there will be new players. So there is a lot of room for innovation. And we will see new players emerging from this fourth industrial revolution and becomes very large manufacturers on a global scale.
Thank you very much. Now I want to bring our remote contributors into this discussion. If I can just say to our technical team, who are working so incredibly hard today to manage this hybrid event, that if we have connection with Jose Gontillo and with Andre Wegner, if you could please put them on my display monitor in front of me so that I know that they are there and available to be part of our discussion. Once they appear on my screen and I know they're there, I will then bring them in for some questioning. But Ron Tomer, let me add you to the mix. You're president of the Manufacturers Association of Israel. Your background is in pharmaceuticals.
I'm a pharmacist
you have useful
by profession.
Skills in an age of a pandemic. The general theme of how we use technology to enhance the experience, how emerging smart technologies can do that as well. Bring that to the factory floor for us. How does that work?
So first of all, I would say that the Israeli Manufacturing Associations actually represent most of the Israeli industry, which has a wide variety. We're starting from the traditional industries and go to the high-tech industries, the new industries. While 25% of our industry is now our high-tech, electronics, software, cyber, still we have a lot of traditional industries running. And the future for traditional industries is actually to be advanced in the manufacturing process and moving from a labor-driven industries to technology-driven industries. We do this with a lot of forums together. First of all, sharing experience. We have a startup forum with the new companies that are developing new tools. We have an innovative forum for innovation of products. We have an advanced manufacturing forum for changing processes and advancing them as well. And we're always pushing for technology. You need to understand Israel labor is very costly. And not just that it's costly, and when I'm saying costly, in 2025, we just signed an agreement with the government. In 2025, the minimum wage in Israel will be $2,000 per unqualified worker. Qualified worker will actually earn much more. Now, we want our workers, especially industry, to be qualified, to pay them well, but to get a lot of productivity. For that, we need to do a lot of activities and to put technology, which I can elaborate more later, on the manufacturing floor. And we have to remember just one thing. Israel is situated in the middle, between east to west, between labor-driven economies to technology-driven economies. And for a small country like us to continue to be successful, we have to be fast, agile, adjusting to the situation. And in the Manufacturing Association, that's what we do. We bring together this sharing experience, this technology, to make even the traditional industries efficient and successful all around the world.
Thank you. Petra, just pick up on that thought about the implications and the fact before you've talked already about your work with manufacturers in the Pittsburgh area and in the United States. If particularly smaller manufacturers are to develop the technology they need to thrive in this experience economy, if that's what we're calling it now, they need to collaborate, don't they? With whom do they collaborate?
Yeah, absolutely. I think collaboration is going to be key for communities and to thrive, communities all over the world, really. In Pittsburgh, we're building a strong ecosystem where industry is partnering with research and universities, with economic development, workforce development, and government. And in Pittsburgh in particular, as I mentioned, we have tremendous research assets. Our challenge, probably our biggest challenge, is going to be connecting those research assets to the manufacturers in our community. And so what are some of those big gaps that we're facing? There's a language barrier, perhaps not as significant as what we're experiencing here. However, there's still language barriers between research and business. There's a timing, a schedule. There's academic schedules and there's business schedules. Financing. Oftentimes there isn't financing available to cover the costs to go from a laboratory to production. And that financing is often provided by the company itself. It's a cash flow, really, type of a situation. And then lastly, it's the talent. It's one thing to engage with a researcher in an advisory capacity, but once you have that technology, you still need the people to then operate and maintain that technology moving forward. And so for a small company to be able to attract that type of talent really does require significant changes in their human resource practices, in their workforce attraction practices. It's really a culture change. And I believe the companies that are willing to collaborate, that are willing to make the change, to participate in this ecosystem that communities are building, those are the ones that will succeed. Those are the communities that will succeed.
Does that ecosystem need to include centers of learning, centers of research, universities and such like?
Absolutely. So again, if a community is fortunate to have that type of asset in its own backyard, that is the first opportunity to really enhance that collaboration. Of course, in today's environment, you can do a lot of virtual collaboration, and companies collaborate with universities all over the country and all over the world. So that absolutely does exist. But if it's in your own backyard, to me, that's the first place to start.
Okay, thank you very much. Do we have Andre Wegner joining our discussion now at this point? Andre Wegner, are you able to hear us here at the GMIS Summit? Are you able to join us? I'm not seeing him on a screen anywhere, and I'm not hearing anything through the translation service either. So I'm going to assume that he's not able to join us. When he is available, we will pop him up on the screen and we will talk to him. We'll also do the same with Jose Gautillo once he is able to join us as well. Andrea Ripasati, let me bring in, I mentioned you worked for, Andrea, I mentioned that you worked for Amazon. And that, of course, will have given you a great wealth of experience in being the ultimate in the customer-focused business. When we see more goods and services being sold online, what are the challenges that companies face ensuring that that customer experience is up to scratch? Because Amazon's the one that customers will measure it against. That's the benchmark.
So online, the internet is an opportunity for companies. Then it's also a challenge, as you mentioned, because you need to deliver goods to customers that you may never meet in your life. You may never have a face-to-face interaction. So you also need skills in logistics, sometimes in global logistics. If it's, as we have seen, if it's a vaccine, you also need cold storage. But again, it's an opportunity. And at Amazon, we like to say that starting from books, every sector was moving online. And so today, I think in a few years, we will have also mining equipment be sold and bought online. And so as a company, you really have two strategies regarding online and internet. Either you comply and you use it to advance your competitive advantage, or you don't. And if you don't, what you're really saying is that you're trying to stop the internet, which I think now it's too late. And the beauty of the internet and online is that local companies can be global companies with relatively small investments. It's not easy, but they can be. And so the question is also what local companies in what countries will be the global companies of the future. I think this morning one of the keynote speakers mentioned and compared COVID-19 to World War II. And he mentioned how COVID-19, the post, will create a new world order, like World War II created a new world order where the Soviet Union and the United States were the key global leaders. So I think today, after COVID, what we are seeing today is that new countries are emerging as the future global leaders. And the UAE is one of those countries. So today we are fortunate to be here. Us as Dante Labs, we are investing in the UAE because we really see the UAE to be not just a regional leader in the Middle East and not just a leader between Asia and Africa, but really as a global leader. And as we see, so a company like a UAE-based companies can really reach in the future, and even today, consumers and customers in the United States, in China, everywhere in the world. So again, online needs to be an opportunity. That's the only way it can be used. But companies need to develop different skills, and then also they need to be in one of the right ecosystems. And again, today we are lucky to be here because we are in one of those ecosystems.
Thank you. Ron Tomer, someone who speaks for manufacturing companies in Israel, is Amazon the one that they should be comparing themselves to when you talk about building that experience?
Well, I tell you, Amazon is more B2C company, and while in Israel most of our industries are B2B. And therefore, I'm not sure that Amazon should be actually the lighthouse that industry should go to.
So what is the benchmark then?
Well, I think the benchmark is get networking in many wide geographical areas because we have the technology, we have the know-how, we have good products. Sometimes there is some barriers. And I see, for example, the Abraham Accords that was signed with the UAE, where we're situated now. It was signed just over a year ago. And you see, when we open those markets and the collaboration, there is a lot of fruits already for both sides, mutuality for both sides. And I think that approach, opening markets, getting information and connection to the right person all around the world, that's the one. Amazon doing it on the B2C level, there's not really a great platform to do it B2B, but bodies like us, Manufacturing Association here, Chamber of Commerce around the world as well, can do this, take the step in actually, and do this extra mile that need for industries to connect, to sell more, to approach new market, and develop market-oriented product around the world.
I want to explore with you a little the social framework that surrounds all of this, because we know that there is more automation all the time in industry, and we'll have a panel discussion tomorrow to talk about how automation augments human activity on the factory floor rather than replaces it. But there is more automation. How can you have a better experience for human beings through automation? Look at this event. We like talking to other human beings, not to a robot.
Definitely, but again, I think we should define manufacturing than the products which are aiming for. The project definitely not need to be aimed to robots. It need to be aimed to the population, to the humans, and to give solution needed. Still, manufacturing must be very advanced, very efficient. Productivity must be high because, as I told you, it's a global world, and each country, each company compete with many others. And efficacy there is very important. Artificial intelligence, for example, as well, can drive some and maximize the effort and bring some better tailor-made solutions. And I think those who know how to implement this will be at the head of the line and will much better future than the others.
Sure, but building this experience requires knowing your customers. That requires data on your customers, and that carries risks with it.
Well, you know, so you speak not just about data on customers, it's data on customers, data on production, data on your products, and even, you know, all the machinery, this very high intelligent automated machinery is computer driven as well. And cyber attacks, as you know, is a very high profile now. I can say shortly two things. In the Manufacturing Association, we made two forums. First of all, is a forum of top-of-the-line cyber companies in Israel that actually increasing the products and increasing the safety every day. Second of all is a very general cyber forum headed by the Deputy General Manager who used to be in the Israeli civil cyber task of the government. And we actually produce a lot of white papers, guidelines, etc. for companies in order to increase the level of protection while taking, of course, account of the cost. And I would just say that happily, Israel over the last year was under several civilian cyber attacks. I'm not speaking about others. And while financial bodies was hurt, website, etc., the Israeli industry was really minor affected, and we're going to keep it to be the same for the future as well.
But Petra, this social structure, this social revolution that's taking place alongside the industrial revolution, as we see the deployment of more smart devices, as AI becomes increasingly central to business, what is the policy response to that? What is the social response?
Right. So, you know, many times we hear, well, technology is going to replace workers. In this future of advancements, we won't need as many people, what's going to happen to them, and so forth. History tells us that's not true. Like I said, in the United States, we have 11 million manufacturing workers. We believe we have at least 2 million jobs that are going unfilled. And primarily, it's a lack of awareness. People just are not aware of the advancements and the opportunities that may be available to them in manufacturing. And so what we're looking at is a future where the most automated factories are going to need the most people. This human-machine interaction, the behind the scenes, the data management, operations management, planning, even workforce development. You talk about the social compact, how we learn, what are those practices, those policies to support learning, those will be the key to this new future in manufacturing.
And Andrea Ripassetto, if I can just have one sort of concluding thought from you. This personalization is not just a one-time event. This is lifetime.
It is. And I think it really matches the title of this panel, because the outcome that we want for individuals is that they have not just a one product, one service. So we need to think and change also the mentality of companies from a transactional relationship with the customer, where the customer is someone who buys a specific product today and pays a specific amount, to a lifetime service and lifetime personalization. And even today, again, companies like Amazon, Facebook, Google, is not just about buying something today, it's about providing that trust that tomorrow, in 5 years, they will be there and they will provide the same qualities, the same service that they provide today. And then so for companies, I think we have the duty to, number one, provide this service, but then number two, also protect the data that we are gathering to provide this service, to provide personalization. And so to your point, I think today companies and the companies of the future have a higher responsibility to protect all the data that they are capturing and in a lawful way for their customers. And in a way, they need to offer a type of responsibility and a type of protection that before was offered only by governments. So definitely, personalizations comes with a higher responsibility for companies.
Thank you very much to all three of you. I apologize that we weren't able to establish a connection with our virtual contributors, but I hope that nonetheless you felt you had a personalized, customized and valuable experience listening to our speakers. Please join me in saying thank you to them and stay with us here at GMIS for further insight into industry and manufacturing. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. It's great to be here with you all in this very exciting and relevant event, not only for the UAE, but it's for the whole region and the globals at large. The maturity of infrastructure is a key thing when measuring the advancement of countries. GDP growth potential of country. Be it infrastructure, ports, airports, roads, but certainly telecom and ICT infrastructure. Why? I mean, over the years, we've seen how internet and fixed broadband is correlating directly with the GDP of countries. The more penetration of internet, the faster GDP growth. Similarly, we've seen in the recent years, also with cellular penetration, mobile broadband penetration, the more also penetrated a country or a region, direct correlation to creating jobs, direct correlation to advancement in the GDP growth. In the UAE, when it comes to telecom infrastructure, we pride ourselves with where we are today. UAE, in terms of fixed fiber penetration, it sits for the 3 years in a row with the #1 country of fiber penetration to the homes. We sit and celebrate a 98% penetration of our homes fully connected with fiber. And when it comes to cellular infrastructure and speed of mobile broadband, we also celebrate in the UAE. Since the last 3 quarters in a row, UAE is the fastest mobile network on earth. And being here in Expo, as we've seen throughout the day in some of the session where it was streamed live also from various parts of the world, we pride ourselves with the quality of the service. And Expo is the most connected site on earth in terms of advanced technology that it's being used and the cellular and 5G technology that is being deployed. So the session today is talking about 5G. 5G is different. It is not similar to the previous generation that we all have experienced of 2G, 3G. Even with 4G, with its great opportunity to connect devices and people, 5G is very special. So what makes 5G special? It is not just a mean of connectivity. It's not a faster way to download internet or stream a Netflix session. No. There's a lot of build characteristics of the 5G that make it directly linked with transforming government, with transforming industry. You can sprinkle the 5G blue energy into an industry and will transform it. It will accelerate the growth of that industry. So what makes it special? Well, in terms of speed, 5G comparing to its previous generation, it provides 10 times the speed of the 4G generations. In terms of connected devices, we heard today from some of the colleagues in the previous session, connecting devices and connecting sensor is very special and very important when it comes to industrial use cases. 5G provides the capability to connect within a square kilometer 1 million devices, comparing to previous generation that can connect 100,000 devices. Where are you going to use it? Well, I mean, if you look at sensor in oil fields, you need to have a lot of the sensors in order to capture information. And with 5G implementation, allow that from a connectivity perspective to make it happen. But that's not all. 5G also comes with a great use case of enhanced latency. And when it comes to industrial use cases, remote connectivity, drones, robotics type of use cases, you need that low latency of 1 to 10 milliseconds in order to make it happen. And again, in the UAE, we pride ourselves from our early launch of 5G in May 2018, the first in the region, and accelerating the rollout, but not only for the mass market, but we have worked with a lot of the champions in the UAE to identify use cases that is important to them. So from oil and gas, we've been working with ADNOC in a lot of use cases, not only a connectivity-based, but use cases around use of drones and robotics in their refinery and their critical sites. Connecting edge computing on the site, on the shore, to eliminate the needs to go back to the headquarters for a lot of computing and analysis and take a faster decision. On the ports, we've been working with Abu Dhabi Ports and DP World to remotely connect the cranes in the ports rather than connecting them through fiber connection, as you see in some of the cranes, to connecting them with 5G. Extreme low latency, and it's tested in the field to prove the use of such use cases. Autonomous vehicle, we tested also in the UAE, an autonomous shuttle in the traffic with other cars. It's a type 3 autonomous in order to test and learn from it in our use cases. Connecting cities and sensor, we connected district with fully 5G, connecting from the waste bin to lights to so many use cases in order to ensure that we also making a difference. So 5G is really a very mature technology, and it's lucky in a way 5G came at a time where other technologies also maturing. So I believe that all the planets have lined up for a success of transformation of industry. We have the 5G maturity. We have IoT, which is very critical. I mean, you can use 5G and IoT in the same sentence because IoT technology is all about transforming industries. And at Etisalat, not only you have put investment in the infrastructure, we put investment in people. So we have more than 1,000 engineers and professionals, all centered around use cases toward digital transformation. We're putting a lot of investment also on use cases related to IoT in order to work jointly with our partners. We don't claim that we know insides of other industries, but we have the will and the capability to engage also with our partner in co-creation together, design thinking workshop. And this is how we worked with the like of Emirates Global Aluminium in their requirements, identifying opportunities in digital twin, in connected vest that will allow for also worker in harsh environment to be able to read some more information about it. The use cases are endless. As Dr. Sultan mentioned earlier in his speech, we are about connecting with partners, local partners that they know what's opportunities and challenges in their own industries. Also with international partners, they will have a niche expertise, whether from a device perspective, analytical use cases, ability to have an application that we can integrate to our applications that we have in order to bring a full end-to-end type of solution. We want to transform industry. We want to work jointly with the governments and private and public infrastructure type of company in order to make the UAE and make the region is an example of how such technology like 5G is being used to directly bring value into this industry. And thank you very much.
Khalifa Al-Shamsi, Group Chief Strategy Officer for Etisalat, for that fantastic presentation there. Thank you so much. Now, to continue the conversation and to continue under this theme of the 5G wave accelerates the future, it's time now to introduce our final panel discussion of the day. Well, to moderate this final session and to continue with the introductions, to do the introductions, please give a very warm welcome to Nadira Tudor, news anchor and international broadcaster.
Good afternoon, everyone. You can all hear me right from the back. Welcome to the last session of the afternoon, as Laura mentioned there. We're going to talk about digitalization. The 5G wave accelerates the future. So a big warm welcome to you all, ladies and gentlemen. The increasing use of technology and the adoption of technological tools has given rise to new sources of opportunity to deliver on the United Nations 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. The pandemic has not only forced companies, policymakers and governments to reconfigure their operations, but it's also given them an opportunity to reposition themselves to help them to move positively forward. Despite a difficult business climate, innovation remains the driving force behind the advancement of humanity and the acceleration of global flow of goods. And 5G infrastructure has certainly provided a lifeline for survival to many, for both individuals, companies, and is now regarded by some as the only pathway forward in a digitalized and hyper-connected world. 5G has been misperceived as a technology that's only capable of supporting faster communication and data downloads, but in reality, 5G has the ability to unlock the future of digitalization, specifically when it comes to the creation of wireless factories. 5G technology, it has the ability to revolutionize how products are manufactured, and in conjunction with the Internet of Things can connect every part of the manufacturing process, both within and outside the factory, leading to improved customer experiences and increased productivity. And with the uptake of 5G connections, both companies and policymakers are now prioritizing the need to identify international cooperation opportunities to achieve sustainable economic growth and to make progress towards SDGs in the area of climate action. Therefore, policymakers are working to establish procedures that will ensure inclusivity of the developing world when it comes to the implementation of 5G. And it's recognized to have the power to transform and revolutionize a wide range of industries, be that healthcare, smart cities, manufacturing, et cetera, So we can all acknowledge that the economics of providing high-speed mobile broadband services remain challenging, and developing countries are not necessarily burdened by the legacy infrastructure. So if adequately planned, they can ensure their network investments pave the way for a smooth transition to 5G. And during this session, with these fantastic panelists, we're aiming to explore the various ways in which companies, governments, policymakers are approaching technological change driven by 5G technology, how it's integral to transforming society, the economy and the environment, as well as shaping a path towards global good. So, to help me, here's my panel. You can see everyone sitting comfortably there. We'll start with Tariq Al-Awadi, Executive Director, Spectrum Affairs Department, TRA UAE. Really lovely to have you on the panel. Important that we're here that we have your voice. Dr. Stephen Walker, VP and CTO, Lockheed Martin. Mohammed Kandi, who is virtual, I believe, Vice Chair and Global Advisory Leader, PwC USA. Hello, Mohammed.
Hello.
Ankur Ban, I can see you there, Mohammed. Finally, founder and head Nokia Wing. And Åsa, did I pronounce that right? I've been practicing. Tamsin, Senior Vice President, Head of Business Area Technologies and New Business, Ericsson. Thank you all for joining us. Now, I'll take a seat now. Of course, I'd like to hear all your initial thoughts. So I will start with you, Tarek, if you don't mind. If you could give your initial thoughts on this discussion.
Thank you very much, Nadira. First, it's my pleasure to be here with you, and is my voice clear? Yes. Very good session here talking about the 5G wave accelerating and how to be used here for industry. And just a few minutes ago, we have heard good remarks from Etisalat, Mr. Khalifa Shamsi, talking about the 5G and how we have reached here in the UAE. So I'm going to take you also a small journey on how we started here, the 5G in the UAE, especially not only for 5G, even with all about IMT, which we call it International Mobile Telecommunication, known also as cellular services. So these all previous generation, first generation, second, third, and fourth generation. However, the TDRA took a role as a leading with the 5G, starting by late 2015-16, when we started the first demo of 5G. And then we start developing a strategy for how to move very quick with the 5G between 2017 to 2020. And fortunately, we could manage to assign frequencies for trials with the two operators that we are having here and many times, and with aiming that to have in this Expo 2020 full 5G services. What we reached also by 2018, in May 2018, we have been the first country in the region and fourth globally country to introduce 5G commercially for individual and industry all. And after the US, Korea, South Korea, and China, UAE was the fourth country in the world launching the 5G commercially. So we have assigned a number of frequency band for our operators. You can say that around 2,500 megahertz, which is the essential thing for the 5G to start it. And we have managed by that to become #1 globally as mobile penetration, first country or #1 country in the worldwide in terms of indicators of mobile penetration. And the number of stations that we have managed to install here in the UAE in 1 year, in the third quarter of 2020, it was around 2,700. Similar, and after 1 year in the third quarter of 2020, it doubles around 5,200 base station for 5G all over the UAE. And right now we have reached with the coverage outside for the coverage, around 85% in the populated main cities of the UAE of the 5G. So that you can see in the UAE that we are already trying to bring these new technologies. And as a TDRA, as a regulator in the country, we are facilitating and supporting our industry, the mobile operator and mobile industry to bring these kind of technologies. Of course, it is still in the beginning. We need to work a lot in order to get benefit of this 5G with the different use cases. And that is also another strategy we have developed. That is strategy for 2020-2025. This strategy is a roadmap for a UAE on how to accelerate introducing the 5G with different use cases, which will come through it during the discussion later on. We'll show you on how those use cases with different entities, with all mobile industry and operator work together in order to reach to our target, that to be by 2025 all over UAE with 100% of coverage, and also with high capacity with low latency. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Stephen Walker, I think we'll move on to you with your initial thoughts.
Sure. Happy to be here, my first time in the UAE. Thank you for the invitation. You know, I'm here, Lockheed Martin. We're looking at 5G and applications of 5G for some very different applications. Looking at, you know, as we look at peer adversaries in the world and how to secure our nations and the nations of our allies, we're focused on a concept called joint all-domain operations, which is really about taking the physical domains, air, land, sea, space, the non-physical domains, cyberspace, and building a deterrent capability across all those domains that can be adaptive, surprising, and agile to our peer adversaries. And so to do that, we need a resilient communication system to pass that information from one domain to the next, and do it securely and with low latency and high bandwidth to take advantage of all of the different technologies like AI and machine learning, edge computing that are out there today. So that is our primary interest in. We're developing something called 5G.mil, which we've trademarked. And I'll talk a little bit more about that later and what that concept's all about.
Thank you, Stephen. Mohammed.
Yes, thank you very much for having me virtually, and it's great to be on this panel today. In addition to the remarks that were made earlier, you know, I think we can all acknowledge that the COVID-19 pandemic has really accelerated what we call in the private sector digital transformation, how companies are being run today, and it has put a lot of pressure on companies to think about being resilient, how to stay competitive, but also how to create more connected experiences for their customers. That's really where we at PwC come to work with many of these companies around the world. And 5G is a great enabler of how companies can think about the future of the products that they have to offer, how to deal with the customers. But I think one angle that we always exploring with many companies around the world is, even though we have a lot of opportunities with sensors, high-speed wireless, the Internet of Things, smart cities, there is a lot of data, a lot of information that is being generated when we connect all the different devices and when we connect even more people. In addition to connectivity, the currency of 5G is actually data and what to do with that data. And most importantly, that data needs to be secure. It needs to be protected. So trust is a must when it comes to 5G, for 5G to be adopted even more globally. Back to you, Najira.
Thank you, Mohammed. Ankur.
Thank you. I'm glad to be here on this panel. My name is Ankur Bhan. I head the worldwide IoT network grid at Nokia, which is really looking at simplifying and accelerating IoT across multiple industries. And literally 5G is the enabling technology, you know, behind IoT. So we really see IoT is sort of a key enabler for multiple industries to accelerate the digital transformation. We see in the world several challenges. We're just beginning to come out of a global pandemic. We are seeing, you know, the planet is already under pressure. We still see inequality being a key issue that needs to be addressed. And we see, you know, our digital transformation really as a central solution across many of the challenges. 5G and also associated technologies such as AI, ML, blockchain, cloud and edge computing really play a key role in enabling this digital transformation, which will really address many of these challenges that we see across the globe. And at Nokia, we have a mission for the world to act together and for us to really provide the technology to do so. So look forward to the discussions and share my thoughts on it.
Thank you, Ankur. Last but not least, Åsa, please.
Well, first of all, really nice to be here with all of you, and I really enjoy being here in UAE. I think, well, first of all, I'm heading up business technologies and new businesses at Ericsson. That's basically a portfolio of businesses targeting Ericsson's new growth into enterprise, leveraging IoT and 5G. It spans from IoT platform to dedicated networks to wireless WAN edge solutions. And the reason why we're very excited about, frankly, what's going on right now, both with 5G but also with other emerging technologies, is you've seen that smarter connected industries can both advance companies, really spearhead their competitiveness, but I think importantly, spearhead industries. And I think we learned more recently in the context of climate change, we actually need them if we're going to meet the CO2 emission reduction gap. So, and those developments goes hand in hand, and that's the joint opportunity. That I think is really exciting. It frankly makes it very meaningful to work in this industry right now. But also if you look at Ericsson, we've been through quite the transformation journey over the last couple of years, and we have a clear mission and vision where we said we want to use limitless connectivity. We want to create connections where we can help improve people's lives, we can redefine businesses, which we talk a lot about here at GMIS, but also pioneer a more sustainable future. I think that's, at the end of the day, why we're here. I'm very excited to see all the stakeholders convening here, and also after quite a long period for all of us during the pandemic.
Thank you. Thank you all for your initial thoughts. Tariq, I'll start with you now for our question and answer and discussion that we've got a little bit of time to use now. You mentioned the region, of course, and bringing in new technologies, and you touched on a little bit about how we look into the future. What will the 5G industrial ecosystem look like in 2025, in your opinion?
Thank you very much for this question. First, let's see what 5G would provide. The 5G will provide very low latency. Required also, there will be bigger benefit for massive machine communication type, and enhancing mobile broadband. So now, where this will be required, it will be used, of course, in manufacturing requirements, smart cities, miming, ports, entertainment, utilities, transportation. All those require these things with low latency, with massive communication, enhanced broadband, and capacity required. So we see that the 5G will be in the future, will use in those all use cases. And also, one of the things that we have seen in our studies as per the ITU, which we are following all the time there, that the industry digitalization revenue for players will increase by the cumulative annual growth revenue rate by 12% in 2025 or 2025. And of course, the 5G will enable that one, and the increase also with the revenue with the mobile industry or service provider will be increasing by $35 billion in that time. So we can see that the 5G will play a very important role in order to enable those all use cases to work together and how to get benefit from these new technologies.
Thank you. Now, Dr. Stephen Walker, you talked about needing a resilience in a communication system, and security is obviously one of the absolute key issues. I'm interested to look at the world militaries, actually, and why do world militaries care about 5G technology, and what benefits does it provide?
Sure. Well, I think it's, we're obviously looking at it for use in factories to reduce cost and increase efficiency, like many companies. But I mentioned the joint all-domain operations sort of architecture that we're thinking about, and the requirement to share lots of data between domains quickly and with low latency. 5G obviously brings a lot of advantages there. if we can make it secure, if we can bring it with us, because we're going to be operating in areas of the world that don't necessarily have 5G. So bringing the 5G with us in a UAV architecture potentially, or even to space and back to the continental United States, are all sort of architectures we're looking at and experimenting with today. And so we're working with, we're not a telecom company like some of my colleagues here, so we are working with commercial companies in that space. We announced a partnership with Verizon recently to look at developing what we call hybrid base stations, because one of the things, again, that we can't just rely on 5G. We have lots of old data links, old data networks that our systems use today. Even our Air Force and Navy use different systems, and so what we're trying to do is develop a hybrid base station that can then feed 5G in, as well as all these advanced tactical data links. We don't want to replace all the radios on our platforms, and so how do we do that integration of these various data links within a hybrid base station? And so that's one of the things we're working with Verizon on right now. So there are lots of, I guess I would say, interesting things that you've got to bring along with all the capabilities of 5G to make it useful to a military.
Thank you. Now, Mohammed, I'd like to bring you into the conversation now. And based on your work with PwC clients, how do you anticipate 5G will impact the organization's ability to implement those new technologies or generate more value from technologies that are already being used, for example, AI?
Thanks for the question, Dheeraj. So for many of the companies that work with, 5G is actually a means to an end. The end is adopting technology to do principally two things: changing the way they work and how they run their operations, and second, also how to make decisions. So we are finding out that 5G is an enabler for many companies to accelerate the adoption of many of the use cases that we just heard about. Robotics, we talked about the Internet of Things, sensor technology to better run organizations, etc. But we're also seeing that 5G is also going to accelerate the adoption of artificial intelligence, because again, when you think about 5G, all the different connected devices and connected people, a lot of information is being generated, and there is no artificial intelligence with that data. So we are seeing that artificial intelligence as a technology is going to be adopted even faster than before. And for many companies, it is great because their data and analytics, analyzing the data for them to think about how to make decisions, how to run the business differently, how to think about having not only insights, but also foresights. We are seeing a lot of companies adopting artificial intelligence even faster, especially when it's powered by 5G. Lastly, it's an explosion of the cloud because all of this data has to go somewhere. It has to be stored somewhere so it can be analyzed. So cloud technology, artificial intelligence, a lot of robotics and Internet of Things are all technologies that companies are looking to adopt even faster, and all enabled by 5G today.
Thank you, Mohammed. Ankur, I'm going to ask you now about the digital transformation discussion is today on every country's and company's agenda, obviously. And in your experience, which emerging technologies will be critical drivers for ushering in digital transformation, and how should you use them for the most benefit?
Absolutely. I think there's a very little doubt about that digital transformation delivers value, and we have seen companies in various industries disrupting the existing competitive landscape, leveraging these digital technologies, be it Amazon, what they've done with the e-commerce, or be it Tesla, what they've done with the automotive industry. And these companies are very successful in using the digital technologies to fundamentally alter the value proposition towards the customers. And we see a big potential for many, what I would call as a physical industries, to also leverage 5G and other combinatorial technologies, and I use the term 5G plus, things like 5G, edge computing, AI and ML, and enabling trustworthiness using blockchain, and really using these technologies to fundamentally alter the value proposition in many of these physical heavy industries. I think as an industry, we also need to, in my view, focus less on technology, because I think the technologies, of course, are there and they would deliver on the individual promises, each of these technologies. But I think more discussion needs to be had on the business problem that is being addressed, and what value proposition gets addressed. Because we are in the world now, we see these technologies, and in future we will, the technology evolution will not stop. After 5G, we will see 6G, we will see quantum computing, we'll see materials like graphene or nanorobotics, and these things will keep on coming. But what we need to really put focus on, how do we really drive the efficiency and productivity, safety, sustainability, and all of these levers in various industries. And I think 5G is still quite a fundamental enabler, as without connectivity, many of these technologies cannot really work together.
Also, similar question to you, I suppose. Global good activities within corporations were typically, they were considered a corporate social responsibility activity that were merely nice to have and generated good publicity. But we're now witnessing a mindset shift, aren't we, really, towards looking at global good initiatives as a corporate survival tool. How is your organization taking on global good initiatives for its survival, and are you able to give any examples of that?
Well, thank you. I think, first of all, I think we've gone through a shift where the tech for good was charity work. I think now it's a necessity for all of us, and I think it's not an either or. I think what is exciting, if you take what Ankur mentioned about using digital capabilities to improve the customer experience and improve value propositions, now you can do that and also have a more sustainable business. And I think those who will lead going forward are those who can do both those things. If we look at Ericsson, we have put our vision and purpose at the center of that. We want to, of course, bring a healthy business. That's required if you want to continue to invest into new solutions and new technologies and new businesses. But we also want to really have a fundamental positive impact on people's life. We want to redefine how we can operate as businesses, and we want to pioneer that sustainable future. So what does that mean for us? Well, first of all, for sake of trust and credibility, we start with ourselves. So we have, over the last 6 years, reduced our emissions by 50% as a company. We're committed now to be net zero by 2030. I was the other day with our 250 top suppliers. We asked them to put the same ambition. So you can say in that sense, it's walk the talk. And that continues. The ERS Ericsson Radio System we will launch next year is on track to be 35% more energy efficient than the previous generation. But we also comes back to business travel. Very excited to be here. We've been missing that for some time, but we think we can probably leverage the mix of physical and virtual meetings better than we did pre-pandemic. And next year, we think we can reduce travel by 50%. So that's a couple of examples. We also launched during the pandemic our first 5G factory in Lewisville, Texas, in the US. And it's one where it's 100% built on renewables, using rainwater. So we actually reduced the indoor water consumption by 75%, the energy consumption overall by 25%. And we, over the last 12 months, scaled 25 Industry 4.0 use cases. So I think, again, it shows bringing those solutions, leveraging the latest technology, goes hand in hand. And we'll continue to do that. We started 10 years ago by starting developing the 5G technology, which was really based on the needs that enterprise saw that the needs were not fulfilled on security, on latency, and we started with that then. Now it's all about developing the ecosystem, the partnership to make sure the applications of 5G can actually be used. And that will not happen with Ericsson alone. It will happen with any one of us alone. We have to collaborate. And I think that's also why you may have seen that today we also announced our intent to acquire Vonage, which is one of the world's leading communication platform providers with an developer ecosystem of 1 million developers. That's just another step in line with our strategy to make sure we can create an open innovation system for enterprises, for operator, for developers to benefit of all the capabilities of 5G.
Thank you, Åsa. Now, Tariq, I'll come back to you and talk about the role that can be played by governments and the regulators for accelerating 5G.
That is a very good question in order how to move very fast with the 5G. The regulator or the government, they can play a big role by rolling out the 5G as quickly as possible. In order to do that, it requires to do a number of things. First of all, to assign radio frequency spectrum, sufficient bandwidth to telecom operators. And this spectrum has to be also regionally, or at least regionally or globally harmonized. I mean, harmonized has to be approved with the ITU, which we are doing with that one, ITU, WRC, World Radio Communication Conference, to allocate sufficient and enough frequency bandwidth for mobile services. And of course, later on, the countries or the regulators has to assign those frequencies to the operators. Second, we have to have standards for the devices. That is important. We need to see it. Certification of devices also is required. And also required to develop some regulatory instruments. And now when we talk about regulatory instruments, that is regulation in order how to use this technology. Not only regulations by the regulators, by the use cases also. For example, if we go to the transportation, of course, we will assign frequency that the telecom operator, maybe they will deploy the network and device there, but what kind of regulation is required in order to have this transportation or vehicles to move forward, to move in those area, and how to control it. This is also required, important by those use cases. And of course, in order to do that one, we are using this very magic word here, has to be a collaboration. A collaboration between the government, regulators, between the telecom operators, between the mobile industry, the vendors, and between the use cases, the entities who can use it, those like education, healthcare, smart cities, all those has to work together. And we, in order to do that one as a collaboration in UAE also, we are working to develop a cluster or working groups for different use cases. And we'll bring all those entities, all those mobile industry, mobile operators, telecom operators in the UAE, the regulator and the use cases, and of course the manufacturer also for use cases, and come to sit together and collaborate and to see where their requirement, what is their requirement, and how we can move forward very fast, which frequency band required, what is the latency or capacity required. These things can be done with the collaboration. And of course, we are encouraging also the mobile industry or mobile operators to go to the use cases, to the entities, to provide the services to them, and do some trials. Today we have here, just right now before our session, the telecom operators already, they are going to those use cases, doing some trials, showing them the benefit with the 5G and how can be using it. All those required to work together, and the government has to push on that one. In UAE, that's what we are doing. We are not just assigning the frequency and let the operators go by themselves. No, we are going and bringing those all entities, the government entities, the private entities, let them sit with the operators, see their needs, and listen to other requirements and try to develop it. So this is what we are encouraging as a regulator. We are doing it in order to move and accelerate the 5G. Of course, we have not to forget also one important thing, the international organization like ITU, like 3GPP, where the standards coming there. We need to see their standards and we need to work together. Harmonization is very important. Harmonization, it will help for ecosystem, for deploying the network very easy with low cost.
So, you've stressed the collaboration, yes, the requirement for collaboration, and Dr. Stephen Walker, I'd like to come to you. There is criticism about the defense industry. Some people saying that traditional defense industry is too slow and unable to innovate. Is that due to a lack of collaboration, do you think? What are the reasons for that?
I think there can be lots of reasons. I think one, the products we make, people's lives are at stake, right? We have to get that right. And so we do have a very rigorous engineering process, I would say, at Lockheed Martin that ensures our products work the first time. Our men and women, servicemen and women, operate those platforms and vehicles, and they need to remain safe. So there is a certain rigor, but I would say we're changing. I think Lockheed Martin has what we call a 21st century technology framework now. And we are focused on many of the technologies my colleagues have already talked about here, 5G, .mil, but also AI and machine learning, edge compute, autonomy and manned-unmanned teaming, even engineered biology, believe it or not. So we have a list of about 14 areas we're focused on where we think these technologies are going to be incredibly important to Internet of Things and all the various architectures I've already talked about. I think a key, Nadira, for us is tapping into the commercial sector. At least in the U.S., the commercial research and development is 2/3 of the overall R&D in the United States. And so we have very much part of our tech strategy is to partner with commercial companies. And you'll see us doing that. Back to sustainability or what we're doing for climate change at Lockheed Martin is we actually have a program now with NVIDIA where we're looking at fighting forest fires and bringing our defense technology, combining with NVIDIA's AI and machine learning tech, and applying that to a problem that many of us face around the world due to climate change. And so what can AI and machine learning help us do to solve that problem? With the assets we have in space, in the air, the machines being able to manage all of that and understand predict where the fire front is going to be and put the fire out. And so it's just an example of how we're reaching out to the commercial world, and I think getting more innovative and faster because of it.
Thank you. We haven't got that long left in our session. We could talk for hours, couldn't we? Mohammed, I'm going to come back to you. And Ankur mentioned the technology evolution will not stop, and inequalities, and we've all witnessed supply chain disruptions all over the world, haven't we? What role do you see 5G playing to help organizations build a more resilient supply chain, more resilient supply chains, and better adapt to issues?
Thanks, Nadira. There are actually two sides to that question, because when you think about 5G, especially for one specific sector, which is around semiconductors, 5G is actually adding to the demand that is creating some of the shortages today. When you think about 5G antennas, they use laminates that is very critical for the production of semiconductors. Think about 5G radios, sensors, connected devices. So the more we have the adoption of 5G, the more we are seeing that some of an industry like the semiconductor industry is going to be even more stressed because of the additional demand that we are seeing in that industry. So that's one part of the answer. The second part is absolutely 5G, because we have the ability to get real-time information. We can get the information faster. 5G would allow companies to manage supply chain in a much more efficient way. Less inventory, making sure that they can do better supply and demand forecasting when it comes to production, less waste, and they have real-time visibility into the supply chain, into logistics. So absolutely 5G is going to be a big enabler to ensure that the supply chains of the future can be even more efficient than they are today. And we need to, because as we see the additional demand because of the different countries, more demand coming from consumers, when we know that it is only the beginning when it comes to the need to have very efficient supply chains by leveraging 5G.
Thank you. Okay, I think it's time to hear, after you've heard everybody's points of view, your final thoughts, actually. And I'd like to start with you, Tariq, if you will.
Well, thank you very much. With regard to the 5G, we have to see which, as a regulator, there is a question for us as a regulator, which path we have to move forward with the 5G. As a private network, as a traditional telecom, or unlicensed. That is important things for as a regulator, as a government. We have to see how to move forward in order to have a good 5G network in the country. And this is a big question going on right now with us as a regulator, to be honest, because worldwide right now, there is a traditional move. But the 5G will be provided by the telecom operator. They will give slicing to the use cases. But there is a request also coming that there should be a private network, which is also we have to study it. Right now, as a person myself, I have some resistance to go with the private network because it's not easy. Because our telecom operator, they are investing a lot on that one, and we have to see this success of the 5G. Private network, what will add? But we have to see also there is a demand because we have different requirement. Maybe the traditional network, telecom operator cannot provide it. We have to study it. Unlicensed, also one of the things is coming. We can see it in many countries also talking about, especially when we talk about IoT and others. And those things, it is not something easy for us as a regulator to decide it very quick. We need to study it. We need to see what will be the benefit for the country and how to get benefit of the 5G for long term, especially with the fourth industrial revolution, with the revolution, with the IoTs, with different technologies coming, and how this 5G can help us. So this is one of the things that we need to see it as a regulator on future, how to license the 5G. Although that we started, but we need to see how to move forward.
Thank you. Dr. Stephen Walker.
I guess I would just add that I think collaboration is really, really important in this area, and it's not going to happen with just a defense company or a commercial company or a government agency. It's going to require all of us working together. The standards was mentioned. I think it's really, really important, and I think working together to keep it as open as possible is going to be extremely important, especially for developing countries as they're coming along to participate.
Thank you. Mohammed.
So one of the things that I'm really intrigued and interested by is the path forward with 5G, the creation of value. I know that we talk a lot about 5G as a way to do what we do today, how we run manufacturing, how we run companies in a very different way to be more efficient. But what's interesting and intriguing is going to be what new companies are going to be created in the future because of 5G. Companies that do not exist today. This is all about innovation. What is the next generation of jobs that can be created because of 5G? So the value creation of 5G, not only to make today very efficient, but to create the new things for tomorrow. That's the part that I believe is very intriguing when it comes to 5G. It is just the beginning, but we truly believe that 5G is going to add and create much more value in many different countries, not for the companies that exist today, but for the new companies that will be created in the future.
Thank you. Åsa.
So I think a lot of important things already been said, but one reflection I have the standard is here, the technology is here. We now rolled out 5G in numerous countries in the world. And we predict that in 2026, 60% of world population will be covered by 5G. So UAE is clearly ahead. But I think it will not happen. It will not happen by itself. Technology in itself will not solve it. And I agree, collaboration is important. But I think we need to also take the collaboration from discussions to actually doing. Mm-hmm. And I think this is where we've seen some quite exciting results. If I just look inward at Ericsson, we also have our challenges when we're trying to transform our company. But we basically show that we could actually launch 25 use cases in a year in our own factory. And yes, that requires sourcing, IT, all the things we're all struggling with, and 40 technology partners, a lot of collaboration to pull that off. Same thing, we have a customer in Australia who brought 5G and Microsoft HoloLens to the construction site. And you know what? All of a sudden you have a digital twins, architects can talk about with the construction workers, you can see safety issues before they happen, you can see supply chain issues before they happen, and you can actually reduce the lead time and increase the safety. And last week, my team was in Germany, met one of the leading automotive OEM manufacturers, and they started exploring the technology, but then realized now they hit the capacity roof with their autonomous guided vehicles and said, we need 5G to take the next step in scalability. We all know this, we hear this, but I think we need to start to experience and learn from it and scale it from there.
Thank you. Ankur.
Yeah, I think just to add on that, I think we all seem to agree that there's a huge potential in 5G as a technology, to drive the transformative effects in various industries. There are several examples being already quoted, in the panel. So I think that's really established. What is really critical now is, how do we really accelerate and scale? And I think there, what you said, collaboration, but also, collective action, and us to be really bold in our aspirations as well. I think if I look at 5G and the other technologies, I think these technologies, coupled with changes in the organizational processes, really would drive the next wave of driving the levels of productivity, the efficiency, the sustainability, which is so important for, I would say, a collective survival for us. So I think being bold and collective action would be my sort of a reflection and key takeaway.
I like that a lot, being bold and collaborate. I think those are the two key words. Well done, Ankur, to that. Fantastic discussion, I'm sure you'll agree. It's been really very insightful and extremely important, I think, to be able to discuss these issues on a global level, and this is what GMIS is all about, certainly to help us progress and create a better future for all. A huge thank you to all of my guests, to Tariq Al-Awadi, Executive Director, Spectrum Affairs Department, TRA UAE, Dr. Stephen Walker, VP and CTO, Lockheed Martin, Mohammed Kandi, virtually there, Vice Chair and Global Advisory Leader, PwC USA, Ankur Ban, Founder and Head, Nokia Wing, and of course, Åsa Tamsons, Senior Vice President and Head of Business Area Technologies and New Businesses, Ericsson. Thank you all very much. I think a big round of applause to everyone, for all our speakers. It's been also a privilege for me to moderate for you today. I'm Nadira Judah, and thank you all for watching. Thank you.
Well, what an excellent session there to finish our first day here at GMIS 2021. And thank you so much once again to Nadira Tudor, news anchor and international broadcaster, for moderating so brilliantly for us in that final session of the day. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, what an exceptional first day we've had, learning from some of the most prominent leaders in the industry from around the world. With many in-depth, informative conversations, we've heard from leaders in government, policy making, the private sector, academia, and civil society, who have all joined us to help achieve an inclusive and sustainable for the future of manufacturing. A huge thank you to everyone that has stayed with us to the bitter end, and also to the thousands that have joined us online today. Thank you so much for watching as well. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that does conclude the first day of GMIS 2021 here at the Expo 2020 Dubai. Please do make sure to continue the conversation on your social media channels. You can use @GMI Summit, and please do make sure you downloaded the app. We are going to start day 2 tomorrow. Our first session here on the main stage will be at 9:25 a.m. Gulf Standard Time. So we'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning. Thank you so much. My name is Laura Buckwell, and it's been a pleasure to be your MC for the day. Thank you so much.